Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Alex followed the road leading out of Port Angeles, heading toward the outskirts where the forest began and his path home truly started. His thoughts were anything but quiet. John Wick, so he's not normal after all. What Jack had said back at the gym replayed in his head, fragmented and vague, but heavy enough to leave a mark. It wasn't much. Still, it was enough to confirm one thing. They're hiding something. And the name itself didn't help. John Wick. Seriously? It took him about an hour to walk from the gym to the forest edge. Once the trees swallowed the road, Alex slipped off his shoes and let go. The change rolled through him instantly. Silver hair replaced black. Crimson light burned in his eyes. His nails lengthened into claws, and his teeth sharpened into snake-like fangs. He started at a jog. Then he ran. Speed came naturally now, his body gliding between trunks and roots as if the forest had memorized him. Months ago, every step had required focus. Now it was instinct. Breathing. Home. Tomorrow's the baseball game, he thought as thunder rumbled faintly in the distance. Forecast says a storm. That alone told him everything. James. Victoria. Lauren. The three rogue vampires were already on his mental map. Lauren. I don't know. But James and Victoria have to die. No exceptions. He vaulted around a boulder, feet barely touching the ground as he pushed forward. His house was only minutes away now. I should have joined a martial arts school sooner, he admitted. I can handle all three. I've got the Cullens too. And yet, fighting vampires still gets to me. It made no sense. He was stronger. Faster. Truly immortal. There's no risk at all. Still, the unease lingered. Alex slowed to a stop near the edge of the Swan property. The silver faded from his hair, returning to black. His eyes dulled, claws and fangs retracting as the transformation dissolved. Huff! He exhaled slowly and sat on a large stone, gripping his head. I'm not scared, he told himself. This is just anxiety. Overthinking. Nothing would go wrong. I won't allow it. Then irritation crept in. And that damn transformation. It's messing with my emotions again. I thought I had this under control. His fist clenched. He struck the rock beneath him without thinking. The stone shattered. Fragments scattered as his makeshift seat collapsed into rubble. Calm down, he muttered. He could tell them not to hold the game. That would avoid the confrontation entirely. But that might cause problems I can't predict. And predictability wasn't something he could rely on anymore. Not after Bella. His thoughts spiraled, chasing the perfect solution and finding nothing. Sigh. In the end, he circled right back to the beginning. If they show up, I end it fast. James first. Victoria next. Lauren's smart. He'll know better. A waste of time stressing over it. Alex stood, brushed the dust from his clothes, and headed toward the house. Inside, voices carried through the door. Bella and Charlie were talking, casual and relaxed. Bella's tone was careful. Too careful. She was clearly glossing over her day, saying she'd been out with Jessica and Angela instead of Edward. Alex stepped inside, kicked off his shoes, and entered the living room. Hey, I'm back. Charlie looked up. Welcome back. Bella only nodded. Just went for a run, Alex said, grabbing a glass and downing some water. Needed to clear my head. He set the glass down and turned back to them. I've got homework for Monday and I need a shower. I'll be upstairs. Call me if you need anything. They nodded, and Alex headed for the stairs. Halfway up, Charlie called out, You want us to make you something to eat? I'm good, Alex replied. Upstairs, he showered quickly, changed, and dropped onto the couch in his room. His phone buzzed. A message from Alice. Hey, we're playing baseball tomorrow. Bella's already coming. "Wanna tag along?" Alex stared at the screen. "Guess it really hasn't changed." He typed back, "Sure. When do we meet?" The reply came almost instantly. "Great. Edward and I will pick you guys up tomorrow morning." "Sounds good. See you then." "See you." Alex set the phone down, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, things would finally move forward. The night passed quickly for Alex. Or as quickly as a night without sleep ever could. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, he'd come to the same conclusion he always did. Not needing sleep was useful on a battlefield. In moments like this, it was just annoying. "Sometimes I want to sleep so badly it's almost depressing," he thought as he finally pushed himself out of bed. Birds were already chirping outside. Morning had arrived without hesitation, sunlight spilling through the window and washing the world in soft gold. "All right, time to get moving," Alex thought. "Today's going to be hectic if I don't get everything done early." He opened his drawer and looked over his clothes, then reached for a pair of sneakers tucked to the side. Not bad. A little old, but they'll do. He hadn't worn them much because of how worn they looked, but once he slipped them on, they fit just fine. Dressed in a comfortable tracksuit, Alex headed to the bathroom and stopped in front of the mirror. He looked terrible. Even to himself, it was obvious. Dark eyes. A tired expression. The face of someone who hadn't slept at all. Bad night's sleep. "I wish." He combed his hair, fixed it into something presentable, brushed his teeth, added a light touch of cologne, and stepped back into the hallway. Bella's door opened just as he came out. She shuffled toward the bathroom, eyes half-lidded, dark circles clear beneath them. "Couldn't sleep?" Alex asked. She didn't even seem to register him at first. "Huh," Bella mumbled, lifting her head slowly. She stood there for a second, collecting her thoughts, then nodded. "Yeah, barely slept," she said. "I was too excited about today. You're coming too, right?" Alex nodded. "Yeah, I'm coming." Then, half-heartedly, he added, "Or do you want me to stay home and leave you alone with Edward?" The T's landed flat. Bella frowned at him, clearly not in the mood, then turned and walked into the bathroom without another word. Alex smiled faintly and headed downstairs. Charlie was already up. Fully dressed. Police uniform on. "Isn't Sunday your day off?" Alex asked as he sat at the table and reached for the cereal and milk. "Got called in," Charlie replied while fastening his gun to his belt. "There was a murder. They're saying it was a bear attack." "Guess that means staying away from the forest until they find it," Alex said casually. "It's the rogues," he thought as he took a spoonful of cereal. "Still tastes good." "That's right," Charlie said. "I heard Bella's going to the Cullens today." "Yeah, they invited me too, so I figured I'd go." "Nothing else planned." Charlie nodded. "All right. Just be careful." "Always," Alex replied. "You be careful too." Charlie paused, then smiled faintly at him. "Sure thing, son." He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 white spray canisters, setting them on the table. "One for you. One for Bella," Charlie said. "I hope you don't need them, but it's better to have them than not." Alex glanced down. "Bear spray." "Thanks, Dad," he said sincerely. "We'll be fine." "I promise." Charlie nodded, satisfied, and headed for the door. "I'm heading out, Alex." "Bye." Alex rinsed his bowl and set it in the sink. A minute later, the low rumble of the police car faded into the distance. If I remember right, the guy who died was someone Charlie knew, Alex thought. He looked back at the spray cans. If I run into a bear, it probably needs this more than I do. Still, he slipped one can into his pocket. If it eases his mind even a little, it's worth it. Footsteps sounded behind him as Bella came downstairs. She poured herself a bowl of cereal and sat at the table. "Charlie gave us each bear spray," Alex said, nodding toward the can. "Take it with you." "Bear spray?" Bella asked, picking it up. "There was a bear attack last night. That's why he got called in." Bella nodded and tucked the spray away. They didn't wait long. The sound of an approaching engine echoed outside. Alex stood up. "They're here." "They're here," Alex said as he stood up and headed toward the door. "Who?" "Edward." Bella asked as she put her bowl of half-eaten cereal aside and stood up, the chair skidding behind her. Yeah, you can eat your food though. I'm sure they will wait for you, Alex said as he turned to face his sister. No, I'm not hungry anymore, Bella said as she walked next to Alex, both of them waiting on the front porch of the house. You do, I guess, Alex said as he saw a silver Volvo coming into view. You heard it when it wasn't even visible? Bella asked. Her voice clearly carried a tone of awe. It's not that impressive. You would have heard it too if you concentrated, Alex said. Bella grabbed her shoes and crouched, putting them on. Yeah, right, as if I would be able to hear at the same level as you, Bella said as she tied her shoelaces. Right, I guess so, Alex said as he saw the Volvo park in front of the house. Looking up, he could clearly see a storm was imminent as the sky had already started darkening, the clouds gathering amongst themselves. The thunderstorm is about to start soon, Alex said, as he watched Edward and Alice get outside of the car and head toward them. Why do they want to play baseball in a thunderstorm, though? Bella asked, confused as she stood up and finished tying her shoes up. You will learn soon, Bella, Alice said as she arrived at the staircase. I guess she will, Alex said as a soft smile took over his face at the sight of Alice. Are you ready? Edward said as he stood next to Alice. He wasn't even looking at Alex, his sight focused on Bella alone. Yeah, Bella said, her voice soft at the sight of Edward. If only she talked so softly to me, she would rather flip a chair on my head than do that normally, Alex thought jokingly as he stared at Bella, whose eyes seemed to practically light up at the sight of Edward. All right, let's get going then. The storm is almost here, Alice said as she started walking toward the Volvo. The rest nodded as they followed behind her. Edward and Bella took the front seats with Edward driving whilst Alex and Alice got in the back passenger seats. The Volvo soon started up once more and started heading toward the field Alex had seen them use in the movie and read about in the books. It's not long before we meet them now, at most an hour, Alex thought to himself as he stared outside the window. So, what were you doing in Port Angels yesterday? Alice asked Alex, grabbing his attention and making him turn to face her. I wanted to join a martial arts gym, Alex said as he looked at the woman whose face looked like she had been sculpted by the greatest sculptors. Even saying that almost felt like an insult to her beauty. Martial arts? Why would you even need that? Alice asked in confusion as she stared at Alex. I just thought it would be nice to learn, and it's something to do since I have all this time, Alex said as he once more turned to look at the forest outside the car window. I mean, you could practically beat everyone even without using any skills. But I guess you could do it as a hobby, Bella said as she turned her head to look at the back seats. Humming, Alex nodded in reply. His face clearly showed that he was deep in thought. Bella turned back and soon started a conversation with Edward, completely lost in their talks soon after. I really wish I had Edward's power sometimes, Alice said suddenly as he looked at Alex. Why? Alex asked as he turned toward her. I just want to know what you're thinking. With you it's so hard. Just when I think I know what you think, you turn around and do something completely unexpected. Alice hummed and then showed a small smile. Even if you had his power, you wouldn't be able to read my mind though. He can't read mine and neither can he read Bella's, Alex said as pointed to Bella with his finger. Yeah, and sometimes it's really frustrating. Being unable to read her mind, that is, Edward said as he interjected into the conversation. Yeah, I guess it is. Having the ability that you have relied so much on become useless would be quite confusing, Alex replied as he nodded. Can you turn off your thought-blocking ability, though? Alice asked, her tone clearly showing her curiosity. Yeah, Alex said, nodding his head. Could Bella also do that? Edward asked as he drove around a corner. I don't think she can. The reason I can is because mine seems to be connected to my vampire abilities. It's probably a completely different ability from hers, Alex said as he motioned to his sister with his head. That's a bummer. Even the ability that I have is a worse version of yours, Bella said as she seemed to pout. Alex shook his head as he showed a smile. No, I wouldn't even call that your ability. I'd call the fact that you are fearless while in the presence of 3 vampires more of an ability. That's not much of an ability, Alex. I know you won't hurt me, and I know Edward and Alice, and the others won't either, so it's not that frightening of a situation, Bella said as she huffed. Edward seemed to sigh, about to say something, but he got interrupted by Alex. I guess you're right. Sorry, I guess you really don't have a cool ability. This seemed to annoy Bella, and she turned her head to look at Alex. "You don't need to say that," Bella said as he looked at Alex, her brows crunched up together in a frown. "Right, sorry," Alex said, but his smile didn't really help his apology. "We're here," Edward said as he stopped the car. "We're here," Edward said as he stopped the car. Its rumble died off as soon as he twisted the key. Opening the door, Alex headed outside. It was a grass plain filled with trees, and there was no field in sight. "Are you sure we are at the right spot, Edward?" Alex asked as he turned around to stare at the auburn-haired vampire. "It's the right spot. We can't take the car all the way, however, so we will have to walk the rest of the way. It's only a minute or two walk, however," Edward said as he nodded at Alex. "All right," Alex said as he returned the nod and motioned for him to show them the road. Edward, Alice, Alex, and Bella started walking through some bushes and then on random patches of grass and gravel until they arrived at the spot. The field before Alex's eyes was iconic, at least to him. To others it might seem like just a normal field, but he wasn't normal. He was from an entirely different world. He could even be called from an entirely different dimension. "This is probably the most iconic scene in the whole Twilight movies," Alex thought to himself as he walked. Further ahead, he could see that Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Carlisle with Esme had already arrived. They were all similarly wearing baseball clothes. "Do you want to play with us?" Alice asked from his left where she was walking alongside Alex. "I don't know how to play baseball. I've heard about the rules, but I don't know enough about it to be able to play myself," Alex said as he shook his head and then continued. "How about I just watch you guys this time, then I can join in on the next game?" Alex offered as he looked at Alice. Alice nodded, a soft smile showing on her face as she replied to Alex. "All right, be sure to be cheering me on, however, got that?" Alice said as she looked at Alex. For a moment they both entered that trance state that Alex had been finding himself in more and more. But it was soon broken as they arrived before the others. "So, anyone going to tell me why we are doing this when a storm is about to start?" Bella asked for what Alex felt was the millionth time. "Sigh. You will find out in a few minutes, I promise, Bella. Don't let your curiosity ruin it, enjoy the surprise," Alex said as he patted his sister's back. "All right," Bella said, though her tone seemed quite annoyed at having to wait. "Impatient, aren't you?" Alex thought to himself as he stared at Bella. The storm didn't take long to arrive, and soon, it started raining with loud thundering noises going off in the background. "Now you will be able to see why we play in this weather, Bella," Esme, who had chosen not to join the game and rather be the referee, said to Bella, who was next to her. Alice was the first on the pitch, with Emmett being the batter. Lightning fell down and illuminated the background. Right at that second, Alice raised her leg up, gathered all the strength in her frame, and threw the ball towards the batter. The ball flew so quickly that it became invisible to Bella's eyes for a split second before it appeared right in front of Emmett's bat. Bang! It was a massive sound, and Bella had to hold her ears for a second. She had seen what had caused the massive booming sound. It had been the impact between the bat and the ball. It felt almost like lightning itself had struck down. Alex put his finger on his chin as he thought whilst he looked at the scene. How in the hell is that ball and bat holding up when they're using that much strength? Alex thought to himself and decided he could just ask the conveniently placed vampire right next to him. "So how does that ball and bat hold up despite you using supernatural strength?" Alex asked as he stared at Esme, who turned around to face him. "I don't know the specifics, but Carlisle and Rosalie did some changes to them, however I do not know what they did. Otherwise a normal bat and ball would surely have exploded on impact with each other," Esme said as she motioned to Carlisle and Rosalie, who were next to each other on the field. "I see. Yeah, that's what I thought, otherwise it just sounded impossible," Alex said as he turned his head back away from the woman. "Still, how did they make it? Shouldn't modern baseball bats and balls already be at the peak of what technology could use? Maybe they changed the inside material, and since they're vampires then they don't care about the increased weight," Alex thought as he tried to come up with a reason, though he was coming up flat, besides that one theory about the inside materials. "Do you want to be the ball spotter, Bella?" Esme asked as she turned to Bella, who was watching the entire thing with sparkly eyes. Bella's head turned almost immediately as she nodded, however her expression soon changed back to an awkward one. But I'm only human, I don't think I would be a good spotter, Bella said as she looked at Esme apologetically. Nonsense, I'm sure you will do fine, Esme said as she went a few meters away, grabbed what looked like a suit, and helped Bella put it on. They headed next to the batter as they awaited the next throw. At least Esme is there to catch any balls that Bella could be hit by, otherwise if they did hit then Bella would be just like a donut. Alex thought to himself jokingly. The game went on, and seeing it up close and in real life really felt different to Alex. It's an entirely different experience than watching it on the screen, and even then it was CGI and computer effects that replicated the movements. But when it's real life and they really are vampires, it's really different, Alex thought as he looked at the game. Unlike Bella, who could barely keep up and even lost sight of the ball sometimes, Alex could see it clearly. His vision was truly supernatural, so he could keep track of all movement on the field easily. Just as about 20 minutes passed, Alice stopped, her eyes grew vacant, and she practically dropped to the ground. It's here, Alex thought immediately as he saw the game stop and everyone rushed toward Alice, besides Bella and Alex, of course. Alex simply watched for a moment while Bella was too stunned by the sudden change to react, and even if she did then she would be too slow as a human. A few seconds later, Alex and Bella joined them as well as the Cullens gathered around Alice. Carlisle had hoisted Alice up so she wouldn't be flat on the wet grass, and now everyone was waiting for her to get out of the vision. What's wrong? What happened to Alice? Bella questioned, her expression frightened at the thought that something could have happened to her so suddenly. It's fine, I told you about her visions. That's what this is, Edward said as she put a hand on Bella's back to calm her down. Alice didn't take long, merely a few more seconds before her eyes gained their clarity once more, and she regained control over her body. Her expression was grim, however, as she looked at the others. Other vampires, they're close. They're heading here, Alice said as she looked at Carlisle. Didn't you say that they weren't going to come here? Edward asked, his voice clearly frustrated at the happenings. They must have changed their path because they heard us, Alice said, and Edward immediately went to grab for Bella when he heard. We must get you out of here, Edward said to her as he started getting her away. It's impossible, we don't have enough time. They will be here in 2 to 3 minutes maximum, Alice said as she shook her head. Her eyes were trained on Alex soon, as if asking him a silent question. Edward turned his head towards him as well. He must have heard Alice's thoughts. Alex didn't give them a reply, however, as he stood silent. Edward soon turned his head back. Alice had extended her scarf toward him. Use this to try and mask her scent, Alice said. Edward nodded as he grabbed the scarf and started tying it up around Bella's face. He even took off his own jacket and gave it to Bella so she could wear it. It's useless, Rosalie said as she shook her head. Her expression was clearly frustrated at what was happening as well. I could smell her from all the way on the other side of the field, Rosalie said as she continued her words whilst looking at Bella. Her stare was nowhere near friendly, but it wasn't as hostile as it had been either, having grown somewhat accustomed to Bella's company. Sigh. Alex sighed softly as he went to stand in front of Bella. They're here, Alex said as he looked at the other side of the clearing, where the forest started back in full swing, an array of pine trees covering the horizon. As Alex's voice spread through and everyone understood him, they appeared. 3 vampires. One of them was James. He was a very pale vampire, even paler than the Cullens, with blonde hair tied up and red eyes that seemed to shine even in daylight. The second one was a woman. She had darker blonde hair than James. It went up to her bosom and was slightly curled. Her eyes similarly were red. The last one, and the one that stood in front of the 3, was a black man with a large stature, his hair made in long dreads that went almost up to his midsection. His eyes, just like the other 2, were bright red. James's coven, Alex thought as he stared at them. All 3 of them truly looked like vampires. They didn't hold the subtle grace of the Cullens. They could even be called feral as they stood in crouched-up positions, as if they were some kind of wild predator, which Alex thought was a fitting name for them. Hello there, Laurent was the first one to talk as he approached closer to the Cullens and the Swan siblings. James and Victoria stood right behind him. Carlyle was the one to head towards them first. As he showed them a smile, though it was quite different from his normal ones, Alex could clearly see how strained it was. "Let's get started," Alex thought as he started walking just a little behind Carlyle. Soon, the distance between the two parties was closed, and they stood face to face. "I'm Laurent, and these are James and Victoria. We were passing through and then heard the sounds, so we decided to come and give a greeting," Laurent said as he stared at Carlyle, his eyes flickering to Alex for a moment before turning back to Carlyle. "I'm Carlyle Cullen. This is my family: Alex, Edward, Edith, Alice, Emmett, Jasper, Bella, Rosalie, and Esme," Carlyle said as he mentioned everyone at once. It was a subtle tactic to hide Bella by introducing them all at once rather than individually. Edward had instructed Bella to stay close to him and stay as still as she possibly could. "Do you have any spots open in the game?" Laurent asked as he looked at Carlyle. "I'm sorry, but we were just preparing to leave. But we would certainly be interested for another time." "Are you planning to stay in the area for long?" Carlyle asked. Laurent shook his head. "We're headed north, in fact, but we're curious to see who is in the neighborhood. We haven't had company in a long time," Laurent said as he gave Carlyle a smile. Carlyle shook his head as he said, "Besides us, this region is usually empty besides the occasional visitor like yourselves." The tense atmosphere had slowly subsided and turned more into casual talk. Alex suspected it was because of Jasper's gift, which he felt was trying to intrude into his own mind as well, though it had no success because of his mental shield. Laurent nodded and then asked, "What is your hunting range?" "We wouldn't want to intrude," Laurent asked Carlyle. His tone had clearly lost a lot of its edge. The atmosphere had calmed down a lot. "The Olympic range here and up and down coast ranges on occasion. We keep a permanent settlement here. There's another permanent one like ours up near Denali," Carlyle said. Alex, who was hearing the talk, slowly started to grip his palm as his eyes concentrated. "It's now or never. Bella will be discovered in a few seconds," Alex thought. "It's now or never. Bella will be discovered in a few seconds," Alex thought. The whole thing didn't take more than a split second. Every vampire on the field saw it, however they were much too slow to do anything about it. 1 second Alex was standing next to Carlyle, looking at Laurent as he and Carlyle had a somewhat casual talk at this point. The next second, chaos ensued. Alex disappeared from view, and when he reappeared he was in a completely different location. No, it could be said that he was completely different. The Cullens, Bella, and the James coven turned to him. What they saw left them shocked. It wasn't just the Rouges, but even the Cullens and Bella who were left flabbergasted. There, standing behind Laurent, stood Alex. His hair had turned silver, his eyes a shiny vermilion, and his nails had turned into claws while his teeth were like snake fangs, clearly showing through the feral scowl he had on his face at the moment. He looked like a wild beast, like a monster who could engulf anyone that came close. In his left hand was a ripped head. Thump! A noise was made as a body fell to the ground. It was headless. It was James. What followed in the next second was pure silence. Even the forest wildlife seemed to freeze all around them at the sheer aura of a true predator, of someone who wouldn't and couldn't be stopped. The vampires were shocked on the spot. Bella still couldn't even comprehend the situation or what was happening. All of them saw Alex slowly turn his head towards Victoria. It wasn't slow by any means, but to the vampires, it looked like the split second was actually an hour. Alex's feral face made him look like he was a grim reaper, sent from hell directly to punish them. To not even leave a piece of them in this world. Bang! And he disappeared once more, and again just as last time. Another head flew into the air. This time it was Victoria. The expression on her face as her head flew into the air was one of pure terror. It looked like she had seen death before her very eyes, and in this case, it wasn't far from the truth. Her increased perception had allowed her to see what was happening, to see Alex jump towards her, but her body wouldn't move. Not that she couldn't, but she was simply far too slow to Alex when he was in his transformed state. Thump! Another body fell onto the grass field. Alex, who was still holding James's head, threw it onto the field. Finally, he turned to face Laurent. Merely 3 seconds had passed, and in those seconds the entire atmosphere had changed. Even Alex himself was inwardly shocked. He had always tried to push his transformation to see just how strong he was. just how much power he held. However, it was only now that he had actually managed to use everything he had. And it was horrifying. Nobody moved, they simply stared at Alex. Alex, the progenitor of all traditional vampires in this world. They didn't know that fact, but that only increased the shock of the whole event. Alex, Bella muttered as she looked at her brother. She had never seen him like this before, never truly understood what it meant for him to be a vampire, and thought that nothing had changed even if he was one. That was a misunderstanding, a large one at that. Just what is going on, is that Alex? Bella thought to herself as she looked at the monster that stood before them all. It resembled a human, but it clearly was not. It was something entirely different, something that screamed terror even into the hearts of the cold ones. Laurent, was it? Alex asked. Even his voice had changed slightly. It was darker, more growly, almost like a beast was talking. Gulp. Laurent gulped as he stared at Alex. That's right, Laurent answered. He was trying to appear calm, but he wasn't doing good. His acting was failing miserably. It wasn't his fault. Even those who were Alex's friends and family were almost trembling at the sheer aura he was releasing. They all felt like they were mice standing before a lion, even though that seemed to be an understatement of his prowess. The corners of Alex's mouth extended as he showed the man a smile. You won't hold a grudge, will you? Alex asked, his voice carrying an undertone of laughter, of unrivaled joy. Even he himself didn't understand it. It felt even worse than back at the bar where he had unleashed carnage for the first time. Laurent gave a dry laugh as he held his hands up. Of course not. I was just joining them on the journey. I don't even know them well, Laurent said as he took a step back. He was walking backwards to the Cullens whom he had kept his guard up against at first. But it simply didn't matter at this point. He would much rather walk into their midst than stand closer to Alex. Alex nodded, his smile never leaving his face. Good, well then you can go, I won't kill you. But if something spreads, any information about what happened here, I'll come and find you, Alex said, and then stopped midway through his speech. Actually, I have an easier way of doing this, Alex said as he walked toward Laurent. Don't move. Look me in the eyes, Alex said as he walked to him. Even if Laurent wanted to move, he couldn't. His legs weren't listening to him anymore. Once he was right in front of him, Alex opened his eyes slightly wider as he stared into Laurent's own red eyes. Alex's vermilion-slitted eyes stared deep into Laurent's. They started shining as Alex opened his mouth once more. This time his tone was commanding and sharp, leaving no refute. As Alex looked at Laurent in the eyes, he said, From now on, you will become a vampire who only feeds on animals. You will try your hardest to become a good person in society and blend in. Go up to Denali. You will find your mate there, Alex said. His voice was commanding, leaving no room for any objection. His shining vermilion eyes seemed to peer into the depths of Leruent's soul, forcing him to follow his orders or give his life up on the spot. Laurent nodded, his eyes becoming vacant for a split second before returning to normal. Then he walked past Alex and started running into the forest, his destination, the Denali, just as Alex had ordered him. Seems like Days works on cold ones as well. If it didn't, then I would have to silence him here permanently. Alex thought and then turned his head back to stare at the Cullens and his sister. They had yet to speak even a single word as they looked at him. Bella looked the most shocked. In fact, she looked like she was about to faint and fall over. Hey, Alex said as he showed them a smile and gave them a wave. Him showing an open-mouthed smile, however, also showed his large fangs, and that seemed to be the end of Bella's straw as she fell. Thump. Alex uttered out loud as he looked at Bella, her eyes closed as she slept on the wet grass. Edward crouched down and hoisted Bella up, putting her on his back. That's you, right, Alex? Alice asked, the first one to speak among the Cullens as she started walking towards him. Rosalie seemed to want to stop her, however Alice shrugged her hand off and walked right in front of him. Yeah, it's me, can't you tell? Alex said as he rubbed the back of his neck. Alice shook her head and then looked at Alex. Not really, no. You look the same, but the feeling you're giving off, even your smell is completely different. It's almost like you're an entirely different person. Alice said as she looked at him. She then raised her hand and touched his silver locks. Is that bad? Alex asked as he looked into her eyes. crimson peering into a golden amber. Alice shook her head and gave him a smile, her eyes shining bright. "No, it's you so nothing changes," Alice said, her tone soft as she peered into the slits of his eyes. Alex's expression turned from awkward into a soft smile as he looked at the vixen. "I guess I have to face it, huh?" Alex thought as he looked at Alice. Even though the situation wasn't good, even though his sister had just fainted, even if his showing his transformation had scared everyone, he couldn't stop looking at Alice. She hadn't scared away, she had instead come and looked into his eyes, touched his hair, and smiled at him despite what he had just shown. A soft sigh escaped Alex's lips. "You really are my mate, huh?" Alex finally thought. It felt like a huge weight had disappeared from his shoulders. He didn't even know he had it. Even though he hadn't said it aloud, just thinking of it finally broke seals around his heart that even he didn't know his head. At this moment, in this field, in this world, nothing besides Alice mattered. And then the moment passed. "Geez, I already told you guys to get a room. I don't want to see this." Emmett's loud voice boomed as he made a disgusted face. Alex turned to face him and then furrowed his brows at him. "Oh yeah? I still remember someone doing something while Alice and I were getting the Porsche. I wonder who that was." "Emmett," Alex said as he looked at the large bear-like man. Emmett's expression turned clueless as he started whistling. "I don't know what you mean at all," he said as he looked around the area as if the most interesting thing in the world was watching the grass and trees of the forest around them. "Right," Alex said as his eyebrow twitched. Alice, who was next to him, just giggled. The atmosphere once more slowly turned back to normal. Alice and Emmett had managed to defuse the situation so quickly. Alex was surprised himself, but he was also thankful to the two. "Well, that certainly was something," Carlisle said as he looked at Alex and then turned toward Jasper. "Can you clean this up?" Carlisle asked him. Jasper nodded and headed towards the bodies of the two vampires, intent on burning their remains. Carlisle then turned toward Alex once again. "We can have a chat about this whole thing later. How about we get back home and take a look at Bella?" Carlisle said, not just to Alex, but to everyone around. They all nodded and started heading back. This time, however, only Alex, Alice, and Edward with Bella took the cars while Emmett brought the other car himself. The others ran towards the mansion on foot. Edward got in the driver's seat just as last time whilst Alice took her spot in the front seat, leaving Alex with Bella, whose head he had laid on his lap on the back seats of the car. The ride was silent. The silence was calm though not very pleasant. Whilst Alice and Emmett had managed to clear up most of the situation, that didn't mean they could get the picture of Alex out of their heads. They didn't think they would be able to, even in a long time. It was just too memorable, too frightening. Alex patted Bella's head as he looked at his sleeping sister. While asleep, she looked like she had no care in the world, but he knew what she had seen had hit her harder than any of the others. She was, after all, the closest to Alex. Even Alice, his own mate, wasn't as close to him as Bella was, and in the end, she was still the only human. The car drove toward the Cullen mansion. It was neither fast nor was it slow, maintaining a steady pace throughout the entire duration of the drive. Slowly, the car started to slow down until it eventually came to a full stop. They had arrived at the Cullen mansion. Grabbing Bella, Alex hoisted her up and held her in a princess carry. Once outside the car, Alex with Edward and Alice started heading up the stairs and into the mansion. Once inside, they saw that the others had also arrived before them. Everyone was there, even Jasper, who had to burn the remains of the two dead vampires. "Can you help her?" Alex asked Carlisle as he turned towards the doctor. Carlisle nodded with a smile. "Put her on the couch. I have some smelling salt that should be able to wake her up," Carlisle said as he walked toward his office. Putting Bella on the couch, Alex waited for the man. "So, are you always going to look like that?" Emmett asked as he looked at Alex. Alex turned to look at Emmett, confused for a moment. "Look like what?" Alex asked, not knowing what the large vampire meant. "Well, with the silver hair and claws and all," Emmett said as he motioned with his arms to Alex's whole body. That seemed to make Alex realize something as he made a face of realization. A moment later, Alex shook his head. No, I just kinda forgot to detransform, Alex said, and the next second, his hair turned back to black similarly to his eyes, his claws and fangs retracted, and he once more looked like a human. That's cool, Emmett said loudly as he came to touch Alex's body in wonder. Hey, don't touch me, damn it, Alex said as he tried to get away from the man's grubby hands. I just want to know how it works. I want a cool transformation too, Emmett said as he looked at Alex with his eyes shining. You can't get one, we're totally different races. It's like asking a toad to fly. It's impossible, Alex said as he huffed at the man, finally able to get away from him. Step, step. Hearing footsteps, everyone turned to look. It was Carlisle. He had come back with what looked like a small jar. I suggest you try not to smell this, Carlisle said with a smile. Alex seemed to realize what was about to happen suddenly. That smelled awful as a human and had almost made him vomit once in his old world. Now as a vampire that smell would be multiplied tenfold, maybe even more. Fuck, Alex thought as he saw Carlisle head closer to Bella. Do you guys know anyway? Alex asked as he turned to the vampires behind him. No. This is the first time he's needed to use it, Jasper said. He was right behind Alex. Well, I guess I found a way to deter vampires, Alex mumbled as he saw Carlisle slowly open the jar. At first, Alex didn't smell anything. His mind started to release dopamine in joy, but it was quickly crushed down. The smell was horrid. It was so disgusting that Alex dashed backward from it, landing at the edge of the room. The others hadn't moved, however, and seemed to be perfectly fine. How the hell can you withstand that? Alex asked in confusion as he stared at the Cullens. It's not that bad, Edward said as he waited for Bella to wake up. Sure it isn't. It just smells like a dead body that has rotted for weeks. Not even that might smell better, Alex grumbled under his breath. What came next was Bella waking up with a start, immediately standing up only to almost fall once again. Huff. Releasing puffs of breath, Bella was sweating as she regained her breath. Carlisle closed the lid on the jar once more and put it aside. Bella, are you all right? It's me, Carlisle, Carlisle said as he looked at Bella. He took her hand and controlled her pulse, but seemed to find nothing wrong with it. I'm fine, Bella managed to mumble after a few seconds of calming down. All right, tell me if you have any pain anywhere, Carlisle said as he nodded and took a few steps back from Bella, giving her room to breathe. What happened? Bella asked as she lifted her head to look at the others. You fainted. Edward was the one to speak as he recounted what had happened to Bella. I fainted. Did something go wrong? What about the vampires? Bella asked as she looked at Edward and then the entire room, her eyes stopping on Alex. Her eyes seemed to shake for a moment as she looked at her brother, who was now the farthest away from her. To Bella, it felt like the distance wasn't just physical at this point. She almost felt like Edward was closer to her than her brother, who had been by her side since childhood. Alex, you. Bella said, but cut off the end of her sentence. Sigh. Releasing a slow sigh, Alex started walking towards her. Yes, Bella, what do you want to ask? I'll answer any question that you have, Alex said as he sat next to her. And then he turned toward the Cullens. And any questions you all have. I'm sure it must have been surprising to see me like that, Alex said as he glanced at the Cullens. It sure was surprising, Jasper said from the side. He rarely talked while in the presence of Bella. He still had quite a hard time when controlling himself against humans even if no blood had been spilled. All right then, you all can start, Alex said as he smiled at them. His smile, however, seemed to shake Bella as she twitched on the spot, startled. Looking at her, Alex felt bad. No, he felt horrible when he noticed her reaction. Am I too scary? Well, yeah, I guess when compared to disco vampires, I guess I am. What was that? Bella asked. Her voice was low, but to the ears of the vampires in the room, it was clear as day. Her voice carried a lot of emotion. The biggest ones that Alex could infer from it, though, were confusion, anxiousness, and maybe even fright. Sigh. Alex released a slow sigh as he looked at her. I would call that my true form. What you see right now is merely a mask, something I hide behind, while what you saw was what I really look like, Alex said. His voice was somber, and it was clear that he wasn't having as easy of a time as he thought he would have. Your real form? Carlisle asked from the other side of the room. Alex turned toward him and nodded. That's right. What you see right now is just a mask, so I guess you can't even call that a transformation. What you're seeing right now would probably fit that term better, Alex said as he looked at the man. Bella gulped, the sound of it resonating in the silence. You just looked so different, I thought that, Bella said, and then had to stop as she caught her breath, continuing once more a second later. I thought that nothing had changed, but I guess I was wrong. Bella's voice was disheartened as she spoke. It almost sounded like the voice of someone who had lost something dear to them. I'm still me, Bella. Nothing has changed, Alex said as he tried to get her to calm down, but by the speed-up beating of her heart, Alex knew that this time it wasn't going to be as simple as it had been last time. He had killed someone, 2 people in fact right in front of Bella's eyes, and it hadn't been a pretty sight. Seeing someone's head fly off their shoulders certainly was nightmare material. Bella took a deep breath as she turned to face Alex. What do you mean nothing has changed, Alex? You just killed 2 people. How can you expect me to just deal with it and move on as if nothing has changed? Bella. Alex started, but his throat felt so tight that he couldn't continue his words. Bella, he did it for you. It was to protect you, Alice said as she went ahead and sat next to her. How do you know that, Alice? They hadn't done anything yet, and they could have just gone ahead and left, never even noticing me. Bella turned to Alice as she said. Her voice was high. At this point, she was close to screaming. Stopping, Bella gathered her breath once more and then asked Alice. Did you see a vision, Alice? Did you really know that they would attack me? Tell me the truth, Bella asked as she looked at Alice. Alice, meanwhile, stood silent, her eyes wandering off toward Alex. Seeing her stare, Alex nodded, telling her to tell the truth. There was no need to lie in this situation. It would just become worse down the line when she eventually found out. Lies will always end up discovered one way or another. It is just a matter of time. Sigh. Alice closed her eyes and released a soft sigh. The next moment her eyes opened, and she shook her head. No, I did not see a vision about that, Bella, Alice said as she looked at Bella, whose eyes were nearly overflowing with tears. Bella nodded and mumbled a soft thanks. Thank you for telling the truth, Alice, Bella said, and then turned to Alex once more. I do not know anymore, Alex. At one moment you seem normal, like nothing has changed even though you're a vampire, and the next you seem completely different. Even the others didn't do that, Bella started as she looked at Alex, her brother who had never left her side. Her last words pointed toward the Cullens, who she hadn't seen react like Alex. To her, at the moment, the Cullens felt much more humane than her brother. She knew that her words were hurtful, but she was hurt as well. She was confused and scared about the entire scenario that had transpired. Alex just looked at her, his mouth staying in a flat line as he watched tears spill over Bella's eyes and drip down to her chin. I did it to protect you, Bella. They weren't good people. Even if they hadn't noticed you, they would still go on their way and continue hunting humans as if they were livestock. Would you want that? For them to be left free in the world just so they could hurt more people, Alex finally said as he opened his mouth. His voice was flat, and no hint of emotion could be detected from it. Bella stood silent for a moment, and then with a choked voice she said while shaking her head. I don't know, Alex. I feel like I don't know anything anymore, Bella said, and then lifted her hand and wiped the tears off her face with the hem of her shirt. Can I go home? I'm tired, Bella said as she turned to look at Edward. Edward stood silent and simply gave her a nod. Turning to face Alex, he looked at him for confirmation. There were things he could interfere in, but this was a matter between family, between Alex and Bella. Alex simply nodded. His face had lost all expression. A poker face had taken hold, and he showed nothing on the outside, but inwardly his entire mind was in turmoil. It felt like he had lost something dear to him whilst he had tried to save it. Turning toward Bella, Alex opened his mouth and said, I can see the future too, Bella. I knew they were going to find you out, Alex said. Bella stopped for a moment and then turned to Alex. Her face contorted into a sad, miserable smile as she looked at him. Slowly, she shook her head. How can I trust your words, Alex? I just do not know anymore if what you are telling me is the truth or not. You're different now. I can't even begin to guess what you're thinking. Back then, we used to know everything about each other, but now I don't even know if you're telling the truth or if it's just another cover-up. Bella said as she looked at Alex. Her words were jumbled up together, and maybe even illogical. Alex even felt that she was making up things, but he could also understand that what she had seen was something no human would remain calm after. Alex was scared, in fact, scared that he had scarred his sister forever. Alex didn't say another word as he saw Bella and Edward get up and head outside. The room was silent as they watched the couple go away. Alice started, but Alex just shook his head. Huff. All I wanted to do was protect her, but maybe I didn't need to after all, Alex said as he turned to look at the Cullens. Do you guys have any questions for me? I didn't just promise Bella answers, I also promised you all, Alex said as he turned to face the rest of the Cullens. You explained it all already. Thank you, Alex, for sharing with us, Carlisle said as he got up and gave Alex a soft smile. Alex nodded. It's no problem, I had to tell you guys either way. I'll be going now, Alex said as he turned to walk around. Do you want to spend the night at us? With this entire thing happening between you two and all, Alice said as she looked at Alex. Alex stopped and thought for a moment. Sure, but I'll be going out for some air, I'll be back later. Thanks, Alex said as he faced Alice for a moment and then gave a nod to the rest of the Cullen family and started walking outside. Once Alex was out of view, already outside the mansion, Alice sat down on the couch. She held her head low, her face wasn't visible. It's all right, Alice, I'm sure they will figure things out for themselves, Esme said as she sat next to her daughter. I don't know, that was a pretty big crash if I've ever seen one, Emmett said from the side. His remark earned him an elbow hit to the stomach by Rosalie and a look from Esme. It clearly told him to shut his mouth. Holding his hands up, Emmett took a step back and then turned to head upstairs. I'll leave you ladies alone, Emmett said as he disappeared behind the walls. I know, it's just hard seeing him be so drained, Alice said toward Esme. There was a moment of silence. The only ones in the room now were Alice, Esme, and Rosalie. Carlisle had also gone to his office to let them have some time. I guess this is what having a mate is like. It feels like my entire world is revolving around him. It's like every time I see him suffer even slightly, a stake pierces my heart, Alice said as she lifted her head. Her expression wasn't good and her facial features were scrunched up, looking like she was crying, but no tears came out of her eyes. They remained the same, just like they had for the past 100 years. Meanwhile, in the forest outside of the Cullen mansion, Alex was walking slowly. His mind was filled with so many thoughts that he felt like a tornado was raging in his mind. Looking up, Alex saw a large tree. Its size was more than twice the other ones around it. In the next second, Alex disappeared from his spot and appeared near the top of the tree. He could see the forest all around him. The clouds had started to disperse, and it even looked like the sun was about to shine on the world. Next week is the final week of the school year. After that, it's summer vacation, Alex thought to himself as he looked at the sun as it slowly peeked from behind the clouds in the sky. Clenching his hand, Alex continued his thoughts. At this point, I do not know what's going to happen. The plot of the first book is now finished, and even finished early at that. Bella is confused beyond belief, and I don't even know if she and Edward are at the stage they were in the original, Alex thought as he started climbing down the tree. Sigh. Releasing a soft sigh, Alex dropped to the ground. Does it matter though? I guess not. My objective was to keep Bella safe. As for whether they can keep their romance, I don't want to care about that. I'm not Cupid after all, Alex thought as he started walking deeper into the woods. All around him, he could hear the wildlife as they ran away from him. His mere aura was shivering their timbers. I'll keep her safe, and if it comes to it, she doesn't even need Edward. I'll just turn her into my kind of vampire. The problem is that I do not know if my coven would have the side effects I originally should have had, Alex thought as he saw a squirrel running away. Bang! A split second later, Alex had grabbed the small animal in his hand. Dying in the sun, being unable to enter somewhere without the owner inviting you, being unable to cross running water, needing to drink blood, and only human one at that, and there's a lot more side effects. If she gets the worst ones, then it's much worse than just dying as a human, Alex thought as he petted the small squirrel. Bringing it up to his face, Alex opened his mouth and bit into it. In a mere second, the squirrel turned into what could be called a skin bag. Throwing it to the ground, Alex finally stopped walking, deciding that he had cleared his mind enough and should return. This summer I should start getting my stuff ready. The first order of business should be making my coven, which I can do pretty easily with days, and by finding gang members in cities. By using them I should be able to experiment and find the side effects. Next would be starting to invest the funds gathered by the coven into companies I know will grow. When this is finished I should have a stable passive income and won't need to work ever again. Alex's thoughts ended there, and he soon started running towards the coven mansion. The school was coming to a close. Summer had arrived. Soon after, Alex arrived back at the Cullen mansion, took his phone out, and called Charlie. "Hey Dad, it's me Alex," Alex said as he held the phone over his ear. "Hey Alex," Charlie responded simply and waited to hear what Alex had called him for. "I'll be staying the night at the Cullens, is that all right?" Alex said as he walked up the stairs to the front door. "It's totally fine, I hope you have fun," Charlie said, stopping for a moment before continuing. "Do you have anything to sleep with?" Charlie asked, his voice concerned for Alex, as all parents were when their child went somewhere for a sleepover. "Jasper, Dr. Cullen's kid said he would give me his pajamas, so it's fine. I'm only staying for one night, so I don't really need much," Alex replied to Charlie as he opened the front door of the mansion and headed inside. "All right, have fun and call me if you want to come back or anything happens," Charlie said. His soft tone could even be heard over the phone. "All right, Dad, see you tomorrow." "See you, son," Charlie answered, and Alex hung up. Closing the front door, Alex headed into the living room. He only found Alice and Esme there while the others seemed to be in their own rooms from what Alex was hearing. "Hey, I'm back. Sorry for burdening you tonight," Alex said as he looked at Esme and Alice. Esme shook her head and spoke to Alex with a soft, motherly smile on her face. "It's all right, Alex. You're basically family at this point." Alex stood there frozen for a split second at her words and then nodded awkwardly. "I see, thank you," Alex said to Esme and then went ahead and sat on the couch in front of Alice. Looking at her, Alex smiled. "Do you want to do anything? I mean, this is practically a sleepover, isn't it?" Alex asked as he looked at her with that same smile. Alice returned it the same and gave a nod. "Sure, I was thinking of doing a painting. Do you want to join me?" Alice asked as she looked at Alex. Alex nodded in return and got up from the couch. "Sure, lead the way." Alice got up as well and started heading towards the stairs, Alex following behind her. "Do you want me to make you anything to eat, Alex?" Esme asked from behind him. Turning to face her, Alex shook his head. "It's fine, I do not need to eat, so you do not have to worry about me." "Okay, just tell me if you want anything, and I'll make it. Don't be shy about it," Esme said as she looked at Alex with those soft eyes of hers. "All right, thank you," Alex replied and started following Alice up the stairs once more. Soon they arrived in front of Alice's room once more. Heading inside, Alex saw that she had made a few more paintings since the last time he had been in her room. Looking at them, Alex saw they were mostly made up of a white mist that seemed to swirl around. The background setting where the mist was, however, changed with each painting. One of them was in a dimly lit alley. The second way was in front of what looked like a rural road. And the final one was in a grass field. Alex knew what the mist represented as soon as he saw the background. And now that he looked at it more closely, the mist did resemble a person's outline, though vaguely, and if you didn't know what to look for, then you wouldn't be able to notice the signs. "Are those supposed to be me?" Alex asked as he looked at Alice, who sat down on a small chair. There was a large white canvas in front of her. "Yes, I drew them from my visions, so they are not that good," Alice said as she turned to face Alex, who sat down on her bed. "So that's what I look like in your visions, huh?" "Looks pretty spooky," Alex said as he looked at the paintings. He had tried to joke about it, but it seemed like he wasn't really in the mood and the joke landed flat. The tone of his voice just wasn't right. "I guess so, but I would like to request something, Alex," Alice said as she looked at the paintings and then turned her head to face Alex once more. "What is it?" Alex asked, his voice clearly carrying the curiosity he was feeling. "Could I paint you? By that I mean, can you be my model for this painting?" Alice asked as she looked at him. Alex thought as he looked at Alice, who had just asked him that. "I would have definitely been too embarrassed to ask her that. I guess when you live for 100 years, your sense of embarrassment just goes away. Nodding his head, Alex replied, "Sure, I'd be honored to. Do you want me to get up or stay seated? Is there any pose you want me to make?" Alex asked as he looked at Alice, who had a smile on her face at his agreement. "Just sit straight in the bed and that will be fine," Alice said as she took the canvas and small chair and turned them toward Alex. Once she was in a good position, she peeked her head to look at Alex. "Is this fine?" Alex asked as he sat on the bed. "Yep, that's perfect, just don't move now," Alice said as she took her brush from the small container to her side. Alex gave a slight nod and stopped moving. At that moment, he had stopped breathing, and any other movements he was making, even subconsciously, had stopped. He truly looked like a living, realistic statue. "That's great. It's so much easier to paint someone when they're a vampire," Alice said with a nod and then started getting to work. Her brush strokes were fast, but they all looked perfect, as if they were being painted by a master artist, and at this point, Alice had probably reached that level already considering her age. Time passed, and soon Alice finished her last brush stroke, and the painting was done. It had taken 4 hours to complete the whole thing, and Alex hadn't moved a single inch while Alice was painting him. "I finished it, Alice said as he put her brush in the small container to the side, took the canvas, and held it up, turning it around so Alex could see. Painted on the canvas was Alex, however he didn't look like he did right now. His eyes were painted red and his hair silver, just like they had been in his transformation. What caught Alex's mind the most, however, was the blood dripping down his lips down to his chin, and the ferocious look in his eyes. Even though he could clearly tell that it was a drawing of himself, the look of his eyes in the painting felt weird to him, almost alien. It looked as if those were someone else's eyes, and it wasn't him at all. Even though every other feature made it appear that it was him, Alex in the painting, the eyes made it look like it wasn't him at all. "What do you think?" Alice asked with a soft tone as she looked at Alex. Alex stood silent for a moment before turning his head to look at Alice. "I don't know, everything seems perfect besides the eyes. I can't really say why though, it's just a feeling," Alex said as he looked at Alice, who nodded her head slowly. "Right, I'll make sure to do better next time," Alice mumbled softly, and then took the painting and put it on the side of the wall. "So do you want to go for another ride around town?" Alice asked as she turned to face Alex again. Alex thought for a moment and then nodded. At the moment, he just wanted to keep himself occupied with something, to make him drift away from what had happened earlier, and that painting session really hadn't done him much good. Staying in one spot frozen for hours made it so that he was only able to think, and his thoughts really were favoring him right now. "Sure, let's go out. Maybe we can go to a restaurant or watch a movie," Alex said as he looked at Alice for her input on his ideas. "Sure. Want to go to Port Angels instead? It's a bit further, but it has a better cinema and restaurants than the ones around Forks," Alice said as she asked Alex, who nodded. "Sure, no problem. Wherever you want," Alex said as he started to head outside the room. Let me just change clothes. I'm still in a baseball uniform, and I don't really want to go out like this," Alice said as she looked at Alex, who turned around and scratched the back of his neck while showing a sheepish look. "Sorry, I forgot about that completely. I'll wait downstairs?" Alex said and then pointed to the door with his thumb as he said he would wait downstairs. "No, just sit on the bed." "I'll just change real quick," Alice said as she pointed to the bed. Alex nodded, appearing nonchalant on the outside, but his heartbeat started increasing dramatically at Alice's words. "She will just change quickly, and I'm in her room," Alex thought as a slight blush started to appear on his face. His imagination was running wild as he thought of all the scenarios that could happen while Alice was changing. The more he thought and imagined, the brighter his blush was, and the bigger the tent in his pants got as well. Stop thinking, Alex thought as he tried to distract himself, and at that point, Alex heard a door open and saw Alice heading inside a smaller room. "I'll be right back as soon as I change," Alice said as she gave him a mischievous smile and then closed the door. For a moment, Alex stood frozen. She knew what she was doing, that damned vixen always messing with me. No, the problem isn't with her, it's with my body. Why the hell does it get so excited so damned quickly? Alex thought to himself as he tried imagining ways he could train himself so he could be less flustered at Alice's mischievous pranks. Sigh. Releasing a soft sigh, Alex held his head up and looked at the white ceiling. And here I thought I was about to get lucky. God damn it, Alex thought to himself as he clenched his fists at his misfortune. I need to find a way so I could prank her back. I know for sure that she's my mate now, and how she acted toward me all makes sense now that I know. But that also means that she desires me just as much as my body does her. Alex thought and felt the urge to release a wicked laughter out into the air, but barely held himself back. I already seem like a psychopath. Let's not seem like some edgy evil doctor as well, Alex thought to himself, and then waited. It didn't take long before the door of the closet opened and out came Alice. She was wearing a black dress with what looked like bright yellow sparkles. It gave the feeling of the sky at night. It truly looked majestic, especially when it was worn by someone like Alice. So how do I look? Alice asked as she did a twirl to show Alex. Though she didn't even need to hear Alex's answer, just his heartbeat was already enough of an answer. You look gorgeous. I don't think anyone can take their eyes off you, Alex said as he got up and headed toward her. Extending his hand, Alex gave her a soft smile and asked, "Would you like to come with me on our date now, Alice?" Alex said and then looked at her. If Alice had a working heart, then she felt like it would have exploded at that moment. Showing a large smile, Alice nodded. "Sure, my Prince Charming," was all Alice said as she gave a slight giggle. Taking her hand, Alex and Alice headed out of the room and down the stairs to the living room. The night had already fallen, but that just made it the perfect time to go out. "Alex and I are going out," Alice said aloud even though she didn't see anyone nearby. A second later, both Alice and Alex heard a voice coming from the other side of the house. It was Esme. "All right, have fun," Esme's voice said. Alice nodded to herself, and then together with Alex they headed to the garage. Parked inside were a variety of cars. Rosalie was there fixing up an old BMW, or at least it looked old to Alex, but it might have been the newest model for this day and age. "Hey, Rose," Alice said. Her voice was cheery. She seemed to have regained all the joy at the fact that she was going out on a date with Alex. "Hey, you're going out?" Rosalie asked as she looked at her, and then turned to Alex. For the first time, Alex heard Rosalie talk to him without sounding furious or some other negative emotion. She simply sounded confused. "Why is she dressed like that, but you just have a pair of old jeans and a battered white t-shirt?" Rosalie asked as she looked at him. I didn't think she was going to dress up so well, and I don't really have any clothes like that," Alex said as he rubbed the back of his neck. Alice patted his shoulder. Alex suddenly felt a bad omen. It was immediate, and he almost ran away from her, but it was much too late to back down now. "Don't worry, Rose. I plan on going to the mall in Port Angels with him. I'll just dress him up there," Alice said with a large smile, her eyes twinkling in joy at merely the thought. "No, I need to get away," Alex thought instantaneously as he looked at Alice with the corner of his eyesight. It's all right, Alice. We can do that another time. Let's just go watch a movie," Alex tried to persuade her, but he already knew deep down. It was already a lost cause. There were no chances of him winning this one. Alice simply turned to him and stared for a moment. And then a mischievous grin overtook her expression. Alice said to Alex with a voice that made it sound like she was doing him the greatest favor. "Oh, you don't have to worry. I have enough money, Alex. You can just treat me to lunch or something another time. You don't have to worry. I'll buy you an entire set of clothes. Actually, 2 or 3. That would be better." Alice said as she looked at Alex. She could see the despair increase in his eyes as she upgraded the amount of clothes she wanted to buy him. Holding his hands up, Alex tried to find any way to get out, but he couldn't think of any. Turning his head to Rosalie, he pleaded with his eyes, but all he got was a smirk and eyes full of amusement. Alex looked at her as if she was a demon. She had been the one who had put the clothes in the conversation in the first place. Mouthing the words at her, Alex said, "You will pay for this, demon," and then took Alice's hand and headed to the Porsche. "Can I drive tonight?" Alex asked as he looked at her. "Sure. I wasn't planning on driving either way," Alice said as she threw him the keys. Catching them midair, Alex went and opened Alice's door and then went inside the car himself. "Ooh, a gentleman?" Alice asked as she teased Alex, who seemed to be pretty easy to fluster. "It's only because of you that I'm like this. How am I supposed to stay calm when you look like that?" Alex thought to himself as he released a soft sigh and turned the car on. Rumble. The engine lit up and the car released a large rumbling sound. It sounded like music to Alex's ears. "I'm definitely buying a Porsche as soon as I get enough money," Alex thought, and then reversed the car out of the garage, making sure that he didn't hit any of the other cars. He really didn't want to get in that hellspawn's anger after he finally managed to get on bearable terms with her. Once outside on the road, Alex floored the gas pedal, and they started heading toward Port Angels. "Weren't you scared of the police catching you?" Alice asked as she looked at him with a smile. "I can just make it so that they forget I was ever there. Let's just enjoy ourselves for tonight, shall we?" Alex said as he drove faster and faster. "The saying goes that if you bought the whole speedometer, then you should damn well use it all, shouldn't you?" Alex thought as he drove down the roads. He wouldn't be able to do this with other cars, but the Porsche took every turn perfectly. There was almost no chance of the car swerving out of control, and even if it did, in the rare chance, Alex knew that he and Alice wouldn't even get a scratch. Alex wanted to let loose tonight, to never stop thinking about something, so he could take his mind off of things. So he didn't have to remember the mess that had become his relationship with Bella. He knew, though, that he couldn't run away, and neither was he a coward to run away from his problems. Tonight was going to be a night just for him and Alice. He and his mate, and nobody else. Tomorrow's problems were for the Alex of tomorrow, not for the Alex of the present. With that decision, Alex removed all thoughts of what had happened in the field today and let a small smile show on his face. Driving down the road, Alex had removed almost all his thoughts. Only the plans for tonight were left roaming in his mind. The drive was calm and fast, but arriving at Port Angels didn't take long. When they arrived there, they saw that there were still quite a lot of cars going around the city. It seemed like the nightlife of Port Angels was quite developed for a small city. "Looks pretty lively, huh?" Alex said as he drove the Porsche through the narrow downtown roads of Port Angels. "Yeah, I was pretty surprised when I saw it last time as well. I'm glad, though, since it's so close we can come here pretty often if you'd like," Alice said as she turned to look at Alex, who thought for a moment and then nodded his head. "Yeah, that would be nice," Alex said softly whilst looking at the nightlights that lit up the streets around them. "So, where do we stop first?" Alex asked as he turned to face Alice once more. Alice looked at him as if he was dumb. At least her expression seemed to convey that meaning. "To a clothing store, of course. Did you actually think I'd let you go out on a date with me while looking like that? Not to say that you don't look as lovely as you do, but I want to dress you up, okay?" Alice said as she patted Alex's shoulder lightly. Her fingers running through his arm sent shivers down his spine. "Okay, so do you know where a clothing store is and one that's open this late at night?" Alex asked as he tried to swerve the conversation some other way. Alice put her index finger on her chin for a moment and seemed to be thinking for a second before she made an eureka moment face as she turned to face Alex once more and exclaimed, "Yeah, I just remembered this clothing shop near the shopping mall downtown, and it sells suits for males as well, so it's just perfect for what I want to get for you," Alice said, and then started telling Alex how he could drive there. After going in the wrong direction 2 times and losing their way entirely once, they finally arrived where they were supposed to go. Just next to a large mall stood a small old-looking shop. By looking old, it didn't mean that it was ruined or damaged. In fact, the shop looked well-maintained and everything looked as if it had just come out of the factory, but the style of the place looked like something one would find in the 1800s instead of the 21st century. Parking the Porsche in the mall's parking lot, Alex turned the car off and got off first, heading to Alice's door to open it for her. "Thank you," Alice said as she got out of the car while holding Alex's hand. "No problem," Alex replied as he gave her a smile, which she returned. Around them, there were quite a lot of people who were either heading into the mall or were returning to their cars and heading somewhere else. It seemed like it was quite a famous location to spend time at. Alex even saw quite a lot of couples holding hands. He also noticed them whispering and looking at him and Alice, however. "Isn't he so handsome?" "No, at this point maybe it's called beautiful." One of them said. Yeah, if he just grew his hair, he would look just like a magazine model, the other said from the different side of the street. Shut up, damn it. I look like a handsome manly man, Alex said in annoyance as he heard their whispers. Of course, there weren't only good ones, there were also people who were jealous of him and spoke badly because of that jealousy and envy, especially when they saw him walking together with Alice. Why is someone like her going around with a hillbilly like him? One of them said whilst the others spoke similar things. They sound like third-rate bandits in Chinese novels, Alex thought to himself jokingly as he and Alice headed into the old-fashioned clothing store. Ding! The bell of the store rang, signaling that someone had come in. A moment later, Alice and Alex had walked a few steps into the store and closed the door. Someone came in front of them. It was an old man with gray hair that had been slicked back, with only one lock of hair falling down to his eye on the right side. He was wearing a black suit similar to what Alex had seen butlers wear in anime back in his old world. He looked so damn cool, Alex thought as he looked at the old man who held himself up like what Alex felt a noble should look like. Welcome to our humble clothing store, the man said as he held a hand before him and one behind his back and bowed before them. Thank you, Alex said, though his voice was a bit flustered at how the man had greeted him and Alice. Getting up to stand straight once again, the butler-like man said to the two of them, I'm Sebastian, I'll be showing you around and helping you with anything you need while in the shop. May I know what you have come to look for, madam, sir? Or is it that you just want to sightsee around the shop? The man called Sebastian said as he looked at Alice, who kept a soft smile while Alex's eyes widened and he barely held his mouth as it was trying to open up from the shock. He's called Sebastian. A damn butler is called Sebastian, Alex thought to himself as he looked at the man. Does he know of the Great Tomb of Nazareth? Alex thought to himself seriously as he looked at the butler. We're here to look for some suits for Alex. If you could show us some options. We don't have time, so we can't take any custom ones, sadly, Alice said as she turned her head to Alex. We're here to look for some suits for Alex. Could you show us some pre-made ones? Alice said as she motioned toward Alex. The butler-like man called Sebastian nodded his head in a swift motion and replied to her. Of course, madam. Please follow me. I'll show you the best ones we have, Sebastian said as he gave Alice and Alex another shallow bow before turning around and heading toward the back. Alex and Alice nodded toward each other, and then wordlessly followed behind Sebastian, who had already started walking away and was about to disappear from view behind some racks of clothes. Walking behind the man, Alex saw all kinds of clothes, be they made for men or women. From exotic variants with tiger fur to ones that followed the classic black and white silk suits. This place looks really awesome. It's almost as if we are in a whole new world. It's weird that it would be in such a small city as Port Angels, though, Alex said as he turned to face Alice. Alice nodded in reply, her expression still that smile that seemed to send shivers down Alex's timbers. And then Alice replied to him in that velvety voice of hers. Well, it's just a side branch of the main one. The main one is situated in New York City, but it also has branches all over America. Though I have to say that this one is one of the best branches out of all of them, Alice said as she looked around her at the different racks of clothes. Each one held clothes that Alex thought he would have never even been able to see in real life if it had been his past life. Even some that seemed to have been discarded to the side had precious jewels embedded in them. Still, how the hell does a store like this exist in the city? It just doesn't make sense, Alex thought as he finally saw Sebastian stop in front of what looked like a glass display. Inside the display were 4 sets of suits. All of them seemed to be made from very fine silk as they reflected the lights in the room, giving them a luxurious look. Those look awesome and way above my current bank level, Alex thought as he looked at the suits. Turning his head slightly, he looked at Alice, who had been dressed in a dress that looked even more pricey than the suits on display. That's probably the reason why he sent us directly to the expensive suits, Alex thought for a moment and then turned his head back to look at them. The suits had almost the same design besides some small tidbits, and the biggest change among them was the color. The middle one was fully black, the ones next to it were white and light blue, and the last 2 on each side were purple and red respectively. I'd probably only chose the black and blue one, Alex thought as he stared at the suits. Turning his head, Alex saw Alice thinking. So which one do you think would suit me the best? Alex asked, curious about her opinion. I think all of them would, so why not we just do this, Alice said, and then turned around towards Sebastian and said, We would like to take all of them, is that possible, Mr. Sebastian? Alice asked as she looked at the old man with gray hair. Sebastian nodded his head and a small soft smile appeared on his face as he gave his answer. Of course, madam, Sebastian said, and then turned his head and motioned for what looked like a maid to come closer. They even have maids in here? Alex thought as he grew more and more shocked with the establishment. Have I accidentally traveled back in time? Alex thought in shock as he saw Sebastian tell the maid to get the suits ready. I don't need all of them, Alice. I don't know if there will even be another scenario besides tonight where I will wear them, Alex said as he tried to dissuade the woman from buying him more clothes than his entire collection of them in one night. Alice simply turned around and looked at him as if it was obvious. Of course, you're never going to wear them. I'll be commissioning custom suits for you from now on. This is just so you can try them out tonight and choose which one you like most. Alice said. Just to choose which one I want for tonight? Couldn't I have done that without buying the entire sets though? Alex asked as he looked at her incredulously. Of course not. You can only look at the clothes and not try them on when they're this high class. Otherwise, if you wore them even once, then they would be considered dirted and their price would lower, Alice said. Her tone of voice indicated that he should have known this, and it was something obvious. That sounds like the dumbest thing I've heard all night, Alex thought to himself as he slowly shook his head. Silence ensued, and then after a few minutes, Sebastian returned with 2 black suitcases. Alex extended his hands and took them off the old man's hands. Inside there are all 5 sets of suits. If you would come this way for the checkout, Sebastian said, motioning toward a small area of the store that actually looked modern. Alex and Alice nodded and headed to the checkout, and Alice took out a black card from her purse. God, that reminds me of those girls who used to scream out loud the name of their cards to tell others that they're rich, Alex thought as he barely held back a chuckle as he looked at the black card Alice was holding. A minute or so later the procedure was done and Sebastian guided them to the exit once more and gave them another goodbye and a gentleman's bow. Damn, I want my own Sebastian, Alex thought as he looked at the man and then turned around to face Alice. So, what are we doing next? Alex asked as he turned his head to face Alice. Alice turned to face him as she watched him hold the suitcases and then told him. Of course, we are getting you dressed up, Alice said as if it was obvious. Shouldn't we have done that in the store? Alex asked, showing his confusion. Alice shook her head. No, there's no changing rooms in stores like that, Alice said as she started heading to the mall next door. So we are leaving the place where we bought the suits and heading into the mall so we can find a changing room? That's the dumbest clothing store design I've ever heard of, Alex said as he shook his head in dismay. Alice just showed a small smile. I know, right? But most people that buy clothes from there just order them for their exact size, so there isn't really any need to see if the clothes suit you, Alice said as she headed inside the mall together with Alex. The mall was filled with people even in the late hours of the night. Heading to the nearest clothing store, Alice and Alex entered inside and were almost immediately greeted by the assistant at the store. He looked much worse than Sebastian, however, and Alex was disheartened for a moment. There can only be one Sebastian after all. Alex thought to himself sadly. Looking at the assistant, Alex's eyes shined vermilion for a split second before returning to their usual dark black color. Don't bother us, we are using the changing room. Don't let anyone enter while we are inside, Alex said as he looked at the man and then started walking to the changing room with Alice. Alice, who was next to him, gave a sharp smile. That ability sure is useful, she said as they went inside the changing room. Alice then turned around and faced Alex and gave him a grin. We are going to be using the changing room, so don't let anyone bother us. I wonder what you were thinking, Alice said with a mischievous smile on her face. Damn vixen, Alex thought as he looked at the teasing vampire. Grabbing the suits, Alex headed into one of the changing stalls and quickly changed clothes into the black suit. I'll take this one for tonight. Black is my favorite color, and that way we both match. Nice, isn't it? Alex said as he came out of the changing stall, looking toward Alice, whose smile had grown wider at his words. Very was all Alice said as she took his hand and they started walking out of the changing room. Looking at the assistant who wasn't even looking in their direction anymore as he followed Alex's orders, Alex said out loud, "We're heading out," just to let the man know that they weren't in the changing stall anymore. If he didn't know, then maybe that changing room would become useless forever, as he tried to not let anyone disturb the people inside when they weren't even there. We forgot the other suits," Alex said as he tried to turn around and go and fetch them. Alice, however, held his hand and forcefully turned him around and started walking out of the store. "No need, Alex. You said that your favorite was black and that we match. There's no need to even look at the other ones. Also, black isn't a color, but I'll forgive you this once." Alex just nodded dumbfoundedly at her and followed behind. "So, what are we doing next?" Alex asked, curious about their next destination. "Well, since we are in the mall already, let's go and watch a movie in the cinema that's in here," Alice said as she gave Alex a light smile and pulled him in her direction. Holding hands, Alice and Alex arrived at the cinema, got their tickets, and headed inside. "What was this movie about?" Alex asked, curious, as he watched the curtains pull and the projector start. "You didn't read the tickets we bought?" Alice asked as she turned to look at Alex, dumbfounded. No, I was looking at something else," Alex said as he remembered her dragging him around the mall. "Either way, what's this movie called?" Alex asked her quickly as he tried to swerve the direction of the conversation back on track so that she wouldn't ask what he had been thinking and so preoccupied with. "I can't say I was oogling her body the whole damn way, could I?" Alex thought to himself as he imagined how creepy that would sound out loud. "It sounds damn creepy even when it's only said in my thoughts," Alex thought as he waited for Alice's answer. "It's Romeo and Juliet. What better movie to watch on a date than this?" Alice said with a sly grin on her face. "Right, sure. Sounds like a nice movie to watch. Only if you like it, however, my Juliet," Alex said with a grin on his face as well while his tone was teasing. "Of course, I'm in your presence, Romeo. I would enjoy anything," Alice replied to him in the same tone. Then there was silence for a few minutes before they burst out laughing. "Stop, we can't laugh, or we will disturb the others," Alex said, though he could barely control himself from the laughter. Alice nodded her head, though she wasn't faring much better than Alex in that regard. The movie soon started and Alice was focused on it while adoring a soft smile on her face. Alex, meanwhile, saw not even a full minute of the movie. His mind couldn't think of anything besides Alice. His eyes could barely detach themselves from Alice, even if for a second. Finally, the ending credits rolled down and Alice turned to Alex. "That was a great movie, right?" "I know I have good taste," Alice said as she praised herself while asking Alex if he enjoyed it. "Yeah, it was great," Alex said awkwardly. "Yeah, it was great," Alex said awkwardly. Alice simply gave him a smile. I'm sure you liked what you were seeing," was all she said before she grabbed his hand and started leading him out of the cinema. "So where now?" Alex asked as he walked behind her. "To a restaurant, of course," Alice said as if it was a fact and should have been obvious, just like every other part of the state. "How is it obvious when you're a vampire? You can't even eat anything in a restaurant," Alex thought and finally decided to voice his thoughts aloud. "You can't really eat at a restaurant, Alice, unless you want to break your vegetarian streak," Alex said as he looked at her with a smile. Alice looked at him for a moment and then shook her head. "Get rid of that smile, Alex. You can eat, and I always wanted to experience a normal human date," Alice said as she walked through the city plaza with Alex. Alex stood quiet for a few moments and then nodded his head. "All right, let's go to a restaurant then," he said with a smile. Alice simply hummed as she almost seemed to skip down the road from her joy. It clearly showed in her expression, demeanor, and just the overall atmosphere around her. Alex didn't want to break that. No matter what, he wanted Alice to always be like this, and hoped that she would never change, though that was a misguided hope. People always change, be it from yesterday to today or from now to next year. Change is unstoppable even for an undying immortal vampire. He could be proof enough. He had changed quite a lot since he had come into the Twilight world. Walking down the street, Alex thought back to the first week when he had arrived in this world. Back then he had been excited but also confused, and even scared at some points, especially when Bella had called him out. That had caused him to overthink a lot of things, had caused him to think if the Cullens were the same good people as in the movies or some guys that would send him straight to the Volturi. Now he knew that even if they came, Alex would be fine. He had found himself strong enough that he could probably eradicate an entire legion of Cold One vampires. Then came the reveal. Alex had been so damn scared that he would lose the connection with Bella, who had wormed herself into his heart through the weeks. But it had turned all fine in the end. Then there was Alice, who he had held feelings for since the start, but had unconsciously denied them. He had been insecure about himself, and then used that insecurity to go ahead and wreak havoc in the city, killing 3 people and burning the entire building down. Now that he thought back, that wasn't something he had done because he needed to train his powers. In the end, that had only been an excuse. He had wanted to feel strong, he had wanted to tower over someone else, and had decided to do it against normal people, not supernaturals. They had been horrible people nevertheless. The second time, he had also tried to break through the plot, had wanted to change history and make it that he actually had done something, left a mark on the story, but all it had gotten him had been a lecture from Alice and Jasper. And finally, now I changed something, Alex thought as he remembered today's events. He had made a promise to himself to not think about what had happened earlier today at all and just enjoy this date with Alice, but that seemed impossible. If he was left to his own thoughts even for a slight moment, they swerved in that direction. Sigh. Releasing a soft sigh, Alex cleared his mind once more. Today had both been one of the best days in his life, both lives, but also one of the most dramatic parts of both lives. Bella had most probably gotten traumatized by him. Seeing 2 heads fly into the air does that to people. That was understandable to Alex. What was confusing to him was the fact that he had been able to do it without a second thought, and even then he had been able to do it so easily and just pass it over as nothing afterward. Even now, as he thought back to the moment, as he thought back to the feeling of ripping someone's head off their shoulders, Alex felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. He didn't feel sad, miserable, or even scared of what he had done, but he didn't feel pleasure from it either. It was as if he had squashed a bug. Nobody cares about the ants they walk on every day after all. But that fact scared Alex. In fact, it terrified him much more than anything else that had happened whilst he had been living in the Twilight universe. I wasn't like that, Alex thought as he remembered his past life. Even the memories of this world showed that past Alex hadn't been that kind of person. Alex had been someone who could never hurt even an animal, not to mention a human being, even if they were despicable beyond belief. "Why are you thinking so hard?" Alice said as she slowed down and now walked side by side with him. Alex turned and gave her a smile. It didn't fit his face right, however, and Alice noticed immediately. "You don't need to fake it before me. You can tell me everything you know," Alice said as she looked at him. Alex stood silent for a moment before shaking his head. "There are some things that I have to keep to myself, Alice. I can never say them even after I'm 6 feet under the grave, or I'm simply ashes in the air," Alex said as they continued walking. Alice maintained her silence for a minute as they walked before saying, "If it's about today, I can't tell you what you did was the right choice or if it was the wrong one. What I can say, however, is that I understand. If someone in my family was in grave danger, I would have done the same," Alice said softly as they arrived at a restaurant. After a split moment of silence, Alice added, "And no matter what you do, or what you become, I'll always be by your side. Never forget that." Heading into the restaurant, Alice and Alex were led to a table by the windows, where you could see the street. Their waiter gave them a shallow bow and then gave them their menus. "I still can't get used to people treating me like that," Alex mumbled as he watched the waiter go away. Alice simply shrugged her shoulders. "You get used to it over time, though. It's not like I come to these kinds of places often. Maybe once in a few years just so I can pretend to be human," Alice said as she put her chin on her hand and watched Alex look through the menu. "Right, pretend to be a human," Alex said slowly as thoughts whirled in his mind. His thoughts were abruptly stopped by Alice, who had put her hand on top of Alex's head. "Huh?" Alex let out, confused at her actions. "Sometimes I wonder what goes on in that head of yours. Would I be able to see if I opened it up?" Alice asked with an innocent expression. A shiver ran down Alex's spine at the sight. "You know that sometimes you look and say some really terrifying things?" Alex said as he looked into Alice's dark amber eyes. Alice simply tilted her head to one side and put her finger on her lips. Maybe, Alice said as she gave Alex a little smirk before it quickly vanished from her face, as if that had all been an illusion. Sigh. Releasing a soft sigh, Alex finally put the food menu down and waited for the waiter. It seemed like the man had been waiting and quickly came almost as soon as the menu hit the table. "Have you finished deciding, sir, madam?" the waiter asked. Nodding his head, Alex spoke up. He continued ordering from the menu until he had almost ordered everything it had. "That will be it, thank you," Alex said as he looked at the man who had sweat going down his face whilst he wrote down on a small booklet. At first, he hadn't written anything, thinking he would be able to remember the whole order, but that had changed quickly once Alex had really started ordering. Nodding his head, the waiter took the menus and headed back toward the kitchen. Alice just looked at him for a moment before letting out a small giggle. "That was hilarious. Did you see his face, Alex?" "He looked so lost," Alice said as she barely held herself from outright bursting out in laughter. Alex nodded with the same grin on his face. Finally, after getting some control of herself, Alice looked at Alex and asked, curious, "Are you actually going to eat everything?" Alex nodded immediately. "When else will I have the chance to get free 5-star restaurant food without having to pay a single cent out of my pocket?" Alex said, giving her a grin. Alice nodded slowly. "You know, right now it feels like I'm taking you out on a date more than you are taking me, Alex," Alice said jokingly as she gave Alex a mischievous smile. Alex's expression quickly changed into a serious one. "Don't say it," Alex said with a heavy tone. "Why not, babe?" Alice said as she stretched out the last word. Alex felt a heavy boulder fall on his head. The conversation between the two continued, even as the food came and Alex was gulping everything down like he was a hungry wolf. Finally, after an hour and a half, Alex and Alice got up and headed outside of the restaurant. Looking around, they couldn't see anyone on the streets. The only places where people were at this hour were either at home or at a nightclub. "That was great. We have to come back again sometime," Alex said as he patted his stomach. Alice stood to the side as she looked at him with wide eyes. Turning to face her, Alex asked, confused at her expression. "What is it?" he asked, his tone clearly showing his confusion. "Nothing. I just don't know how you fit all of that inside you," Alice said. Her tone showed her surprise if her facial expression wasn't enough to understand how surprised she was. "No dirty thoughts, no. Stop it," Alex thought, and then just gave Alice a shrug. "I don't know. I probably wouldn't have been able to eat all of that as a human, so maybe it has something to do with me being a vampire," Alex said as he and Alice started walking toward the parking lot where they had left the Porsche. The walk was quick and they soon arrived, and Alex sat in the driver's seat just like before while Alice sat in the passenger one. Turning the car on, the Porsche gave a loud rumble before it started driving forward soon after. As Alex was driving him home, he was still consumed by thoughts. "Still in your thoughts again? Am I that boring, Alex?" Alice asked him as she came closer. Turning to face her, Alex's eyes widened for a moment at the sight before he quickly turned to face the road again. "No, I'm sorry about that. The date was amazing, at least for me. I hope you also enjoyed it, Alice. I don't think I'll ever forget this experience," Alex said as he started driving faster and faster. The sound of the Porsche echoed off the asphalt as it increased its speed. "I also don't think I'll ever forget this date for the rest of my life," Alice said softly as she turned to face ahead as well. Slowly, Alex slid his hand down and took Alice's hand in his. Alice didn't get surprised, merely showed a smile before gripping his hand back. The rest of the drive being engulfed by a calm atmosphere, finally Alex felt at peace. He felt calm, welcomed, and at home. He was hers and she was his. Forever. The rest of the drive was neither slow nor was it fast, and soon Alex and Alice arrived back at the Cullen mansion. From the outside, Alex could hear slow piano notes, most likely from Edward. He didn't hear the rest of the Cullens, but they were probably around the house. Parking the Porsche inside the garage, Alex turned the engine off and exited the car. Heading to Alice's door, he opened it for her and helped her get up. Closing it back, Alex locked the car and gave the keys to Alice. Alice just looked at him for a moment and then said with a smile, "I don't think I want to drive it alone anymore. You will be driving me around from now on, won't you?" Alice asked with that sweet voice of hers. Alex just smiled as he held her hand. "Anytime you want." Heading inside the mansion, Alex and Alice came into the living room. Inside, Alex saw the Cullens were gathered together watching television beside Edward, who was playing the piano. "They're like the picture-perfect family," Alex thought as he stared at them for a moment, feeling like he had intruded into something that he shouldn't have been part of. Feeling a push on his back, Alex saw it was Alice, who gave him a slow nod and pushed him inside. "I guess it's not so bad," Alex thought to himself, but then the memories came rolling in. Bella and Charlie. The ones who truly felt like family to him now. He hadn't done good on them, not at all. Alex had tried his hardest, however. Had tried to be the perfect brother and son, but it hadn't really worked out as it was seen today with Bella. "I was rash," Alex thought as he imagined how the situation could have developed better. If I had waited until James had smelled Bella's scent, maybe she would have understood that she was in danger. From her point of view, I'm just a blatant murderer right now. The Cullens don't feel the same, but Bella certainly does, Alex thought as he released a soft, barely perceptible sigh. "Hey, you came back. How was the date?" Emmett said as he got up from the couch and stared at the two of them with a large grin on his face. "It was great," Alice said as she kept holding Alex's hand. "Yeah, it was great," Alex said as he showed a smile, hiding his thoughts behind it. "Do you want anything to eat, Alex?" Esme said as she turned to face him with that motherly air around her. Alex quickly shook his head. "No, I think if I eat any more then I will burst." Literally, Alex said as he gave a light chuckle. Alex made an expression as she said, "You should have seen him eat the entire menu in the restaurant, like every single dish. He just gobbled up," Alice said, her tone still showing mild surprise at what had happened. This caused Alex to give a chuckle as he rubbed his neck awkwardly while Emmett burst out laughing. "Besides that, I just wanted to tell you guys something since everyone is here. It's about James, the vampire from earlier today," Alex said as his expression turned serious, though it still held a bit of its awkwardness. "It's better that I just clear some stuff about them, otherwise, I don't think Alice will ever learn about who she truly was. And I can't let that happen," Alex thought as he went ahead and walked to the couch and sat down next to Jasper and Edith. Alice nodded her head, followed him, and sat right next to him. "All right. You don't have to force yourself, however, Alex. We all understand that it was something you had decided to do for your sister's safety, and we completely understand," Carlisle said as he turned to face Alex. His face showed that soft smile of his. His eyes showed a calm yet concerned look for the young teen. Alex simply nodded his head and gave Carlisle a small thanks. "I don't know if Alice has told you, but I can see the future," Alex said as he looked at them. Jasper and Edith didn't change their emotion, but the others clearly hadn't known about the fact as they showed surprise on their faces. They, however, maintained their silence and waited for Alex to continue, not interrupting him. "I can't see changing visions of the future like Alice. I only know of one future, but I know it in much more detail than Alice, and can see much farther into the future, though that's up to debate as I don't know her range," Alex said, and then took a deep breath. Finally, after a moment of silence, Alex continued talking. "James was the one who turned Alice into a vampire," Alex finally said. This caused a huge shock to pass through everyone's faces. It was as if a sudden shockwave had engulfed them as they looked at Alex. Their eyes were wide, and even the piano notes in the background stopped. "James turned me?" Alice asked. Her voice, unlike before, was much more vulnerable. More than Alex had ever heard Alice be, it almost caused Alex to stop and hug Alice immediately, to somehow make her trembling stop. But he knew now wasn't the time, and it was for the best that he told her everything. "I don't remember everything perfectly, so I'll only tell you what I know with certainty." "If that's fine with everyone," Alex said as he looked at them. The Cullens stood silent. A moment later, they all turned their eyes to Alice. "Go ahead, I want to hear it, Alex," Alice said as she gave a shallow nod. She clearly wasn't exactly in a stable mental state. This was the first thing she had learned about herself, and she couldn't stop now. She needed to know anything, just to get a little closer to knowing who she had been. "All right, I'll tell you everything I know then, Alex said. All right, I'll tell you everything I know, Alex said, and stopped momentarily as he gathered his thoughts. Everyone's attention was now solely on him. Mary Alice Brandon, that's your past name, Alex said as he faced Alice. This was something he was telling her primarily, but he also felt conscious of using this as a method to justify his actions even if they needed none. Born in 1901, she always had precognitive abilities which were clearly only further developed when you became a vampire, Alex said, and waited to see if Alice wanted to continue. A quick nod later, Alex started talking once more. You had a younger sister called Cynthia Brandon, who has already died of old age, but her daughter still lives in Biloxi, Mississippi. If you want to find more details, maybe you could look around there, as I don't really know much about her. Alex said. His words had caused Alice to open her mouth in shock at the fact that she had a niece, that at one point she had a sister. Alice remembered nothing. All she remembered was waking up in a forest all alone, wandering while she hunted for food. At one point she had gotten a vision of her living with the Cullens, and so she had started to adopt the vegetarian lifestyle so she could better fit in with them. These visions of yours were first called ridiculous and no one believed you, but when a tragedy that you had predicted came true, the townspeople came up in forks and called you a witch, Alex said softly as he looked into Alice's eyes. Do you want to continue or go somewhere more private? Alex asked as he stopped once more. No, it's fine. Everyone here is family. I don't mind them knowing about my past, Alice said softly as she motioned for Alex to continue. All right, Alex replied as he gave a soft sigh and started talking once more. Later on, I'm not sure of the timeline, but soon enough you had a vision of a stranger killing your mother. Your father called it bullshit, but she believed you, but even after months of keeping her guard, nothing happened and so she discarded the thought. She was killed the next night, Alex said, his voice not stopping. He knew that if he stopped he would just make it harder for Alice. The death of your mother didn't seem like a bother to your father, who quickly married another woman. She was the daughter of a valued customer of your father. It almost seemed like it was all planned, and it was indeed as you saw another vision, Alex said as his voice turned graver. What do you mean it was? Her father tried to kill her. Emmett said out loud. The outrage was clear in his voice as he stood up on his feet. Alex turned to look at the large vampire and nodded softly. That's right, what Alice saw in the vision was her father and his new wife killing her. So she decided to seek refuge with some close relatives, however they thought she was a misfortune-bearing witch, and threw her out. Left with no other options, Alice went to the town hall, but her father had already convinced the entire town that she had gone mad. Alex continued. The more he talked, the heavier his voice became, his throat tight at saying the words. To Alex, this had simply been a fictional story, but for Alice, it had all been reality, something that had truly happened. It was disorienting to simply think about it. Declared mad, they sent you to a mental asylum where they used various methods to try and fix you, Alex said as he stressed the final words as if it was the biggest joke of the century. They were absolute lunatics, that's what they were, Alex thought as he felt himself boil in a fury. One of these methods was electroshock therapy, which caused you to lose your memories entirely. Be it for the better or worse, you went back to your true nature, Alice, someone cheerful with a harmonious air around them. Alex said as he gave Alice a smile. It was hard to put on, but he wanted to give her even a little support, however small it was. Selfish, I'm using someone else's past and pain to further my own point, Alex thought to himself. In the asylum was a vampire doctor who had taken a liking to you, so he did all he could to save you from the most horrid treatment, or I guess it would be better to call them torture methods, Alex said. His words caused Carlyle's head to raise slightly. This clearly piqued the man's interest, it seemed. I don't know anything about the man, not even his name, Alex replied as he turned to face Carlyle. I see. Too bad, but there's nothing that can be done then, Carlyle said as he nodded softly. Even if I knew his name, it wouldn't be much use. He's already dead, Alex said, and then continued back on his retelling of Alice's past. The peace that you and that vampire doctor had didn't last long, as you saw another vision. This time it was of a vampire who had come to hunt you down. He had gotten your smell as he had been passing by the asylum and had decided to hunt you down. I was hunted by a vampire? Alice asked, her face mildly shocked at the revelation. And I'm guessing that the vampire doctor turned her to save her from the hunter? Edward asked as he came downstairs from where he had been playing the piano. Turning to face the handsome youth, Alex nodded. That's right, besides turning her, Alice saw no other way she would be able to live past the ordeal, and so that was what the doctor did, and after injecting you with the venom, he went ahead and sacrificed himself so he could give you some time to fully change and stop being a delicious meal to the hunter, Alex said as he released a puff of air before taking another deep breath. The hunter still found you, however, but he decided that you weren't worth it and left you alone. After you woke up, you had no memories and you know the rest from that point on, Alex said as he lifted his head to look at the ceiling. Thank you for telling me, Alex, Alice said almost too softly as she grabbed his hand and gripped it hard. For a moment, Alex thought she was going to break it. Do you know who the hunter was? Carlyle asked as he looked at Alex seriously. Alex nodded his head and gave them a small smile. I already took care of him, Alex said, causing the others to widen their eyes at him. After a moment of silence, Alex finally told them the hunter's name. His name was James. His name was James, Alex said finally, the name resounding around the walls of the room as the Cullens kept still. Insanely still at that, truly a showcase of their inhumanity. James? The one that you killed today? Carlyle asked as he looked at Alex. Alex turned to face the man and gave him a shallow nod. That's right, the same man that you all saw on the field today, Alex said, his voice showing his confidence. I see, so he's already gone, huh? Alice said as she nodded her head slowly. Finally, she lifted her head once more and stared into Alex's black as the abyss eyes and gave him a smile. Thank you, Alex, Alice said, her voice as soft and velvety as always. To Alex, her words felt like honey as her voice flowed into his ears. Alex started before shaking his head lightly. In the end, he only replied with a nod of his head. That's all I know about your past, Alice. The rest you have memories of, Alex said finally, feeling the tightness in his throat lessen once he had finally said everything he had wanted to say. Thank you for telling me about this, Alex. Really, Alice said before she stood up from the couch. I'd like some time to myself to fully process this entire memory dump, however, so I'll be going to my room. If you need me for anything, just come inside, Alice said as she looked at Alex. All right, Alex replied as he patted her shoulder lightly and watched her head up the stairs. Turning back toward the rest of the Cullens, Alex continued. That was the main reason why I didn't want to let James live. I'll be honest, it wasn't about Alice's past. I was just afraid to let him even notice my sister. If something had happened to her when I could have prevented it, I wouldn't have been able to get it out of my dreams forever. I really wouldn't want to live my immortality with bags of regret upon my shoulders, Alex said, and waited for a reaction, a word, any reaction. But he was met with nothing from the Cullens for a few seconds. It was even to the point that Alex wondered if he had somehow massively messed something up. Even if you didn't do it for Alice, even if it was your own selfish wish, Alex, you still protected Bella and even took revenge against someone who has caused Alice great pain. Esme spoke up for the first time since Alex had started talking about Alice's past. Getting up, Esme walked to Alex and gave him a hug. Maybe there would have even been tears dripping down her face, but vampires didn't have that luxury. Thank you, and don't judge yourself too harshly, will you? I'm sure Bella will understand that you did it for her own good, Esme said as she parted the hug and looked deep into Alex's eyes with her own soft amber ones. Right, Alex said as he looked anywhere but her face. The situation made him feel quite embarrassed. Suddenly, they heard a large sound as Emmett got up with a start. Even if she doesn't, you still have us, Alex, so don't worry, Emmett said loudly. Edith, Jasper, and Rosalie turned their sight to Emmett, their gazes looking down upon him as if he was some kind of bug on the street. Not the time, Emmett, not the time, Edith thought. Right, Emmett said, and then sat back down on the couch quietly. He really didn't seem to like the look Rosalie had given him especially. Thank you, and I really appreciate that you all think so highly of me, Alex said, and then took a deep breath. I probably won't be around this summer as I'm planning to explore around and just find my own path, I guess. But I'll be back by the start of next September when high school starts again, Alex said finally as he looked at them. Deep in his eyes, everyone in the room could see Alex's appreciation for them. It wasn't something they were used to seeing. Usually anyone outside of their family would see them as a monster, or they wouldn't even dare to look at them in the eyes. It was something new, but it wasn't bad. In fact, they all enjoyed it immensely. Even a little show of appreciation can be a lot to lonely people like the Cullens, who had outlived what any human lifespan would last. They were jaded, even Esme, but they still tried to maintain their peaceful life instead of becoming something like the Volturi. Alex felt like he was just a jagged piece of another puzzle that was trying to fit into an oil painting. He knew deep down that he wasn't like them. He felt pleasure and joy when trampling upon others weaker than him. He oftentimes felt like the right choice for any problem was force. And the Cullens clearly had a different philosophy from him. That didn't mean they couldn't get along. It simply meant that they had different paths. It's time that I carve out my own spot in this world, Alex thought as he looked at the ceiling for a moment and then got up. It's almost morning. I'll be going now, Alex said as he stood up and looked at the Cullens. Suddenly a black blur appeared before him, before finally stopping. It was Alice. She was looking at him with a face that promised hell to pay. What do you mean you're leaving after all that? You can't be serious, Alice said as she took his hand. Alex simply gave her a light smile and a chuckle. I'm not leaving forever. It's only 3 months, isn't it? To us, 3 months is less than what a day is to humans, Alex said as he looked at his mate, his other half. Alice stood there for a moment before releasing a large, exaggerated sigh. You couldn't even let me think about what you just told me, and now you release another bomb like this, Alice said, but then made a shooing motion with her hand. Go. If you stay longer, I feel like I'll chain you up, Alice said. Her voice sounded so serious that Alex had to do a double take as he looked at her, shock evident on his face. All right, Alex said as he gave a wave to the rest of the Cullens who were still standing there confused. The situation had progressed so quickly that it was hard to take in all at once. When Alex arrived at the front door, he turned to look at Alice and gave her a mischievous smile. I don't know what fetishes you have, Alice, but I'm not into chains. I could chain you up if you wanted, though, Alex said with a teasing tone and then disappeared. The whole mansion was left in silence. That bastard had to get the last word, huh? Alice said, however her face showed a contrary expression to her words. There was a smile on her face with eyes that appeared sad that Alex's presence wasn't around anymore. Alex started running into the forest and toward his house. He had, of course, not forgotten to remove his shoes. I do not want to go through the hassle of buying another pair, Alex thought as he ran whilst holding the shoes in his hands. The run was quick, and soon enough he could see the woods surrounding his house. What do I tell Charlie and Bella? That I'm just going to be gone for 3 months? Alex thought and sat down on a rock nearby. I could do this easily by just using days on them, but that just doesn't seem right. Bella is already scared of me. If I use days, and she somehow finds out later, then it's going to be one hell of a crash, Alex thought as he rubbed his forehead. Sigh. Releasing one long sigh, Alex got up. I'll just tell them I'm going to explore to world and just travel. School ends next week, so I won't have to worry about that. My grades are already done, Alex thought as he decided against lying to Bella and Charlie. Putting his shoes on, Alex started walking slowly to his house. It was still early in the morning, so Alex decided not to rush in immediately. Thankfully, because he was so early, Charlie would still be there and hadn't gone to work just yet. After about half an hour of walking, Alex finally arrived at his house. Walking up the stairs, he opened the front door and headed inside. The time was 6 a.m. in the morning. Inside the living room, Alex heard the sound of the morning news on the television. Just as he had thought, Charlie was already awake and ready for work. Taking off his shoes, he put them in the drawer and headed into the living room. Hey Dad, good morning, Alex said as he gave the man a wave. Charlie had already turned to face him by the time he had come into the living room. Good morning, son, you're back so early? Charlie said and questioned as he looked at Alex confused. Dr. Carlyle offered to drop me off whilst he headed to work, Alex said as he lied through his teeth. His face showed no indication of the lie. After many tries he had finally gotten rid of the habit he had of rubbing the back of his neck whilst lying. Oh, that's nice of him. Do you want to eat anything? There's some pica left over from yesterday, Charlie said as he motioned to the kitchen with his head. Alex shook his head and walked to the couch, sitting next to Charlie. There's something I have to tell you about a trip I'm planning, Alex said as he faced Charlie. Charlie nodded his head, telling him to continue. I'm planning on going around and visiting some cities and just exploring for this summer until the next year of school starts, and I just wanted to tell you, Alex said as he looked at the police chief. Charlie didn't react for a moment, and even when he did, his voice was calm. It was strange to Alex, much too different from how his previous life parents would have reacted. All right, Alex, you can go on the trip, but have you prepared? Do you have a car to go there? Where will you be staying? Do you have enough money? If you don't, just tell me and I'll help you out, Charlie said to Alex as he nodded his head. Alex didn't reply for a moment, caught off guard by what Charlie had said. Just like that, Alex thought, and then he finally gave Charlie a nod. I'll be going by bus to most places, so I don't need a car, and it will be cheaper too. As for where I'm staying, I've called hotels, and they said they would be open. And yeah, I have enough money, Dad, though, thanks for asking. Alex answered each question Charlie had put forward with a smile. When will you go? Charlie asked as he turned to switch the TV program. Today, I'll just be going to school to ask for a leave for this week first, and then directly take the bus to Port Angels. I already booked a hotel for tonight there, Alex answered as he turned to look at the TV as well. The weather forecast showed that it was looking to be a sunny day today. Seems like they're going hiking today, Alex thought jokingly to himself. Well, I'm going to pack up my things upstairs. I'll call you when I'm on the bus, Alex said as he turned and gave Charlie a hug. Charlie was a bit awkward but hugged him back as well. All right, Alex, and if you ever need anything, just give me a call, and I'll come wherever you are, okay? Charlie said as he parted the hug. His voice showed that he was sad, but also wasn't going to hold Alex back from what he wanted to do. All right, Dad, Alex said as he started walking up the stairs. You're an awesome dad, Charlie, more than I deserve, Alex thought with a smile on his face. I'll be heading to work now too. Goodbye, Alex, Charlie said as well, and got up, heading to the front door. Goodbye, Alex said from the top of the stairs. Turning around, Alex walked into his room and stood still for a moment. A lot has happened since I first woke up in here, huh? Alex mumbled as he looked around the room. Enough reminiscing, let's just get ready, Alex thought, and started to get some clothes out of his closet. After about an hour, he had packed his backpack with enough clothes and daily need stuff like his toothbrush. Slinging his backpack, Alex walked out of the room. He didn't look back this time. Bella had already awoken a few minutes ago and was downstairs. Bella had already woken up a few minutes ago and was now downstairs. Alex had heard her but was in the middle of getting his stuff ready, and if he was truly honest with himself, he really didn't want to face her right now. Sure, he knew that what he had done had caused a large shock for Bella. She had seen 2 people die in front of her, but he had done it for her. He had done it so she wouldn't have to go through the harrowing experience that happened in the original timeline. While he understood her, he also had some grievances with her as well. But it was time to head to school, and whether she liked it or not, he was going with the orange truck, so unless she wanted to walk, then she had to deal with him for a while. Walking down the stairs, they made creaking noises as almost everything seemed to be in this old house. Bella turned to face the stairs with an apprehensive look. She had thought that no one was at home. Alex was at the Cullens. Meanwhile, Charlie had already headed off to work. Hey, Alex said as he finally came into view, being able to see Bella looking at him from the couch. Bella showed a shocked expression for a moment, and maybe there was even fear somewhere in her eyes, but she seemed to hide it well. Hey Alex, you came early? Bella said, her voice neutral. Yeah, I wanted to have one last talk with Charlie before I headed off, Alex said as he motioned to the backpack slung over his shoulder. His words caused Bella to quickly turn her head again to look at Alex, her eyes wide as she looked at him. Headed off? What do you mean by that, Alex? Bella asked, her words spewed out so quickly that Alex wondered if a normal human would have even been able to know what she said. Yeah, I'm going on a 3-month trip until the next year of high school starts, and then I'm coming back, Alex said as he nodded at her. I'm going to school today to ask for this 1-week leave, and then I'll be directly heading to catch the bus, Alex said as he stood before her. Why, so suddenly? Bella mumbled as she lowered her head and then quickly raised it again to look at Alex. Is it because of me? Because of what happened yesterday? Bella asked, her voice truly showing how vulnerable she felt. It almost looked like she was stuttering. That was how shaky her voice sounded to Alex. No, it's not because of that, Bella. I understand why you reacted that way. I had this planned out for a while now. I just want to go around and just sightsee, I guess, and right now just seemed like the perfect time, Alex said as he shrugged. He was lying, however. Sure, he had this planned ahead of time, but he didn't plan to head off this quickly and suddenly. Bella's reaction had caused this change of plans. Alex wanted some time alone, some time to find who he truly was in this world. Bella had said quite a few times that he had changed, and maybe he had. Though he shouldn't have. Past Alex was supposed to be him from the very beginning, but the more he stayed in this world, the more convinced he was that the so-called God hadn't told the truth. Past Alex hadn't been a clone of him. Alex planned to find out more about that as well as to start making some progress on his other plans for the future. All of this together had spurred him to plan this trip of his out. I see, Bella said slowly, and then whilst she had her head lowered she muttered. I know that yesterday was rough and I'm still thinking about it, but I will still miss you whilst you're gone, Alex. I'm sorry that I said some really harsh words yesterday, Bella said, and Alex's eyes could catch a single tear drop down to the floor. When Bella lifted her head, Alex could really see that she wasn't in the best of condition. It looked like she hadn't gotten a wink of sleep last night. She almost looked like a corpse. Alex took a few steps forward and gave her a hug. It's all right, I'm your brother, aren't I? When you're sad, when you're angry, you can take it all out on me. That's what I'm here for. Alex said softly as he hugged her. Bella hugged him back, and they stood there for a few moments before Alex parted the hug. Now clean your face, I wouldn't want Edward to see you looking like that, would you? Alex said jokingly as he looked at her. Yeah, Bella said as she cleared her tears out of her face with the hem of her shirt. Now let's go, otherwise we'll be late for school, Alex said as he gave her a hand and pulled her to stand up. All right, Bella said and then mumbled. Sorry for breaking out like that. No problem, always knew you were a crybaby, Alex said jokingly as he patted her. Bella chuckled before punching his shoulder lightly. I'm not. Alex nodded with a smile on his face and the two of them headed outside and into the orange truck. Turning on the engine with a rumble, Alex reversed out of the house and into the road and started driving off toward Forks High School for the last time in a while. The drive was silent, unlike the few moments the two had inside the house. Bella truly loved her brother. Yesterday, however, had been a huge shock to her, so much so that she couldn't hold back her words. She felt betrayed, but now that Alex was suddenly leaving, at those moments she felt like she wasn't going to see him anymore, forever. And that hurt too much for her to not at least apologize to him so that maybe he would come back someday as he promised. Please don't leave forever, Alex, Bella thought as she sneaked a peek at Alex who was driving. Today is shaping out to be a much better one than yesterday, that's for sure, Alex thought as he remembered his talk with Charlie and the one with Bella he had right now. Finally, after a short while, Alex and Bella arrived at Forks High School. Looking at it now, Alex felt like he hadn't seen it in forever, though it had only been a few days. Parking the truck where he usually did, Alex turned off the engine, took his backpack, and exited the truck. Once outside, Alex turned to Bella and threw her the keys. Take them, I'll walk to the bus station later, Alex said. Bella, for what looked like the first time in her life, managed to actually catch something out of the air. Is this a bad omen? Alex suddenly thought as he looked at her with a twitching smile. All right, let's just head inside already, Alex mumbled, and he together with Bella walked toward the front entrance of the school. Once inside, Alex gave Bella a hug. Well, we part here. Text me anytime you want or just call me, all right, Alex said as he parted the hug and looked Bella in the eyes. Bella seemed unable to even look at him as she shyly nodded her head and mumbled a small goodbye. Alex nodded knowing that was the best he would get and turned around heading down the hall toward the principal's office. Ring. Before he even got there, the bell of the first hour sounded and the halls quickly cleared of students as they almost sprinted to their classrooms. Alex simply shook his head as he maneuvered around the students as if he was an eel. Finally, after a few minutes, Alex arrived at the principal's office. Heading inside, he saw the same woman he had seen before that had given him the early graduation papers. "Hello," Alex said as he gave the woman a wave. Lifting her head, she gave Alex a nod and a smile as she asked, "Hello there, young man. What do you need?" "I'll be asking for a leave as I won't be able to come to school this last week," Alex said as he got straight to the point. "A leave on the last week? But that's when the grades get announced," the woman said as she furrowed her brows lightly, clearly disagreeing with Alex's choice. "I have some urgent stuff that I need to do. Could you please approve of it?" Alex said as he looked at her. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask the principal before I agree," the woman said as she started getting up from her desk. Sigh. "Well, I guess I'll just force it," Alex thought, and then walked close to the woman and looked at her in the eyes. "What are you doing?" the secretary asked, both confused and flustered at Alex's move. "Sign me the leave papers and be done with it. I don't have time to waste," Alex said, and his eyes quickly changed color. The black receding as a shining vermilion took its place instead, his pupils shrinking and thinning as they turned vertical. The woman seemed to lose focus for a second before nodding her head. "Yes, one moment please," the woman said and hurried to the drawers behind her, rattling them as she took some papers and quickly started signing them. Lifting her head, she asked Alex, "What's your name?" "Alex Swan," Alex replied as he crossed his arms and waited for the woman to finish. The process didn't take long, merely a minute or two before it was done. "It's done. You'll have the last week of this year as an urgent family leave," the woman said as she put the papers back down and nodded to Alex. Alex gave her a smile and a nod and turned around, starting to head out of the principal's office. "Thanks," Alex said just before he left the room, giving the woman one last wave of his hand. Once outside, Alex directly started heading for the exit of the school. However, just as he was about to leave, something, or rather someone, caught his eye. It was Mike. He hadn't seen him for a while this past week with everything going on, and he hadn't even had the time to text him. "I guess I'll say goodbye to him as well," Alex thought as he started walking toward him. Mike had been a great friend and one of the first people who he had become genuine friends within this new world. He had helped Alex adapt to this world and this day and age that seemed too old compared to Alex's, though it wasn't even 2 decades of a difference. "Hey, Mike. Got kicked out of math again," Alex said as he gave the boy a wave with a large smile showing his expression. Mike turned to face Alex and then nodded with a frown. "That bitch is so annoying. I was only 1 minute late, god damn it," Mike said as he ruffled the back of his hair with his left hand. "Yeah, happened to me too a while back," Alex said as he gave a light chuckle. "So why aren't you in class?" Mike asked as he looked at Alex, his tone of voice showing his confusion. I just came today to request a leave for this final week. I'm going on a trip for the summer, and I decided to start a bit early. All my grades are already finished either way," Alex said as he shrugged. "Damn, a trip? Your dad approved of that and even allowed you to take a leave?" Mike asked, surprised. "Yeah, he was pretty chill about it," Alex said with a proud look as if he had done something unachievable. "Tisk, lucky bastard." "So where are you planning on going?" Mike asked as he looked at him. "First going to catch a bus to Port Angels and stay there for a day or two, and then I'm just going to see where the road takes me, I guess," Alex said as he shrugged once more. "A real adventurer, eh?" Mike asked jokingly, and then walked closer to Alex and patted his shoulder. "Well, see you September then?" Mike asked as he looked at Alex in the eyes. Alex nodded and gave Mike a back pat as well. "See ya, Mike," Alex said once he parted the hug and started heading out. "See ya," Mike replied from behind him. Finally, Alex was outside of the high school. "It's finally time, huh? From this moment forward until September, 3 whole months. Let's just see how far I can go," Alex thought as he lifted his head to look at the cloudless sky. Alex walked through the parking lot, looking at the old orange truck one last time before he turned around and walked out. Walking down the street, Alex's mind was swirling with thoughts, and yet it was calm, so unlike what it had been the last few months he had stayed here in Forks. It felt like a large burden had finally been removed from his shoulders. With no immediate threat to Bella or Charlie, who he had taken wholeheartedly as his real family in this world, Alex could finally relax and do what he wanted. Back in his past life, Alex hadn't been well off and had always dreamed of having an adventure, of traveling the world, and now that dream had started to come true. Not to mention that he was now most likely the strongest being on Earth. He had clearly seen the difference between him and the vampires of this world, and it wasn't even close. Alex was strong enough that he didn't have to fear anyone or anything anymore. He was truly free. People might say that absolute strength absolutely corrupts, but it is also the only way to achieve true freedom. After about an hour's walk with his backpack slung over his shoulder, Alex arrived at the bus station. From what he had found out, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for it to arrive and for his journey to truly begin. Looking around, Alex found only 4 people at the station. It seemed like not a lot of the people of Forks traveled, and if they did, they usually took their cars. Sitting down on a bench, Alex waited. The wait, thankfully, as he had expected, wasn't long, and soon the bus arrived. Opening its doors, Alex headed inside and took a seat at the far back of the bus. Soon, with a rumble, the bus started driving off towards Port Angels. The ride would take a few hours, so Alex brought his phone out instinctively, but then found himself stumped. There's nothing interesting to look at on this dumb phone, Alex thought as he sighed and looked outside the window at the passing trees. He had decided to go with the bus instead of running off toward Port Angels. He wanted to enjoy this time, and he wasn't in any rush to get to Port Angels any quicker. His work would have to be done at nighttime either way. First plan of business is taking control of the entire Port Angels underworld. Alex thought as he rubbed his chin. It's simple enough. I'll just use days on all of them and make them go under my command, leaving them no way to betray or go against me. After that, I'll use their existing businesses and turn them into something that I find acceptable. I'll stop the murder and stealing, but drug selling isn't something I'm totally against if the people are looking for it themselves. Of course, no getting people addicted without them knowing or any of that shit, Alex thought as he hummed, watching the bus get filled with more and more people with each bus station they passed by. Soon enough, after about 2 hours, the bus was almost full. Thankfully, no one had decided to sit next to Alex. Maybe it was because of the aura he was releasing, or maybe it was that he furrowed his brows at anyone who even came close. Either way, dealing with humans was easy enough. After finishing his task in Port Angels would come the harder part. Finding more about my past self. I'll be going to Phoenix, Arizona. The first place I should check is Alex's past high school and middle school. Heck, even his elementary school is something I should look into. Any and every social connection he had, everything. I won't leave a single dark spot until I find out the truth behind this body. The hours passed and finally, the bus stopped. Alex had arrived at Port Angels. Taking his phone out, Alex messaged Charlie that he had arrived and would be going to his hotel soon to get situated. He also sent a similar text to Alice and Bella. Walking down the streets of the now somewhat familiar city, Alex found himself relaxed. What he had planned for tonight was something that only a madman would do, wrecking the entire gangs of a city like Port Angels in one night, and then taking them all under his control was not something a single human could do, even in their lifetime. Thankfully, Alex wasn't human. The walk to the hotel he had reserved was short, and after heading inside and talking to the reception, he quickly got his room number and keys and headed upstairs to his room. Opening the door, Alex found a small room with a single bed on the side and a door on the other side of it that connected to an even smaller bathroom. It was fine, however, as Alex didn't really plan on staying inside his room for long. Quickly, he took out all of his clothes outside of his backpack and placed them on his bed. He held something in his hand, however. It was a large red coat that he had bought with almost his entire money reserves. Putting it aside on the bed, Alex took 2 more pieces of clothing and placed them next to the red coat. One was a red cap and the other was a pair of entirely black army-like pants. This was what he had decided his outfit would be when he was working in the underworld. I tried my hardest to find clothes that resembled Alucard, but this was the best I could find without looking like a total hillbilly, Alex thought, and then took one last thing from the side pocket of his backpack. It was a pair of round orange glasses. It's finally time that this world learns of the name Alucard, isn't it? Alex thought as a large smile appeared on his face. That's right, Alex's pseudonym would be Alucard, the ruler of the underworld. Quickly, Alex started putting his new outfit on. After a few seconds, Alex was suited up. Turning around, he headed to the bathroom and checked himself out in the mirror. One last thing, Alex thought, and started transforming. Now in front of the mirror stood someone unrecognizable from the normal Alex. With silver hair and red eyes that peeked behind round orange glasses, with a red leather cap, a red leather coat, and black pants, Alex looked menacing, to say the least. This damn cap ruins the entire mystical feel, Alex thought as he sighed and got rid of the cap. Alex didn't bother with styling his hair, leaving it to fall down instead. Walking back out of the bathroom, Alex headed to the one window inside the room and looked out. It had already started to darken and the night quickly approached. They should already be starting to move, Alex thought as he imagined the gang members scurrying around like rats looking for cheese. Alex chose to wait for a while longer, however, and simply stood in place as he watched the moon rise up in the sky. After a while, the moon had risen up on the horizon. It was 9 p.m. Time to get the show started, Alex thought as he released a short sigh and opened the window. Not before he activated his invisibility, however, so he wouldn't be seen in any cameras or mirrors. Placing one hand on the ledge, Alex jumped out from inside the room and landed on top of the hotel. Quickly he looked around and saw no one, and in the next moment, Alex vanished. It wasn't that he had moved at speeds imperceptible to the human eyes. No, this time he had done something else. He had turned his whole body into a dark mist, and using the cover of the night made it appear as if he had disappeared in an instant. First place to check is the bar I visited last time, Alex thought as he moved toward his destination. Even in mist form, his speed was comparable to that of a car, and so he quickly arrived in front of the alley. The black mist started rolling into the alley, making it appear pitch black from the outside. The entrance to it had simply disappeared, unable to be seen by anyone in the outside world. On the other side of the alley, Alex slowly materialized himself and started walking toward the bar at the end of the road. Even from out here, dozens of meters away, Alex could hear them laughing out loud and joking at each other. Some even said despicable things while they proudly proclaimed what they had done. How they had stolen, killed, or even raped others. Fucking bastards, Alex thought, though his emotions remained calm. It wasn't like he was the perfect picture of morality either, but he still had some borders that he wouldn't break, and these people had already done that. Arriving in front of the door, Alex knocked 2 times slowly. Knock knock. The sound inside the bar seemed to go entirely second for a moment before a man was heard walking toward the door. "Who is it?" Alex heard him say as he saw a hole in the door open up as the man looked through. "Alucard," Alex said as he gave the man who was watching a large, toothful grin. His teeth looked terrifying, similar to those of a snake, with large fangs on both the top and bottom of his mouth. This seemed to rattle the man as he took 2 steps back. At that moment, Alex punched the door and then unlocked the door from the inside. Getting his hand out, Alex opened the wooden door and headed inside. Once he was there, he looked at all the men around the room looking at him in shock. At this moment, Alex gave them a gentlemanly bow and introduced himself. "Greetings, gentlemen, I'm Alucard. I'll be the new leader of this gathering," Alex said, and then got out of his bow and started walking toward the men with slow steps. "What do you mean you're going to be our leader, you bastard?" one of them finally said as he got up on his feet and looked at Alex. His words seemed to invigorate the others as they all took knives out of their pockets, and some even took out small pistols. "Well, I tried to do this peacefully," Alex said as he released a long sigh and then looked at them. Finally, in a loud, commanding voice, Alex ordered them. His voice sounded gravelly and almost feral as a side effect of his transformation. "Shut up and kneel." Bang. At that moment, everyone in the bar besides Alex shut their mouths even if they were in the middle of talking, and then knelt down fully with their head on the ground. "Put your weapons in front of you, and don't touch them," Alex said as he walked toward the bar counter. Taking a bar stool, Alex sat on it as he crossed his legs and looked at the kneeling men all around him. "Good. From now on, I'll be your leader and master. You will all only listen to me and only me. You will follow all orders no matter what, even if it means killing yourself and destroying everything you hold dear. Understood?" "You may answer," Alex said as he looked at them, his crimson eyes shining behind the orange glasses. "Yes," all of them answered at the same time. "Good, from now on you shall refer to me as Master Alucard. Who was the past leader before me? Stand up if you were and come in front of me," Alex said out loud once again, his tone reverberating around the walls of the small establishment. A man at the back stood up and walked in front of Alex. "What's your name?" "Harry, Master Alucard," Harry answered as he looked at Alex in fear. "Good, from now on you will take direct orders from me whilst the others will follow your orders," Alex said out loud so everyone could hear. His eyes were still shining bright red. "Yes," Harry answered, however he didn't move a single inch, afraid that Alex would kill him. "Now then, how about I give you a small gift?" Alex said with a deep voice that he had maintained throughout the start of his performance tonight. It was a side effect of the transformation, but he had also tried to keep it up the whole time so that even his voice couldn't be traced back to his real self. Alex stood up and walked to Harry. As he stood in front of the man, Alex grabbed the man's neck and turned it sideways, revealing his nape. And with a quick motion, Alex bit the man. With a quick motion, Alex opened his mouth, revealing his long snake-like fangs which he used to bite the man's nape. This time, however, unlike the other times that people had been bitten by Alex, they didn't start losing all the blood and muscle on their body. Harry remained the same, unmoving even after Alex withdrew from him. "Why is nothing happening?" Alex thought as he looked at the man who stood still looking at him. "Do you feel any different?" Alex asked him as he walked around Harry trying to figure out if truly nothing had changed. "I bit him and also injected a bit of my blood from my gums when I did that, so something should have happened, right?" Alex thought, confused at the situation. "No, I feel the..." Before Harry could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by a scream of pain. It was Harry himself who was screaming as he fell down to the floor. Clutching his head as he rolled around, it truly looked uncomfortable to watch. The men around, who were all still kneeling, looked at Harry in fear, slowly shifting their sight to Alex, who was now standing still again as he watched Harry. Monster, that was what they all thought in unison while looking at him, the man who had caused Harry to start screaming like a madman. In their eyes, he was a true monster. Slowly the screams died down and Harry stopped rolling on the floor. However, another change started appearing on him. It was his hair, it was all falling down whilst his bones and skin started contorting. He seems to have gone unconscious, and the falling of hair and the contorting of skin and bones, is he becoming like those ugly vampires of traditional folklore? Alex thought to himself as he hummed while rubbing the edge of his glasses with his index and thumb fingers. This process was quite quick as well, it seemed, as it soon stopped, and Harry slowly woke up from his short slumber. "I see that the process has gone successfully," Alex said in that deep tone of his whilst he looked at Harry, who had opened his eyes to reveal dark red irises with a sharp black slit instead of a black pupil. "Good. Now I just need to do a few more experiments, though from how things are looking, it doesn't seem like a good option for Bella or Charlie," Alex thought as he looked at the man, or rather abomination, that he had created. It had the figure of a human, but as Harry stood up and Alex could see his full body, he saw a face that seemed to be hundreds of years old with dead skin covering most of it. His head was now shiny from the lack of any hair on it, however. Ugly bastard, he would look like Dobby from Harry Potter if he had pointed ears. Alex thought, and then nodded a few seconds later. He actually has pointed ears, though they aren't as pronounced as mine. Should I just make him switch his name to Dobby? Alex thought seriously as he looked at Harry. "Harry, from now on you will have powers beyond human limits. However, there will also be side effects. One of them is what you look like right now, but that can easily be taken care of with a mask and a hood covering your entire body. As for the other side effects, we will have to experiment to find out. There are 3 major things that you should be extremely careful of before we finish the testing, however," Alex said as he walked back to the bar stool and sat, raising one finger in his hand. "One, and the biggest probably threat, is the sun. Until we confirm that there is no harm from it, do not, and I mean do not, let a single ray of sunlight hit your body at any time," Alex said in his grave voice, further emphasizing his point. Holding up another finger, Alex said, "Second, do not touch any sort of running water and garlic. It could be deadly." Alex said with two of his fingers raised, and finally, he lifted one more finger. And finally, number 3, do not under any circumstance go near a church or anything that resembles a cross. Actually, don't go to any of the other religious holy places or items either. Alex said and finally lowered his hands, and then lowered his head a little so Harry could see his crimson eyes directly behind his glasses. Is that understood? Harry immediately nodded and finally spoke for the first time since he had transformed. His voice was gravelly, or maybe scratchy would be a better word to describe it, as it felt like something was grating on Alex's ears any time the man spoke a word. Yes, master, I understand, Harry replied as he bowed his head. Alex nodded his head and showed a sharp smile that sent chills down everyone's spines. Everyone here should already be in my control, but just in case, do you all understand what orders I gave you? If you mess something up, then it will be the end of your short, miserable lives. Alex said loudly as he turned to face the others, who all quickly hit the floor with their head and shouted, Yes, Master Alucard. Good, Alex nodded as he said, and then got up from the stool. Walking forward, Alex stood right before Harry. Tonight will be the start of our reign over the city. Tonight every other gang will come under my command, so get up, wretches. It's time to go on a hunt, Alex said loudly as he showed a large toothy smile. Everyone quickly stood up on their feet and nodded their heads. It looked like the day's command of being absolutely loyal to Alex and following his commands had fully taken effect at his words. Yes, master, they all shouted as they stood before him. Alex stood there looking at them for a moment as he thought. Good, this south part of the city is now taken care of. I just need to find the north, west, and east gangs to be done with it. Now I don't have enough time in the night to control them all and give them proper instructions, so this is also a good opportunity to test Dobby. Harry, and see how strong he is compared to humans with guns, Alex thought as he looked at the wretched creature that he had created. Or maybe I can, Alex thought as he hummed in thought before facing Harry once more. Do you know the locations of all the other gangs' bases? Alex asked as he looked at the monster-like man. Harry nodded his head quickly and then proceeded to tell Alex where each one of them was situated. Just as Alex had thought, they were in the other 3 directions of the city. North, west, and east. All right, Harry, one last question. Which ones are the worst? And by that, I mean by society's rules. Alex asked as he looked at Harry, who had to think this time. But a minute or so later, he had an answer. I would say it's most probably the East, master. Their main business is creating an illegal brothel, which they use not mature people for. Harry said as he looked at Alex. Alex stood there for a moment as he processed the information. Isn't that a bit too fucking disgusting? Alex thought for a split second before he nodded. I want you and everyone here to go there, Harry, and kill every single one of them. Of course, do not touch the innocent hostages, Alex said as he looked at Harry, who widened his eyes. Sir, we just... Harry started before he received one look from Alex and shut his mouth promptly. You're stronger than you think now. If you can't even manage some normal humans, then you're worthless, Alex said and started heading toward the exit. As for the other 2 bases, I'll take care of them alone. I need a bit more people under my control. Alex mumbled as he walked outside and headed out of the alley. His direction was the north. The moon had finally risen to its peak as it shined down beautifully on the city below. Sadly, it couldn't reach every part of it. Alex wouldn't allow it after all. He had become the darkness itself as he moved around the city, a black mist covering every crevice and corner the further he went. It wasn't shadow that he cast, it was pure harrowing darkness that could swallow you whole if you touched it, literally. Finally, after a while, the mist arrived at the specified location. It was a large iron abandoned hangar. Inside, Alex could hear the people talking, could hear the screams, the noises. It was rather disturbing in comparison to the south, however he imagined it would still be better than the east at least. The mist covered every window and every entrance. No one would be able to see or get in, and neither would they be able to get out. This was Alex's complete domain. His word was the rule. Step, step. His steps echoed through the inside of the hangar as silence engulfed the space. Everyone inside, what looked like 100 people, had stopped what they had been doing and were looking at Alex. Or maybe it would be better to say that they were looking at Alucard himself. "Hello there," Alucard said as he waved his hand slowly at the men around him. His red eyes behind his round orange glasses moved slowly as he took in the entire scene. These men were drinking large amounts of liquor, some others were indulging themselves in nightly activities, while others simply stood in place as they took various drugs in their system. "Disgusting bunch," Alex thought as he stopped looking around. "I am Alucard, and I have come here to make you all my servants," Alex said without going around the bush at all and directly told them what he was going to do. There was no need for lies or anything of the sort. If someone was powerful enough, they could just get whatever they wanted without using any tricks. That was what absolute power was all about. "What the hell is this dumbass talking about?" One of the men finally spoke up as he walked in front of Alex and pointed a small dagger at his neck. Alex slowly looked down before giving the man a smile. And suddenly, the man saw the ceiling. What happened? Thunk. His head had left his body, now rolling on the ground. Turning around, Alex saw that everyone was staring at him. It was the calm before the storm, so Alex decided now would be the best time to use his power. Days, Alex thought as his crimson eyes started shining brighter and brighter. "As I said, I, Alucard, will from today forward be your leader. You all will follow my every order and will place both your lives and loyalty in my hands," Alex or Alucard said in his deep voice as he looked around. "Kneel." Bang. Every single person kneeled immediately. Good, it worked, Alex thought as he nodded to himself and then turned to the men around him again. "Who is your leader before me?" "Come and stand in front of me," Alex said, and soon saw a man get up from his kneeling position and stand before him. "What's your name?" "Jackson," the man said as he looked at Alex. Alex, similarly to what he had done to Harry, bit Jackson as well and turned him into a similar monster. The next few minutes were taken up with Alex explaining what they shouldn't and shouldn't do anymore, and in the end, he simply said, "Tomorrow night, I'll come back and get you so we can hold a meeting with the other leaders as well. It'll be just after midnight, don't be late," Alex said, and then turned around. Jackson, with his scratchy voice, shouted a yes before lowering himself into a one-knee kneel. Good, Alex thought, and then swiftly transformed into the black mist and started heading to the last destination of the night. "Almost done. That took about an hour, so it should be around 1 a.m. in the morning. I have enough time to finish this and go check up on the East forces," Alex thought as he nodded to himself and hurried toward the west of Port Angels. Alex quickly arrived at the south. It was held by the Lost Bane gang, but the name didn't really matter much to him. It was all going to be under his control at the end of the night, and the names would all come under him. Under the Hellsing. Hellsing, the anime has already launched, so am I plagiarizing it right now? Alex thought to himself as the corners of his mouth raised. Looking ahead, he was now inside an alley similar to the one where the South Spar was. At the end of the alley was an abandoned building that Lost Bane had turned into their own base. Alex headed inside. An hour or so passed before he once more came out. The sounds that were heard an hour ago were no more. There was only dead silence in the night of Port Angels now. At least in the west, south, and north of the city. Currently, in the east, loud gunshots could be heard as the south fought against the rival gang. Alex could hear the loud noises from the other side of the city with his enhanced hearing. The fighting seemed to have only started about 40 minutes ago. Are my transformed minions that weak? I thought Harry would have already handled it, but he still isn't used to his power, so that could also be a reason as to why he hasn't been able to overwhelm them yet, Alex thought as he rushed to the east. This time he didn't bother transforming into the mist and simply hopped from rooftop to rooftop as he quickly made his way. It didn't take more than 4 minutes for him to arrive at the location where Harry had told him the East's base was. Looking down, Alex could see what simply could be described as carnage. There were multiple bodies laid on the asphalt and multiple others on the sidewalk. It truly looked like a real war had happened here. 100 or so meters away, gunshots were still being heard as the fight continued on. Alex didn't intervene immediately as he stayed hidden in the shadows and moved over to see what was happening. Once he arrived, he saw Harry and a few of his grunts fighting against what was probably the head of the East gang. Harry had multiple bullet puncture wounds on his body that slowed him down. His left arm seemed to have become disabled, and the same thing had happened to his left leg as well, but he still kept moving though his speed seemed to have been impacted quite a lot. He is nowhere near my regeneration. A bullet to the head could probably disable him or even kill him entirely, though I'm unsure about that. Alex thought as he observed the battle. However, after a minute or so, Alex decided that he had to move as he didn't have much time now. He could already hear the police sirens coming closer and closer to the location of the fight. It wouldn't take long for them to arrive, and he really didn't want them to find out what had happened tonight, or have any clue that a supernatural was involved. Thus, he decided it was enough time wasted. With a light jump, Alex fell from the rooftop and landed right in the middle of the battlefield. Thunk. His entrance seemed to have stunned the other side as they looked at him with shock and apprehension for a split moment, but that was already too long of a wait. Alex disappeared from view and appeared right behind enemy lines, right behind the gang leader. With a quick motion of his hand, the leader's head flew into the air. Though it's impossible to hide what has happened here, all I need to do is for them not to see me. And for them not to see the fight happening, Alex thought as he quickly moved around, his figure becoming a blur of mayhem as he killed every single henchman of the East. Humans really had no chance in front of Alex. It had only taken him 1 minute to annihilate the entire gang. 30 people who had still been left alive and were fighting were dead in 1 minute. The sirens were now dangerously close, so Alex quickly turned to Harry, who was looking at him in disbelief, and motioned for him to run. Go, return to the base, and don't leave it until tomorrow midnight unless the police come knocking. Then don't leave, Alex said to the man, knowing he could hear him with his now enhanced hearing. Yes, master, Harry replied almost immediately before he turned around and quickly gave a retreat order to the south, causing everyone to swiftly leave the scene through the back alleys and hidden roads of the city. Some used the underground systems while others used the back alleys, but nevertheless, all of them disappeared quickly. Alex looked around for a moment, and then his figure quickly turned hazy as he turned into his black mist form and dispersed himself, heading back toward his hotel. The police arrived 3 minutes later and found themselves in the middle of what had been a massacre. The entire East Gang had been erased from existence in one night. It had taken Alex simply 6 hours to completely take control of the entire underworld of Port Angels. Back in his hotel room, Alex looked out of the window and heard the police sirens still going off at the site of the former East's base. With this, every single gang is now firmly under my control by using days. Unlike normally created gangs, there is no way for them to betray me. They would rather die than do it. Now tomorrow night, all that is left is to give them new orders on operations, and then I will be able to get this business going. By funneling the money that's generated here, I'll be able to invest in legal businesses that I know will thrive in the future. Alex thought as he hummed to himself and closed the window, heading to his bed to lie down. The hours passed quickly as Alex lay on his bed waiting for the arrival of the next day. At 6 a.m. when the sun had already risen up, so did Alex as he got up from the bed, got dressed into some casual wear, and headed downstairs. The hotel at least offered free breakfast, which, while he didn't need, was still something Alex liked to keep as a habit. Maybe it was just so he could feel a little more like himself, or maybe a little more human, though at this point he didn't really care much about that. As he was eating breakfast, the morning news of Port Angels came up on the TV that was mounted on the wall before him. In the early hours of today, there was a major gunfight between gangs in the city. Police have declared over 30 dead, and more are being investigated right now. Currently, there are no leads, however, from what the police chief declared. The main suspects are rival gangs that are seeking to expand their territory. We all hope that the police will be able to catch these men and bring them to do justice for their wrongdoings, the newswoman declared as she read through the script in her hands. Bring them to justice? It's too late, as I've already done so. From this day forward, none of them will ever harm any innocent human ever again. The police simply take too long, or are able to become corrupted much too easily after. As a human, the strongest power that someone can have is money. Alex thought as he hummed and finished eating the omelet, taking the cup of coffee and sipping it slowly as he continued to watch the news on the TV. The rest of the morning news, however, wasn't interesting at all, so Alex got up and started heading outside. He would have the entire day to himself, so he decided that he would just go to a library and read and see if he could find anything interesting about the supernatural. A while later, Alex arrived at an old library that seemed to almost be a century old, and maybe it was. Heading inside, he saw an old man who was sipping some black coffee whilst he read the morning newspaper. People still read the newspaper, huh? Even when the TV exists, there are still people who follow the old ways as they can't adapt to the change, Alex thought as he stared at the man. "Hello," Alex said as he came to the counter and greeted the man, who lifted his head up and finally noticed Alex, who was standing in front of him. "Hello there, young man. What might I be of help to you today for?" The old man spoke as he gave Alex a light smile. "I was interested to see if you have any books about the supernatural around here. Any myths and such?" Alex asked as he continued maintaining the smile on his face, trying to appear as polite as possible. "We do. It'll number 7. It should be filled with all kinds of books about myths and legendary creatures," the old man replied with his worn-out voice from age and probably smoking as well from what Alex could infer. "All right, thanks," Alex replied as he nodded and turned around, heading to aisle 7. "If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll come to help you out," the old man said from behind him as he returned to drinking his coffee and reading the morning newspaper. "All right," Alex said out loud before he arrived in front of aisle 7. All around him were hundreds of books. Thankfully, Alex, with his supernatural sight and perception, saw every single title in seconds and quickly took the books that looked the most interesting to him. Especially a large book with a black leather cover that looked like it was hundreds of years old. Its title was The Horrific Supernaturals Encyclopedia. If Alex was honest, then he really didn't expect much. It was a book in a library owned by a human who didn't even know that supernaturals existed, so the chances that it had any useful information was slim to none. However, Alex still sat down on a wooden chair and placed 7 books on the equally old wooden table. After he read through all of them in about 2 hours, he decided to take his time instead of simply skimming through them. Alex was mildly shocked at the amount of information that they had, of course. He still had no way to verify it was true, however, it was interesting to read. Especially about the vampires. The book didn't describe them as the nightly creatures of movies and film, instead it described them simply as blood-hungry monsters who hid amongst men. It didn't mention any kind of weakness to the sun or the other garlic and holy bullshittery that the movies had caused. It didn't tell a lot of information, but what it hadn't been incorrect. Still, it could simply be a coincidence. If I knew more than just about shapeshifters and vampires, then I could cross-reference to see if quite a bit of them are correct, then I could call the book real. But for right now, I guess I'll just buy it and see what happens at a later date when I learn more about this world's supernatural creatures, Alex thought as he put the other 6 books back in their spots and took the black leather book with him to the counter. "Could I buy this one? Is it for sale?" Alex asked the old man as he asked. The old man lifted his head, stared at the book for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. "That's a very good book. I used to enjoy reading it quite a lot when I was younger. It could probably be called the best supernatural encyclopedia out there," the old man said as he praised the book and then looked at Alex with a sharp smile. "All of that for the cheap cost of $10. This," Alex thought as his mouth twitched at the sight. "This." Alex thought, mildly shocked at the behavior of the old man in front of him. "Are you a nice old man, or are you some kind of shady dealer?" Alex thought to himself jokingly as he took his wallet out and gave the man his $10. "Here, see you another time," Alex said as he took the book and turned around, heading for the exit. "Sure, another time perhaps," the old man mumbled as he watched Alex's back get farther and farther away. Once outside, Alex saw that it was still only the middle of the day, and he had another 12 hours to waste. Alex nodded to himself merely seconds later as he came to a decision. It was time to go and train at the martial arts gym once more. He arrived quickly and saw that the guys and John were still there. Greeting them, Alex immediately asked John to teach him new moves, and the man, without any hurry in the world, simply flipped the page of his newspaper. "As you can see, I'm doing something. I'll help when I'm finished." "Be polite," John had replied to him while giving Alex a mild glare before turning his sight back to the paper on his hands. Damned, Alex thought as he walked to the boxing bag and started practicing his punches while keeping his power at a minimum and trying to only use his technique. This was good training for both his control and martial arts technique at the same time. He could learn how to use his strength with minute detail and how to use that strength to its fullest extent at the same time. Hours quickly passed as Alex got immersed in his training, forgetting to ask John about new techniques entirely as he focused on perfecting what he already knew. Focused on how he could use his strength in various situations and how he would be able to get out of those situations as well. Many called what Alex was doing at the moment a high-level boxing technique. It had many names ranging from fighting your shadow, imaginary boxing, or shadow boxing, but they all meant the same thing. Imagining that your opponent was in front of you and trying to guess how they would react, how they would punch you and how they would move, and then how you would be able to respond to situations like those. It was only possible for extremely skilled boxers, as it required a lot of knowledge of the art, but Alex had managed to bypass the requirement by observing everyone in the gym and then imagining their moves on his imaginary opponent which he had made to be a vampire. Thus his opponent could be said to be stronger than any other he had fought to date. James had been strong, but he had died instantly without being able to do anything, and so had Victoria. What Alex was imagining was instead someone of his own strength, but with technique and skill far surpassing his own. Finally, after 4 hours of non-stop fighting, Alex stopped as he turned to look around him. Everyone in the gym was looking at him with their mouths hanging open. Even John, who usually had no expression, had his eyes clearly widened as he stared at Alex. What the hell? Alex heard one of the gym members mumble as he stared at him. Seems like I went a bit overboard. I'm sorry if I distracted everyone, Alex said as he gave them all a shallow bow in apology. I seriously overdid it this time. I lost track of time and spent 4 hours shadowboxing, and I don't have a single drop of sweat on me. Just that is already beyond human, Alex thought as he sighed inwardly. But I think I'm done for today. Once again, I'm sorry if I distracted you guys in any way. I'll be going now. See you next time, John, Alex said as he started walking to the exit. Even when he had gotten out, the entire gym was silent as the members and John stood still, staring at Alex's vanishing back as he got further and further away. Did that just happen? Oreo asked, his voice clearly showcasing his shock. I think it did, and is he even human at this point? Did you see him? Not a single drop of sweat, another who stood next to Oreo said as he turned to John. For 4 hours without stopping as well, and he did shadowboxing. How is that even possible for someone that just started martial arts? Another said as they turned to look at John as well, their face showing the clear confusion that roamed around the room. Sigh. John gave a shallow sigh as he got up from his chair and turned toward the gym members. There are geniuses in this world. Everyone here is a genius, and I can say that with utmost certainty. However, there's another class above a genius, above a prodigy. John said with a slow drawl, his calm but deep voice echoing in the room where everyone else besides him maintained their silence. A monster, that's what that guy is. Someone who is born once in 100 years, maybe even rarer, someone who's born to become the strongest. You can beat a genius with hard work even if you have no talent, John said as he walked to the boxing bag that Alex had used. And he simply moved it just a little with his finger. Bang! The chain broke and the boxing bag fell onto the ground. But you can't beat that. That is when human ability breaks all logic, John said and gave another sigh before going back toward the counter and grabbing a cup of coffee. The rest of the room had gone even more silent at John's words. Their breaths shook as they had heard that John, someone who they considered the greatest man, knew someone else, someone who John himself called a monster in human skin. Gulp. Just how strong will that guy get if he doesn't stop? The thought went through everyone's head as if it were an electrical current. However, Alex wasn't the greatest genius, nor was he a monster of martial arts. He was simply inhuman. Alex, who had gotten out of the dojo, spent the rest of his day simply touring around the city. For the first time, he actually had the time to simply enjoy Port Angels for its beauty and for the city itself. The first time he had come to train and to check out what was happening. The second time had been cut short as he had been trying to save Bella from the gangsters, and even last night had been filled with fighting and bloodshed. However, he had the entire day today to do whatever he pleased. Going around coffee shops, checking out the library, and even training in the dojo, it would have been a great day if Alex had to say so himself. But nevertheless, the day waned and the night soon dawned upon the world. It was time for Alex to go and for Alucard to come back. Heading back to his hotel, he headed directly to his room and changed into his outfit as Alucard. And then he waited for another hour before it was time to get going. Alex opened up the window and jumped up onto the rooftop of the hotel and quickly transformed into mist as he headed toward the south as his first location. With his speed, it merely took 3 minutes for him to arrive. If he hadn't been in mist form, it might have even been seconds instead of minutes had there been no obstacles in the way. Quickly, Alex reformed himself inside the bar where the South's headquarters were located. Looking around, Alex quickly found his target, Harry, who could be seen sipping on some red wine. Is that wine or blood? Alex quickly thought to himself as he walked to the man. His steps were completely silent, and so Harry didn't notice anything before a shadow came over him. Immediately, he turned around and bowed his head as soon as he saw who it was. "Welcome, Master Alucard," Harry said. His scratchy voice had clear tones of subservience. "Come, we're going to meet the rest of the leaders," Alex said immediately and then took the wine glass and smelled it. "Where did you get the blood from?" "We killed a traitor, Master," Harry said as he looked at Alex cautiously. Bang! A fist hit Harry's gut. It was so strong that it had most likely almost crushed his innards completely. "Don't lie to me," Alex said as he looked at the man who was now hunched over holding his stomach. "What's going on? There shouldn't be any traitors. Is he resisting the day's spell now that he is a vampire?" Alex's thoughts whirred to life as he thought of countless possibilities. "Not everyone was here last night, Master. They couldn't all go under your control," Harry said through gritted teeth as he tried to maintain himself despite the immense pain. "Right, I guess it was to be expected that not everyone would be at the headquarters at all times," Alex thought as he nodded his head and looked down at the hunched-over vampire. With a flick of his finger, his nail extended and he cut a small part of his skin. Blood trickled out from it and into the glass of wine that Alex offered back to Harry. "Let's see if my blood can rejuvenate them. Maybe it will even grant him greater strength. Or it could simply cause him to lose control completely. That is also a possibility that I can't ignore." Harry grabbed the wine glass, filled with both the blood of a human and Alex's drop, and drank it eagerly. It almost looked like his instincts were telling him, urging him to drink it as fast as possible. And then it happened. Harry's complexion quickly got better. He stopped holding his stomach, and what was even more interesting to Alex was the discovery that Harry was regaining some of his previous looks as a human. The change was minute, but Alex could clearly see it. Harry had started to look less like a monster and more like a human. Does that mean that as they drink more of my blood, they gain better abilities and go to looking closer and closer to how they did as a human? But the side effects are still uncertain. Who can say that they can even hold much of my blood? I'll have to experiment further after I find someone else. I still need Harry and the other gang leaders to maintain the underworld of the city. After all, Alex thought as he released a quiet hum and turned around, heading to the front door. "Come, we're going to the other gangs. Follow behind me as quickly as you can," Alex said as he opened the door and ran forward, at first only using a minute's amount of his speed, but quickly speeding up as soon as Harry caught up. Finally, when he noticed that Harry was falling behind, Alex lowered his speed to match his again. "They're about 5 to 10% of my speed? I can't say for sure, but what is confirmed is that they're much weaker than me, in comparison to Twilight vampires who as newborns are actually stronger than older vampires." Interesting, Alex thought as he and Harry headed to the other gangs one by one. After about 40 minutes, Alex took all 3 of the gang leaders and brought them back to the South's bar. "I could have just told them to come to the bar yesterday," Alex thought as he sighed in disappointment at his own actions. Taking a bar stool, Alex dragged it out and sat. Before him stood Harry, Mateo, and Jackson. All 3 of the leaders from the South, North, and West had come under his control, under the control of Alucard, and the last one, the East, had disappeared from existence. Alex had turned all 3 of them into his own vampire minions so that they would have enough strength to at least maintain the business whilst he was away. "I'll be setting up some rules from now on for any business that we do," Alex said with the heavy, deep voice he used as Alucard. The sound reverberated off the walls of the room, causing everyone else who was present besides the leaders to shiver in fear. "Yes, master," all 3 of them said as they nodded immediately and kneeled down. "The first rule is to immediately stop the harassment of the innocent people of the city. This would just bring trouble onto the business," Alex immediately said as he looked at the 3 half-men half-monsters in front of him. The 3 immediately nodded without showing any complaints. At this point they could not even think of them. Their mind had already been corrupted by Alex's power, and anything and everything they did would be under Alex's control now and until their dying breaths. "Second rule is to stop going around and parading that you are gangsters. I've seen your man walk around the roads, and I could spot them from a mile away. Do you think that the police is blind?" Alex asked them as he continued to list rule after rule. It was basically a way to stop the gang members from terrorizing over the city as they had done for years at this point. Alex could see how the people looked at them as they walked the road. It wasn't a look of disgust or distaste as they should have had. Instead, it was a look of fear. And Alex wanted to remove that. If he managed to turn the entire thing over, then he would be able to get a better image even in the public eye, though he wouldn't be seen. Nevertheless, he knew that soon enough there would be news going around about him. "What we will be dealing with is only drugs, which we will sell only to those who come to seek us out. Never go and try to get people addicted to drugs. We will be mainly dealing with high quality and not quantity, got it?" Alex asked once more as he looked at the 3 leaders who nodded their heads quickly. Like this, a few hours passed as Alex even took the gang leader's opinion, and they together formed a plan about how the business was going to go on in the future. Alex had outright told them that he wouldn't be able to sit in the city and help them out, and thus they had to fend for themselves. Of course, most of the profits would still be going to Alex even if he wasn't even involved with the process. As for how they were going to do the money laundering, that was up to them. And even if something happened, Alex wasn't afraid that he would be found out and that his life would be ruined because of this little escapade of his. Finally, after the clock's hand hit 3 a.m. in the morning, Alex got up from the bar stool, took his coat, and put it on before starting to head outside. "That's all. I don't know when I'll be back, but remember, if anything does happen, then it will all be on your heads," Alex said as he gave them one final glare just to make sure they understood before he headed out and slammed the door behind him. Good, Alex thought as he walked down the roads of Port Angels in the middle of the night. At that moment, someone shouted as they looked at him. "Stop there. It's an identification procedure. Please hold your hands up." It was a policeman who had stopped him with a shout. It seemed they were doing routine identifications so that they could catch at least some of the gangsters. However, the unlucky guy had picked on the wrong person as his eyes quickly turned dazed, and he walked back to his spot, whilst rubbing his head and mumbling to himself. "What was I doing just now?" By the time he turned his head to look behind him once more, Alex was long gone. The only thing remaining was a sliver of dark mist that was lingering in the background. After this, it's Phoenix, Arizona. I wonder how long it will take me to go there. This time I'll simply run, so it shouldn't take too long, Alex thought as he transformed back into his own body. He was once more inside the hotel room that he had booked. Next course of action is that as soon as I'm in Phoenix, I go around and try to figure out as much about Alex's past as possible. It'll be quite easy as I have his memories. So all I have to do is find any discrepancies in them when I compare them to facts in the real world, Alex thought as he took off his Alucard outfit and got in his normal day-to-day one and sat on the bed as he looked out of the window. It's only been 2 days, but I've already managed to achieve what some would never be able to in their whole lifetimes. Being a supernatural creature really is unfair when you live in a human society, Alex thought to himself as he released a short sigh. Laying back down on the bed fully, Alex decided to wait. The clock that was on the wall of the room was the only thing making sounds in the room as time passed. Tick-tock. I feel like that shit going to make me go insane, Alex thought as he glared at the clock, as if his glare would somehow be able to stop the tic-tacs that it made every single second. Taking it off the wall, Alex removed the batteries and finally laid back down peacefully. Hours later, as the sun was rising up on the horizon and the moon had already disappeared from view, Alex got up, grabbed his backpack with his things, and quickly headed down to the hotel's reception. "Yes, I'll be leaving. Thank you so much for the awesome hospitality," Alex said as he gave the receptionist a small smile and then turned around to head outside. "Phoenix, here I come," Alex thought as he lifted his head to look at the sun that had started to become smoldering as summer started to hit in full swing. Alex took off toward the edge of Port Angels so that he would be able to transform and run freely, but then he remembered something. "I have absolutely no damned idea on how I can go to Phoenix on foot. I don't know the way," Alex thought as he felt like a ton of bricks fell onto his head. "This old model of a phone also doesn't have a GPS, so do I need to go and grab myself a map?" Alex thought and then turned back around toward the center of Port Angels, hoping he could find himself a map of the United States. Thankfully, after about an hour of shopping, he managed to land himself a map. Looking at the map, Alex for the first time felt like he saw how far Phoenix was. "It's on the completely opposite side of the map," Alex thought as he gave a large sigh and started walking back toward the edge of the city. After another hour or so of walking, he managed to arrive at the forest whilst he walked and ran at human speeds. "With my speed at the maximum, I should be able to arrive there in about 4 hours, but whilst running in the forests, then it should take from 8 to 12 hours. Alex thought as he looked at the 1,500 miles he had ahead of him. "Better get started then. It would be nice if I arrived there by the end of today." Alex thought and quickly transformed into his silver-haired vampire form. Bang! And with his shoes in hand, he ran as a loud noise was heard from where he had been. The run was monotone, but thankfully Alex could maintain his concentration the whole way. It was boring, but for a vampire, it wasn't really something tiring at all. It was just that he had nothing to do besides swerving around trees. At about the halfway distance, Alex had decided that he would just run on the asphalt roads. He was running at speeds that no one would be able to see him at either way. All they would see would be a slight blur for a split second, and he would be gone. With him now running on asphalt, he was able to reach speeds way beyond what he had been in the forest. Thus, when the time was only 2 in the afternoon, Alex had managed to cross the entire distance. It had taken him about 6 hours to reach the edges of Phoenix, Arizona. That was possibly one of the most boring things I've ever done in my life. Sure, the scenery was quite awesome to see, but damn, is running boring, Alex thought as he put on his shoes and headed into the city. The weather in Arizona was much hotter, though as a vampire, Alex didn't really get affected by the heat or cold. Walking down the streets, Alex finally was in a large city since he had been transmigrated. It's somehow nice hearing the sounds of constant cars. Maybe it's just because I was so used to it in my past life. Still, though, I can see how Forks is just a much better town to live in peacefully. If it wasn't teeming with supernatural creatures, that is. Alex thought as he started walking directly to his destination. He had already called a hotel and told them that he would be coming today and had reserved a room. The walk took about an hour, and when he arrived the process was quick as Alex handed them the money and got his room. Just like the one in Port Angels, Alex had gone with a simple hotel as he wouldn't really be doing anything in it besides leaving his stuff here and changing to his Alucard persona outfit. Heading back out immediately, Alex walked towards his next destination, which would be past Alex's elementary school and middle school. Thankfully, both of them were right next to each other, so he wouldn't have to walk a long distance from each location. Arriving there, Alex headed directly inside. It seemed like classes were still ongoing, so he wouldn't have to deal with kids walking around the halls. Taking a left, Alex could still remember the way as he had the memories of what past Alex had done here, so it was easy to find his way to the principal's office. Knock knock. Hearing a voice telling him to come in, Alex opened the white door and headed into the office. It was a nice place that overlooked the courtyard of the school, and the afternoon sun was shining in from the windows. Damn, talk about a good office. Alex thought as he turned his head from the windows to the person before him. It was a woman who went by the name of Camila. She had been the principal for quite a long time since Alex had been attending the school. Is that you, Alex? Camila immediately said as she looked at him with surprise coloring her face. Alex had always shined in the past, attending multiple competitions, so he was rather acquainted with the principal, Alex thought as memories flashed in his head. "Yes, it's me, Principal. How have you been?" Alex said as he looked at her and gave her a smile. Camila likewise smiled back at him. She had grown much older during the years Alex hadn't been around. It seemed as if her hair had already almost grayed out completely. "I've been good, thanks for asking, Alex. Now, what brings you back here?" The woman questioned as she looked at Alex, who had grown much taller than when she had last seen her. At that moment, as Camila was looking at Alex, she saw his eyes flash red for a moment, and then her eyes grew dazed, her expression growing lax as she looked at Alex. "Sorry about that," Alex said, and then started his interrogation. "Sorry about that," Alex said before his face grew serious. "Give me every bit of information you have on me while I was attending the school. Any papers, anything you know, even if it's not related to school," Alex ordered, his voice stern and commanding as he stared at the old woman. "Yes," she answered as she got up and went to a room at the back where they most likely handled all the files. After a few minutes, she came back with a stack of papers, and then she went to her computer where she printed out the rest of the files that were held digitally. Taking the papers into his hands, Alex started reading them carefully. The papers basically compiled that Alex had been a great student with high achievement, but didn't go into detail about his school life or anything that was remotely personal about him, though it was to be expected. What Alex had wanted to look at was if Alex had any warning or any notices from the teachers about any of his behavior. However, it was all normal. In fact, there were several times that the teachers had sent a request to let Alex skip a grade. However, Renee seemed to have refused all of them. The reason stated was that she wanted her kids to grow up together. "That's surprisingly thoughtful of her," Alex thought as he laid the papers back down and turned to look at the dazed principal. "Now tell me what you know about the past me that wasn't mentioned in the papers," Alex asked as he faced her. A nod of her head later, the woman started speaking. "You were a great student, and we often had small talk when you were going to competitions or when you were coming back from them. Though they weren't anything notable about them besides one conversation that I still remember up to this day," the principal said whilst looking as if she didn't even know where or what she was doing. Alex had found two ways to use days. One was in complete control, just like he was doing now. When he did this, the person would grow a lax expression, and their eyes would almost seem to blur as if they had gone blind. The second way was what he had used on the gangsters, where they kept all of their thinking capabilities, but had an underlying force commanding them to follow his orders instinctively. Outwards, they wouldn't change at all. It was a more subtle way of using days. "What was it?" Alex asked the woman quickly as his eyes shined brighter. The woman, who already looked to be sweating, almost seemed to collapse before Alex lowered the amount of power he was using into the days. "I almost killed her," Alex thought before waiting for the woman to talk at her own pace once more. "It was right after a basketball regional cup. Your team had lost, and you seemed to be frustrated at the team members who were celebrating for getting second place. I had asked you if you were angry, and the response I got was a no. You had told me that it was simply something you had wanted to do before you were gone. That it was simply part of a bucket list, just like all the other trophies and achievements you had made," the old woman said, and finally closed her mouth, her breathing haggard. Before he was gone? Alex thought, shocked at the information. It was only a simple random word to others, but Alex already conjured up thousands of ideas and thoughts just from it. The main part that he was stuck at was one question. Did he know that I would replace him? How did he know if he did? Alex thought as he furrowed his brows. "Just who are you, Alex? Is that all?" Alex asked the woman, who nodded slowly. "All right, go to sleep. After you wake up, you won't remember a single thing about what happened here," Alex said as he took the papers into his hands, quickly crumbled them, and put them in his pocket. The old woman, after hearing his words, slumped down onto her desk as she fell asleep immediately. Next destination is the middle school and then the high school, though he only stayed there for a short time, Alex thought as he headed out of the office. He had made sure that he had activated his invisibility to mirrors and cameras ability beforehand, so there would be no evidence besides the old woman acting strange, but she wouldn't remember a thing, so there would be no need for her to call for an investigation or the police. Once outside the elementary school, Alex started heading to the end of the block where his next destination was. He arrived after a few minutes and, just like before, headed directly to the principal, who was what looked like a 50-year-old man. After a quick and thorough investigation, Alex learned nothing. Past Alex had simply continued on with his high achievements. However, he wasn't close to anyone besides his sister this time around, and had never really talked with the principal. If he knew that I would come, then maybe he also thought that someday I might come looking for clues and thus stopped interacting with others? Alex pondered over his thoughts, however, couldn't come to any conclusion. There were simply too few clues, and even the fact that he knew about being replaced wasn't a fact. It was simply an assumption made by Alex. Sigh. Time to check the high school. I hope he at least made some friends when he was over there so I can have more sources of information, Alex thought as he sighed and continued his walk. The time it took him was about an hour, and the school hours were about to end, so he had to hurry. And thus he headed into the building immediately. Once inside the high school, Alex felt a rush of memories hit him as he remembered what he had seen when he had woken up in this world. Alex had continued his high school life, just like his middle school and elementary school. He was always the popular kid, and this time he had decided to actually act on it. He had made a lot of friends, had actually been considered a playboy during the short while he had stayed here. He had managed to ace every single exam, ace every single game that he played, and even gotten everything a high school boy would have dreamed of. Back then I didn't think much of it, but was it just part of your bucket list? Was it just so you could go and have no regrets when I eventually took your place? Alex wondered. He didn't want to delve too deeply into it at the moment, however, as he felt like it would open up a pit of guilt that he didn't want to have right now, at least not until everything was confirmed, until something more concrete was found about it. Heading to the principal's office, Alex headed inside and interrogated a young man who seemed to have only gotten the principal's spot a few years ago. At most, he seemed to be in his early 30s, so by society's standards one could even call him highly successful in his teaching career to be able to achieve this spot so quickly. Grabbing the papers on the table that held the little information they had on Alex while he was here, Alex finally found a small clue. It seemed that Alex had focused a lot on a supernatural club that had been opened up in the school and had in fact even been the vice president governing over it. This is interesting, finally Alex thought before he erased all the evidence and got out. At that moment he heard the bell of the classes ending for the day. Just in time, Alex thought as he waited by the front entrance. It was time that he met these club members of his. As it hadn't yet even been a year, he was sure that they all were still here and that they would remember who he was and the time they spent with him. What was strange was the fact that Alex had no contact information about any of them on the phone, and what's even stranger is that I don't have any memories of this club of his. There's definitely something going on here, Alex thought as he waited patiently. He didn't have to wait long, thankfully. In the distance, he saw the people who he had been waiting for. He had asked the principal for a picture of each of them, and had thankfully managed to procure one, so he knew who to look for. Every student was whispering as they passed by him. They clearly recognized Alex, however, not a single one came to talk to him. What's this? Wasn't he the popular playboy? Alex wondered as he started to get even more suspicious about what had happened during the short months that past Alex had been staying here. Hey guys, Alex said as he walked to the students who were walking in a group. They turned toward him, and their eyes widened at his image. Alex? Is that you? One of them asked as he involuntarily took a step back from him. Alex immediately noticed this as he raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I came back to stay for a few days as a vacation of sorts and wanted to meet up with you guys to talk for a bit, Alex said as he gave them a small smile. That didn't seem to give the desired reaction as all of them reacted as if they had seen a ghost at his smile. It was as if all color had drained from their faces as they stood face to face with death itself. Humming, Alex asked, confused. You could spare a few minutes, right? Yes, with a stuttering voice, the single girl in the group replied as her arms shook slightly merely at Alex's gaze. These guys are showing signs of trauma. Just what the fuck did past Alex do? Alex thought as his expression grew serious. How about we go to the club room? I'm sure it's open even after school hours, Alex said as he motioned for them to start walking and he would follow them. The four kids quickly nodded their heads before they started heading to the club room. One of them was a girl who had answered Alex. She had long blonde hair that fell down to her waist and a stunningly beautiful face for a human. The second and third looked to be twin boys with equally short brown hair and freckles covering their faces. The last one was a boy of small stature with pitch black hair and dark brown eyes that seemed to almost be shaking constantly as he kept sneaking glances at Alex, who was walking behind them. Chloe, Aaron, and Adam, as well as Oliver, Alex thought as he remembered the names he had seen on their papers. The walk was short, and soon they headed into the clubroom, which was actually just a classroom that they could use after school hours were done with. Alex motioned for them to sit, and he grabbed a chair and put it in front of the group, and then looked at them with a frown on his face. "I need you guys to cooperate with me, all right?" Alex said as he looked at the group in front of him. They all nodded their heads quickly, and at that moment, as they were all looking at Alex, they saw his eyes glow red. Dazed, Alex thought, however, he had to stop a moment later. The four students had fallen to the floor, clutching their heads as they screamed their lungs out while rolling on the ground. What the fuck? Alex thought. What the fuck was the only thought Alex had at the moment as he stared at the students laid out on the floor screaming out their lungs. Did he use daze on them already, or something else to make them unable to be forced to talk or even remember what happened? No, they clearly remember, it's just that they can't say it or be controlled to say it. Alex's thoughts ran wild as he stared at the children and then quickly went to the door and locked it. Fuck, someone's going to hear these guys screaming and come here. Alex thought as stress started piling up. However, he quickly shut it down as he calmed himself. I can just use daze on whoever comes and make them forget, but what about these guys? They're going to remember that I was here, and I can't seem to use daze on them. Do I just kill them? Alex thought as he stared at the students who finally, after almost a whole minute, finally stopped screaming their lungs out. They seemed to be entirely exhausted as they took harsh and quick breaths, sweat drenching their entire bodies. So did the old me use something so that you guys can't talk? Alex asked as he picked the girl who had seemed the most talkative and hoisted her up so she could sit back on her chair. She looked utterly beaten, as if she had gone through an entire marathon. Just how much pain did she and these guys go through right now? Alex asked himself. However, the next second, Alex was relieved as he actually got an answer. It was a shallow nod, but it was clear that she had just confirmed his thoughts that past Alex had indeed used something to make him unable to talk. You can't say anything, but you can nod to confirm whether what I'm saying is true or not, right? Alex asked her once more as he stared deeply into the girl's eyes. Another nod was all the confirmation that Alex needed. I don't have much time. Someone's probably already on their way here. Alex thought before he started saying out his thoughts. Past me knew that he would be replaced and told you guys about it. Another nod. He told you guys about what he was. Another nod. He's not actually related to his sister and family. A shake of her head. I thought he just used Renee and Charlie and made them think he was their kid, but that can still be the case, just that these guys don't know anything about it, Alex thought as he rubbed his chin. He could now hear the rushed steps of a person coming closer and closer to the classroom. If you guys talk about anything that happened here, you won't see the light of another day. I'll be back tomorrow. Meet me just before you go to school at 7 a.m. at the school gates. If you aren't there, then I'm unsure whether I can control myself. Alex said before he transformed into black mist, rushed to the classroom window, and disappeared through the cracks of the old school walls. The classroom was in shambles, chairs had fallen over, and there were 3 students on the floor breathing harshly, while one was seated. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud knocks on the door, and a hurried voice was heard from the hallway. Open the door, what's happening inside? The voice said, and Chloe got up from the chair and walked to the door before she unlocked it. As soon as she did, the homeroom teacher of this class, who had yet to go back home, hurried himself into the classroom and started questioning them as she lifted the students up. What happened? What's wrong with them? The man asked, his voice clearly showing his concern. However, the students didn't release a peep with their voice. We were just doing a role play and got tired. The screaming was part of the act, Chloe answered as she tried to make up a believable lie. Don't lie to me, Chloe. Tell me what happened. The man asked as he looked at the girl sternly. Nothing happened, Professor. We really did what she said, Adam said weakly as he got up from the chair. You guys. The professor was left speechless as he stared at the exhausted students. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Alex was heading back into his hotel room. The night was about to fall upon Phoenix, Arizona, and it was time that he started the plans that he had made for this place. Time to gather some more minions, Alex thought as he sat down on a chair that was next to his bed and waited as the hours passed and the sun started setting down, whilst the moon headed up to the top of the skies. Taking out the clothes he had stored in his backpack, Alex quickly got dressed up and stood before the mirror in his bathroom. He had already transformed, and now before him stood his second persona, Alucard, the ruler of the underworld. Nodding his head, Alex opened his mouth and he said with a deep, growly voice, "It's time Alucard strikes again, isn't it?" Alex, or rather Alucard, said as the smile on his face grew more and more until it looked utterly terrifying with the large canines sticking out of his mouth. He looked utterly inhumane and monstrous. Sure. With a wind-like sound, Alucard's visage disappeared from the mirror, and so did he from the room itself, becoming a dark mist that seemed to engulf the entire world itself. His destination, the lower quality streets of the city, that was where he knew most of the underbelly of the city was going to be located. The moon now shining its brightest as it tried to illuminate the world, however it too failed to pierce the dark mist. The dark mist wouldn't submit to anything, it was an apex predator. As the mist started rolling into the rundown alleyways of Phoenix, a figure appeared from within it, finally being illuminated by the moonlight. It was a man with a red coat and silverish white hair and orange round glasses with red eyes peeking behind them. It was Alex who had started his Alucard activities. As he walked down the streets, his eyes, which could see in the dark just as well as in broad daylight, quickly found their target. It was a small group of men who were smoking by a corner of the alley. Walking to them, his steps resounded in the quiet and dark alley. The men stopped what they were talking about and looked toward Alex, who had arrived near them. "Who are you, bastard? Whatcha want?" one of them said as he looked at Alex with an eyebrow raised whilst he chewed on the end of his cigarette. "Me? I'm Alucard," Alex said as his face contorted into a smile before the other two men who had stayed silent fell to the ground. "What?" The only man left standing was the one who had screamed at Alex. His legs were almost quivering as he stuttered his words out and took 2 steps backward. It was an instinctive response. And then Alex's eyes glowed red and the man knew no more. "Do you know about the gangs around here?" Alex asked the man, and unfortunately, he received a negative response. "Damn, it was so easy the other times. Maybe I just got lucky back then." Alex thought before he used his daze and made the man forget about everything that had happened tonight and disappeared from the spot once more. Using the cover of the night, he quickly found various groups, and after the 4th time, he finally found what he was looking for. A group of 4 men and 1 woman. After interrogating them, Alex quickly found out about the situation in the underbelly of Phoenix. It's mainly ruled by 2 rival gangs, the 35th and the S/S Bounty Hunters. Alex thought as he stared at the people now strewn on the floor with only the woman left standing. "Do you know where their main base is located?" "Yes, sir. It and 35th Lincoln Avenue and the 84th Carlston." The woman quickly sputtered out the words as she remained standing, however her body constantly shook from fear. "Good, take me there," Alex said before he motioned for her to go on ahead. She quickly nodded and started walking. Alex meanwhile turned into black mist form once more and followed closely behind her. After about half an hour of walking, at approximately 1 a.m. in the morning, Alex, or rather Alucard, arrived at the 35th gang's base. It looked like any normal house, some may even call it a luxury one based on how large it was. "These guys have been eating good, huh?" Alex thought as a shallow smile grew on his face. "This is far enough. I'll take it from here. You stay at that alley and wait for me to come back." Alex gave her a command with a daze, and the woman quickly nodded and headed back. Walking toward the house, Alex didn't feel fear at all, and neither was he nervous about the process. He had already done it 4 times after all. In fact, Alex walked with calm and slow steps as if unhurried, and finally after a few moments he arrived in front of the door. Knock knock. It's always good to be polite when going into someone's house, Alex thought jokingly as he waited for a response. Soon enough, he heard steps on the other side of the door, and when it opened, Alex saw a burly man with tattoos covering his entire body. His head was marred with knife scars, and it seemed he had even lost an eye. "What's this? A pirate? Who are ya?" the man said with a gruff, scratchy voice. Clearly his voice cords had been damaged from continuous smoking and drinking. "Me? I'm just your friendly neighborhood master," Alex said as he gave the man a large toothy smile and lowered his head so he could peek through his glasses. His red-slitted eyes showed, causing the large man to flinch. However, it was too late. Bang! The man fell to the floor unconscious. "I've gotten good enough that I don't even need to say my words out loud for simple stuff, like making them go unconscious," Alex thought, pleased with his progress. Heading into the house as if he owned the entire thing, Alex kept his hands in his coat pockets whilst walking leisurely. "What happened out there?" Another man screamed from inside what was most likely the living room. Alex could hear the sound of music and even dancing. It was most likely a party inside. It was at this moment that the door to the living room opened up and Alex came in. Immediately eyes turned toward him, their expressions turning confused at the sight. He wasn't who they were expecting. In fact, they didn't know who he even was and had never seen him before. "You? Who the hell are you?" one of the men said as he started walking to Alex. The music was still ongoing in the background, however the dancing had halted as everyone turned to look at Alex. I wanted to say these cool lines, but maybe they're just too cheesy?" Alex mumbled as he put a finger on his chin, and then simply turned his eyes toward the man who now stood before him. His hand was coming toward Alex, most likely to grab or even strangle him. However, in front of Alex, it looked as if he was in slow motion. No, it was almost as if he had stopped moving entirely. And then Alex's eyes shone once more, and almost the entire room fell down to the ground. Unconscious. "Now then, let's just find the leader of these guys. He should be somewhere around here," Alex thought as he whistled and walked past the man's body on the floor. The few people that were left standing felt their breath get caught up in their throats at the sight before them. Alucard turned his head toward the few men left standing, his red eyes shining behind the orange round glasses as he gave out a stern order with his deep gravelly voice. "Tell me which one here is the leader," he said, his voice reverberating around the walls of the building. The reaction was immediate as a man stepped forward toward him. "I'm the leader of the gang. My name is Nicholas," the man answered almost on instinct. Alucard's face split as a smile grew on it. "Good, come closer to me," he said as he beckoned the man with his index finger. Nicholas's body moved on its own as he walked to stand right in front of the terrifying monster. The monster's eyes shined vermilion as Nicholas felt like his very soul was being observed, as if his very existence was grasped by the man before him. "From now on, you will be loyal to me until death, and even in death, you shall follow my orders without question. You will never go against me and will forever try your hardest to be of any use to me," Alucard said slowly, emphasizing every syllable of his words. And then Alucard turned towards the rest and unleashed a full-force daze. Even the men and women who had gone unconscious were affected by his will as they turned into loyal minions for him to use. Turning back toward Nicholas, Alucard gave him a toothy smile. His snake-like fangs protruded, causing the man to feel fear in the very depths of his soul. However, he couldn't do anything. He was now well and fully in Alucard's control for the rest of his existence, continuing forwards. "I'll give you a small gift," the deep voice worded out as Alucard grabbed the man's neck and then bit his nape with those very same fangs that Nicholas had seen. He felt pain, unimaginable pain course through his body as if every fiber, every nerve of his body was screaming out, was lashing out. It was miserable. It was a pain that Nicholas didn't wish upon even his worst enemies. Falling down to the floor, Nicholas kept shaking and rolling around, anything to get his mind off the pain itself. However, it was all-consuming. There was no running from it as the pain was coming from deep inside of his own body. This continued on for a few minutes as the rest of the gang members watched their leader in horror. Watched as his hair fell out and as his bones protruded out of his body and then got engulfed in the flesh once more. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie, and even that felt like an understatement. This was reality after all. Finally, the transformation finished and Nicholas got back up on his feet. Looking around, he saw everything so clearly. It was like he had been blind all his life and had finally gotten a new pair of healthy eyes. His body didn't feel any pain anymore. It instead felt powerful, so much so that Nicholas felt like he could crush anything with his bare hands. Clenching his hand in bafflement, Nicholas raised his head to look at the man who had done this to him. If before the connection and loyalty felt forced, as if an outside force was urging him and making him follow the orders, now it felt as if his very body instinctually wanted to revere the man, wanted to follow him to the pits of hell and back. Kneeling down, Nicholas's eyes shined with loyalty as he awaited his next orders. "Good, Alucard," or Alex said as he looked at his new minion. "It seems that I've managed to create an even stronger minion than Harry. He still shows a lot of the side effects, but he's clearly stronger, much stronger at that. I tried to infuse him with as much blood as I could without breaking him completely, however his body simply stopped accepting any more at one point, so this was the farthest he could get," Alex thought as he looked at Nicholas. Turning his head toward the other men, he voiced out his next orders. "You will all follow Nicholas, as if he is an extension of me. Every order must be followed. If he tells you to kill yourself, then you do so without complaint," Alex said, and saw the gang members nod their heads. Turning back toward Nicholas, Alex said, "Get up, we're going to the next gang, you're coming with me." Nicholas nodded his head, got up from the ground quickly, and started following Alex from behind as they walked out of the gang house. Their next destination? The S/S Bounty Hunters. "Do you know where their headquarters are located?" Alex asked Nicholas as he walked toward the alley where he had told the woman to wait for him. Alex could already see her figure even though he was quite far away, and he saw her as if it was broad daylight and she was standing right before him. "Yes, sir, I can lead you there," Nicholas answered with a voice that sounded like how worshippers talked to their own god. "This guy is treating me differently than how the others in Port Angels did, maybe because he has more of my blood?" "That's most likely the case," Alex once more thought, surprised at Nicholas's tone as he talked to him. Finally, before the young woman, Alex simply erased her memories with a daze and told her to go away. There's no need for two guides, though it would be interesting to see if there are any changes between a male and female transforming into one of my vampire minions, Alex thought, but shook his head. The woman was already gone, and he wasn't about to rush after her. Turning toward Nicholas, Alex nodded his head and motioned for him to lead him. "Go direct me to the S/S Bounty Hunters. It's time I fully got a grasp of this city's underworld." Nicholas was running down the streets in the middle of the night. His speed was inhumane. It wasn't so fast that he would be disappearing from view or even be a flash, but his speed most definitely blurred his body to the human eyes. With him going at such speeds, it didn't take long to arrive before the main base of operations for the S/S Bounty Hunters. Stopping right in front of it, his face cloaked by the night, Nicholas waited there as a dark mist started converging upon itself. And a split moment later, a new figure appeared. It was Alex in his Alucard persona. "Good. It seems like your speed is also decent. You won't have to fight at all, however, as I'll be doing all the work," Alex said before heading toward the door. He was quite bored with having to do this quite a few times now, so he decided to simply get it done. "With this, all of Phoenix will be under my control," Alex thought as he stood before the door of the house for a split second and then kicked it. Bang! With a loud banging sound, the door was thrown off its hinges and flew back inside the house, or what was left of the door at least, as almost all of it had simply shattered once the kick had landed. Lowering his head so he wouldn't hit some of the splinters left behind, Alex headed into the house. "Who's there, damn it? What's happening?" A couple of men wearing brown gang uniforms ran out into the hallway, however, before they could see anything they were already frozen. Their minds were corrupted eternally by Alex's days. They had already turned into his puppets. Alex simply walked through the base, found every single gang member, even if they were hidden, and completely made them his loyal subordinates. "I guess puppets are more suitable to use in this scenario," Alex thought as he stood in the middle of the base. In front of him stood a new vampiric minion that he had created using the S/S bounty hunter's leader. "Nicholas, come here," Alex said out loud, knowing full well that even though Nicholas was outside the building, he would be able to hear him. It didn't take more than a few moments before Nicholas appeared before Alex. "Yes, sir," he asked as his eyes clearly showed his curiosity about why he had been summoned. "From now on, both of you will work together to rule Phoenix. You will both be acting as if you are separated, however both of your forces shall join under my mantle from this day onwards," Alex said as he started explaining all the rules that he had made and told the gangs in Port Angels. It took a few minutes, but it was something that he couldn't avoid unless he always was accompanied by some kind of butler who would speak for him. "Damn, if only I had a Sebastian," Alex thought as he remembered the meeting with the old man at the clothing store. Turning around once he was finished with his speech, Alex started walking away and Nicholas started following him from behind almost immediately after. "Where do you think you're heading to, Nicholas?" With a deep gravelly voice, Alucard asked the man as he turned his head to look at him. "I'm following you, sir," Nicholas replied before he was forced to kneel on the ground. It felt like the very air around him was about to engulf and devour him whole as he stood before Alucard's gaze. "I told you what I need you two to do. I won't be in Phoenix anymore, but I'll come by at a later date," Alucard replied to the man before vanishing as if he had turned into smoke itself, leaving behind the base of what once was the top honcho of all gangs in Phoenix. But now it was simply one of Alex's minion bases. It was simply a means to an end. Nothing noteworthy. It could be said that Alex had truly devoured the entire underworld of Phoenix in one night, and now that he had, it had become insignificant. Alex had found out more about himself during the time he was in this world. But now that I'm learning more and more about past Alex, maybe these feelings of mine are actually just an amalgamation of the combined memories of both my life and past Alex's. Alex thought as he hummed whilst heading into his hotel room. What if I did actually get past Alex's emotions, but it was simply that I didn't see them? What if past Alex had emotions, but he didn't have any for Bella or Charlie or anything besides bloodshed? That would certainly explain how I'm able to stay so perfectly calm despite what I've done, and the feeling that I get every time I'm in a battle of some sort. Alex thought as he remembered back to every time he had felt his emotions control him instead of him controlling them. And then a shudder went through his spine. It was a dark chill that spread throughout Alex's whole body once he came to the conclusion that he had in fact gotten past Alex's emotions. That bastard didn't care for Bella or Charlie. He only cared about winning, about showing that he was above everyone else, as it was shown by his bucket list of always achieving maximum results and being at the top in every field. Alex's thoughts whirled around as he started to make more and more connections with the information he had found the past few days. Gulp. Fucking scary, especially when I think about the fact that I am using that madman's body, Alex thought before releasing a long sigh and calming his emotions and thoughts down. Sigh. Doesn't matter. I'll just have to find out more about him. Just what and who is he? What did he do? How did he know that he would be replaced? The night quickly passed. Unlike Port Angels, the people or the police knew nothing. So much had changed in just one night, however there were no outward changes. There would certainly be many in the future once people noticed that the gangs were no longer harassing them, however that wouldn't be something they would notice in a day or two. Getting up from the bed, Alex dressed up and headed outside his destination. The high school where he would be meeting with clubmates once more. Hopefully, I can actually learn some more about him, Alex thought as his mind wandered off to what had happened the last time he had met the group. Walking all the way over didn't take longer than an hour before Alex was in front of the school. He could see the group of 4 already as they stood in front of the school gates. They were clearly showing signs of being afraid and even were shaking faintly. A human wouldn't have been able to notice from a distance, however Alex could see it clearly. He could even say that he smelled the fear with how strong his senses were. Of course, it was still simply a metaphor. Arriving before the group, Alex motioned for them to follow him, and they immediately nodded their heads. Walking away from the school, Alex brought them to a high-class restaurant where they had a private VIP zone so that no one would be able to overhear or disturb their conversation. After ordering the floor, Alex finally turned to face the 4 kids once more. All right, how much can you tell me without completely going insane, Chloe? Alex asked the girl who had been the most outspoken from the start of their encounter yesterday. Chloe nodded her head and finally started speaking. I can't tell you much, and I can't tell it to you directly, but I can give hints about places where you might find something or hints about what I actually mean to tell you. After that, I can confirm your assumptions with a nod or shake of my head, Chloe said as she looked at Alex in the eyes. It seemed she had finally gotten past most of her fear for him since she saw that he wasn't going to kill them. That's a dumb move. How can you lose your fear, which should always keep you on edge when you're facing someone who can rip your head off at any second simply because he wants to? Alex thought for a moment as he slightly shook his head and then told Chloe. Go on. Hospital birth, Chloe said before stopping for a few seconds and then continuing. Phoenix House, Reborn Swan. And then she stopped for a second. Alex, super, illusion, school, mad, insane, closer. Those were the final words Chloe said. Each time she had spoken she had stopped for a few seconds and then continued forwards so that she didn't chain the words in even a form resembling a sentence for fear that she would bear the pain once more. All right, places I should go and check are the hospital where Alex was born and his old house that he lived here with Renee Swan, correct? Alex asked the girl who nodded her head. Alex used some powerful illusion to make the school think that he was normal as time went on since he himself was going more and more insane, and thus couldn't keep his cover effectively. That was also the reason why the students didn't talk to me when I came back. Because they're still in an illusion to ignore me or simply not think much of me. Alex asked as he looked at the girl. His expression had turned sour as he linked the hints together. Another nod of the head was all he needed to know. The rest of the hour was spent with the group eating and drinking. There really wasn't much more they could tell him as they truly didn't know more information. So Alex left that after a while with a simple goodbye, paid for the food, and headed out of the restaurant. His new destination? The hospital, after which it would be Alex's old house in Phoenix. It had already been rented out, which was the reason why Alex hadn't gone there already, but now that he had a reason to, then it would definitely be an interesting place to visit, especially as he learned more and more about the dark past of the former Alex. The walk to the hospital took quite a while, taking almost 3 hours, but when he finally arrived, Alex headed inside directly. Going to the receptionist, Alex used Daze directly. He had already activated his ability, which made it so he wouldn't be seen by cameras, so he wouldn't have to worry. Who holds all the records of this hospital? Alex asked her and was quickly directed to the office of the hospital's document archiver. Arriving there quickly, Alex simply entered, used a Daze, and quickly found what he was looking for. There were only 2 documents about Alex Swan, and there was certainly something strange about them. Alex had expected there to be more information about him here, however it seemed like a bust. There was nothing that could be pointed out or that would give him information about past Alex. Even if the papers were messed with, they looked too perfect in Alex's eyes, and so he could find no fault in them. Heading out of the hospital soon after, Alex directly took the bus as he didn't want to walk anymore, and then arrived at past Alex's childhood street. At the end of the street was the house where Alex had spent his childhood and even teenage years until he had come to Forks to live with his dad. Sigh. Releasing a long sigh, Alex started walking toward the old house. Let's hope that I learn something more concrete about him here, if there even is anything remotely personal left, considering that the house is rented out. Alex knocked on the door. He had already heard sounds from inside, so he knew that the people who had rented the house were still inside. After a few moments of waiting, Alex saw the brown wooden door open up and a man could be seen. He was of medium size and looked honestly forgettable, if Alex had to say so himself. Inside the house, Alex also saw a young blonde girl peeking through the door as she looked at what was happening. Hello, sorry for disturbing you, Alex said as he gave the man a handshake, which he took after a moment of consideration. No problem, what did you need? The man asked Alex straightforwardly. I'm actually the son of the person you guys rented the house from, and I wanted to ask if I could look at the attic and see if I can find something from my childhood that I might have left here. Is that all right? Alex asked the man politely. He didn't want to straight ahead use Daze when he didn't have to. The man thought for a moment and then asked Alex. For sure, but could I at least see your ID so that I know you are her son? Or at least have the same surname? The man questioned Alex and didn't let him inside immediately. Renee has a different surname. Alex thought as he sighed inwardly. I guess there's just no way around it. Alex said as he took out his ID card from his wallet and gave it to the man, using a daze just before he handed it over. Checks out, you can come inside and look at the attic. We didn't really touch anything there at all, so if there was something then it should still be there. The man answered as he gave a light smile and opened the way for Alex. Alex in turn simply gave the man a smile and a nod as well as a small thank you. Heading inside, the house looked exactly the same. In fact, the small family that was now renting this house even reminded him of how it had been back then. Giving the small girl a small wave which she returned with a smile, Alex headed up the stairs to the second floor and then into the attic. Going inside, Alex saw that there was no light at all, however that wasn't needed as he could still see perfectly fine. Seems like the light got burnt out, the man said as he followed Alex to the attic. It's all right, I can see fine still, Alex said before he headed to the end of the attic where a bunch of boxes were left gathering dust. Opening them, Alex found all kinds of old trinkets and even some family photos that Renee seemed to have left behind. They were mostly photos of Charlie, her, and Alex with Bella. Seems like she really wanted to forget about that part of her life, huh? At least she didn't throw them in the trash. Alex thought as he rummaged through the boxes, opening one after the other, hoping that he would find something. Anything to gather some more information or clues about past Alex. And finally, after a few minutes, Alex found what he had been looking for. It was a notebook, an old one that seemed to predate even Renee and Charlie themselves. It was made of real cow leather from the feel of it, and the pages had been dyed yellow from the age. They were also very brittle from the passage of time with no maintenance. Opening the notebook, Alex felt his heart shudder. This is it, he thought as he started reading the title that had been written on the first page. For the future me, for someone who isn't me but will be me. This thing, it's directed towards me, isn't it? Alex thought as the corners of his mouth twitched. Passing to the next page, Alex finally saw paragraphs upon paragraphs. They looked to have been written in black ink, which thankfully seemed to have not degraded. In this book, I have detailed everything that I have done over my life, every single achievement and every single loss. And I have also compiled every single power that I have so it could be of any use. This alone almost caused Alex to break out in a sweat. I hope that this diary never gets read, that what I think is going to happen never passes. However, if it has, then the person who is reading this is the one who took over my body. So he knew, it's now confirmed, and he even tried to stop it, but here I am as evidence that he couldn't, Alex thought as he read page after page, completely immersed, even forgetting the man that was still next to him. Thankfully, he seemed to not want to bother Alex as he stood silent and waited for Alex. It took a while, but finally, Alex had read through every single thing written in the notebook. As the past Alex had described on the first page, this truly was a diary that described his full life, every single memorable thing that had ever happened to him, every single power, and anything that could be usable by the current Alex. Closing the notebook, Alex held it in his hand and got up, now fully standing once more. Turning toward the man, Alex gave him a nod and a smile. I found what I was looking for. You have my eternal thanks, Alex said, and the man nodded. Heading downstairs, Alex walked to the front door and gave the man and the little girl one last goodbye before he started heading back toward his hotel. He had now found everything he had been looking for. He had managed to create his own organization, and even found everything about his current body and the reason as to why he had lost some of his memories. He had uncovered the true secret behind this body of his, as well as the lie that the god had told him. It was all so clear to him now that he had all the information. Back in his hotel room, Alex sat at the edge of his bed. His mind was clouded by hundreds of thoughts. It had been a huge shock to him, what he had read in that notebook. It was old, however. By the end of the book, Alex saw that the writing kept getting more recent and recent until it arrived at an ending paragraph that was only written months ago. Back in the first year of high school in Phoenix. The notebook had been similar to a diary, but also similar to a guide of sorts. A guide for the current Alex. A guide for someone who could now call himself a body snatcher, a body stealer, a body. Alex's thoughts stopped there as he released a sigh. Gathering his thoughts once more, Alex went over what he had learned from the notebook. Past Alex isn't actually Bella's brother, and is instead a true vampire progenitor who predates most human civilizations. He was born in the year 514. Even to the last day of his life, he didn't know how he had come to be. Who was his father or mother, where if he even had any? Alex thought before stopping to gather his thoughts once more and then continuing. During his lifetime, he learned of humans, learned of their greed, hunger, and fear. He learned about numerous others like him who could be called supernaturals and even coexisted with them. However, in the end, he was always left alone, either betrayed or the others simply died to the passing of time or war. Past Alex, or as he called himself, Alexander, wanted to find a way to have a normal life, and he tried very hard, but he would always have to end it before it came to be anything. That was the reason he started studying himself and his powers religiously. And then he found he could go inside someone and control their body. At first, the person's body would die, but with enough experience, he managed to truly steal people's bodies. Just like he did with this body I'm in right now, Alex thought as he looked at his hands, felt the blood in his body, and then felt an utter disgust at it. Alexander stole my current body from a baby. The brother of Bella Swan was killed in the process. Later, after a few years, Alexander had a premonition that he would die and be replaced, and thus he sought a witch who managed to tell him everything about me and about that god, which she actually called the devil incarnate. Thus he began preparations to stop me and the devil. However, he soon noticed how when he would sleep, he would start to lose himself piece by piece. His nature started to change, and so did his emotions. Alex thought and got up from the bed, and he started walking around the room. He noticed that he was becoming me and that sooner or later he would disappear, and thus he made a bucket list of what he wanted to do, and after doing everything he had wanted, Alexander tried to mess with the process once more. Alex said as he went into the bathroom and transformed, looking at his vampire self. He used days on himself and ingrained as much of his own original core emotions as he could, ingrained every single thing that he had so that, even when I was in control, it wouldn't truly just be me, but also a piece of him. And then he left this notebook behind for me to find, and if I was innocent then to help him find that devil and bring him to justice. Alex finally summed up everything that had been in the notebook besides the whole descriptions of how to use his powers. Take revenge? Bring him to justice? For who? Alex asked himself out loud before starting to laugh. It started slowly before morphing into a full-blown laughter as Alex held his belly whilst crouching. Finally, after a few moments, Alex stopped abruptly. He had laughed not because it was funny, but because his body and mind were overwhelmed. He didn't know whether to feel rage, anger, depression, guilt, joy, or amusement. It was all so confusing. To bring justice for a man who killed a newborn baby? For a man who wreaks havoc throughout the whole world and only stopped when he started to become me? When did he start to actually gain human emotions? As if. Alex said before getting out of the bathroom and looking out of the window at the city down below. I can't say that I like what I did, even if it wasn't my choice to forcefully rob your body, but this wasn't even yours. To begin with, Alexander, this body's owner is already dead. Alex said before turning around and starting to pack his stuff back into his backpack. It was time for him to go to another location once more. Another city to conquer, another gang to be introduced into his organization. At least I don't have to feel guilt anymore. Even then, the more I learned about you, the more I actually learned about myself. Alex thought as he remembered about the fact that he was in fact a combination of himself and Alexander now. His emotions weren't entirely his, however, current Alex accepted this easily. He of course had tried to use daze and break the effect Alexander had done, however he noticed that he wasn't in a daze anymore. He truly owned every current emotion, which meant that the process of him taking over this body had ingrained those emotions as well. I don't care anymore. If this is who I am now, then so be it. I'll simply live however I want to and do whatever I want to. If Alexander could do it, then so can I. I don't have to be like him or follow the atrocities he did, but I can at least copy a part of his path and make it mine. Alex thought as he paid his dues at the reception desk and headed outside of the hotel room. It was already nighttime, and the moon was shining brightly in the cloudless sky. As Alex was standing there on the street looking at the moon with no one around him, his figure started to blur before in an instant he turned into a dark mist that quickly thinned out before disappearing from the location completely, as if he had never been there. Forks, Washington, USA. It was the 1st of September. A new term of high school was about to start as students from all around the city and its region started heading for their first day of the school year. One of those students was a young woman with brown hair and brown eyes. She was of pale complexion and could even be called quite beautiful for this small town. She was driving her old orange truck to school, and though her mind had drifted to an entirely different place, luckily she still was conscious enough to keep driving safely. Alex, when are you coming back? Bella thought as she drove down the slippery roads of Forks. Alex, her brother, had contacted her throughout the entire 3 months he had been away from the house, doing so weakly, and he had told her that he would finally be back today. Bella had almost stayed up all night, only sleeping when her mind couldn't hold out anymore, leaving her sitting on the living room couch all night. The drive to Forks High School was quick, considering the town's small size. Bella arrived in merely 15 minutes. Looking at the parking lot that she hadn't seen in the past 3 months, Bella was overcome with nostalgia. It hadn't been long, however, she had come to miss the place pretty quickly. This was where she met a lot of wonderful people, where she had forged new friendships, and even found something more. Someone to love for the rest of her life. Parking the truck in an open parking space, Bella shut the engine down. She twisted the car key, and then grabbed her backpack and got outside of the car. Looking around quickly, Bella saw what she was looking for and quickly headed in its direction. She was heading toward 2 cars that had been parked at the far edge of the parking lot. One of them was a large Jeep whilst the other was a new silver Volvo. Raising her hand, Bella gave a shy wave and a greeting. "Hey guys," Bella said to the people who were standing around the cars. "Hey Bells." A short girl with a pixie haircut was the first one to greet her as she almost skipped to Bella and gave her a welcoming hug. "Hey." Edward, who Bella considered the love of her life, similarly came and gave her a hug before parting with her and giving her a soft smile. The rest of the family of gorgeous people soon followed, with Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, and Edith giving their greetings. "So today's the day, huh?" "It's been a while since we've seen him," Alice said with joy clearly showing in her tone as she patted Bella's back softly. "Yeah," Bella murmured with a soft smile of her own. It was at that moment that they heard the sound of a car speeding down the road, its sound clearly showing the power of its engine. The Cullens were the first to notice as they turned to see what was happening. Bella quickly followed their gazes and a few seconds later heard the sound herself. Soon enough, the car came into view. It was a sleek black BMW M5, the newest model of the time. Quickly the car slowed down and headed into the parking lot, and soon it came to their location, parking right next to the silver Volvo. Bella's heart had already started to race as she looked at the car. She wasn't enamored by it, nothing of the sort. Instead, she could get her sight to leave the driver. It was someone familiar, someone she had wanted to see for a while. Someone who she had seen leave while they were still in what she called a family drama of sorts. Someone she had said horrible things to and then came to regret those words almost entirely the very next day as she saw him leave her for months. It was her brother, Alex Swan. The man opened the car's door and got outside. He looks different, Bella thought as she stared at her brother. It wasn't just his new shiny clothes or car, it was the very aura that he seemed to carry now. It was as if he was demanding everyone around him to stop and give their attention to him. It wasn't a question, it was almost an order that all beings should follow. "When I feel like I know you, you change again and again. Now I really don't know anything about you anymore, do I?" "Alex," Bella thought to herself as a pang of sadness gripped her heart. The man with black hair that fell down to his neck, piercing black eyes that seemed to swallow the very light around them, and a sharp nose and eyebrows. He looked like the epitome of beauty itself. Even the gorgeous vampires around didn't seem to hold a candle in front of him. If before he had looked like a kid, a teenager maturing up. Now he felt like a man, someone mature. It was honestly jarring how different Alex felt to Bella considering that he hadn't changed much in appearance. "Hey, long time we haven't seen each other," Alex finally said as he walked to the group. There was silence for a moment before Bella outright ran into him and hugged her brother. Alex didn't seem shocked like others might have been by the action and simply gave her a light smile before returning the hug. "I missed you," Bella said as she clutched the back of his shirt. "I missed you too, Bells," Alex replied as he gave her head a light ruffle. Bella quickly parted and then started fixing her hair. The action caused Alex to chuckle before his sight turned to the rest. "Hey," Alex said once more before walking directly to the short pixie-like woman. Alice raised her head as she stared at him, and then just like Bella gave him a hug, however hers seemed different in a way. If Bella's hug was like that of family, then Alice's would be like two lovers who had finally met after a long time. They stood there hugging each other for a while before they parted the hug. Emmett, who was on the side, had a large grin on his face. The same could be said about Edith, and even Jasper had a small smile on his face at the sight of the two. It was at this moment that they heard the bell ring inside the school, causing them to turn and face the building. "Well, it seems like it's time we headed back to school, isn't it?" Alex said as he motioned to the school building with his head. "Or we could just skip, couldn't we?" Alice said, and Bella was quick to nod her head. Alex smiled at them and shook his head. "We'll have all the time in the world after school hours, and I wanted to meet some of the guys there too," Alex said as he looked at Alice. She seemed to almost pout before nodding her head slowly. "Fine, you can meet your boyfriend Mike," Alice muttered, though she was clearly heard by everyone in the group, causing Emmett to start laughing like a madman as he always did. Even Alex couldn't hold his chuckles back as he responded. "Of course, now then shall we get going?" "I don't want the teacher to not let me inside the class on the first day," Alex said as he and the rest started walking toward the front gates of Forks High School. Looking around, Alex felt nostalgia hit him like a train wreck. It's only been 3 months, but so much has changed, Alex thought as he walked through the front gate. Everyone around him also looked like they had matured a little and showed signs of growing up just a tad, at least everyone besides him and the Cullens. Alex countered that thought almost immediately as he shook his head minutely. "No, I guess it's just the Cullens who haven't changed at all." Alex thought as he remembered the actions he had taken, the lessons he had learned, and the past he had discovered. To say that he wasn't the same person anymore would be an understatement. He had changed so much that sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he couldn't even see his past self anymore. Back when he had first come to this world, he still could imagine his old face, his old body, and his old self in the mirror. However, nowadays, that image had almost completely faded. It truly was a change on a fundamental level and not just on the outside. Walking through the halls, the group quickly disbanded as each went to their own classes, leaving Alex to walk through the student-filled halls on his own. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of his English classroom. Opening the door, Alex headed inside without as much as a thought. Once inside, he quickly looked around and found who he was looking for. There, at the back of the class next to the windows, were 2 boys who he had been eager to meet since returning. The 2 had truly been good friends to Alex and had helped him more than almost anyone as he had been adapting to this familiar but strange new world he had been transported to. Walking to the 2 directly, Alex raised his hand and gave the boys a wave. "Hey, it's been a while. Mike, Eric," Alex said with a smile on his face. The sound of his voice caused what appeared to be whiplash to the 2 as they immediately turned their heads toward him with their eyes wide open. Screech. With a loud screeching sound, Mike almost threw his chair behind him and quickly got up to give Alex a clap of his hands whilst hugging his shoulder in a friendly way. "Yo, Alex. How have you been, man?" Mike said with a large grin on his face as he faced the person who he considered one of his best friends in life. Eric quickly followed Mike and gave Alex a light shoulder hug as well. "I've been well, guys. Just roaming around the States and living life, I guess. How about you two?" Alex asked as he walked to the desk and grabbed a chair, making it so all 3 could sit next to each other. The 2 followed him and sat down back on their seats. "Well, we've been good, man. There really wasn't much we could do around here in Forks. We just played basketball all summer and went to the beach from time to time, Mike said before Alex gave him a peculiar look. Sigh. All right, fine. I'll tell you everything that happened, Mike said before turning to Eric, who gave the two a knowing smile and started rambling on all the things that had happened around the two. Every single gossip, every single accident, everything. The boy was like some historian at this point, Alex thought as he sat there and listened to him. However, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that was slowly growing in his mind. How bland, Alex thought as he kept listening to the boy, if before these stories had felt interesting and even immersive. Now they all felt like children's dramas, felt like nothing in the face of the real world. I guess it's to be expected, Alex thought as he sighed inwardly. He had spent all of summer doing things that people would only expect to see in movies, and now he was back in a normal school, attending a normal class and listening to gossip about how the football team coach had cheated on his wife. It felt boring, to say the least. Alex had understood a part of himself since the beginning of his journey. He was addicted to dopamine, and back when he was in Forks, he had tried to find all kinds of ways to experience that. Be it from hearing curious stories and all the way to driving the Porsche past speed limits. However, he had found out in his 3 months that there was only one way for him to truly feel that exhilarating feeling. It was battles of pure raw power. The hour passed by quickly and soon the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Alex got up, said his goodbyes to Mike and Eric, and headed to the next 2 classes, which were even more lackluster as he didn't have any friends to talk to in the class to at least pass the time somewhat. Finally, after the 3rd bell rang of the day, it was time for lunch. Getting up from his chair, Alex started walking toward the cafeteria. At the start of this year, he had been unconscious until lunch and only then managed to head to the cafeteria after he had awakened the latent vampire powers in his body. Thinking back on it, it wasn't much of an awakening considering he had already had the powers, just that he had needed a catalyst to start using them. And that catalyst had been his meeting with another vampire, Edith. Back then he had almost thought that Edith was his mate considering how his body had reacted, but as time passed he never experienced that same emotion with her anymore, but with Alice instead. It wasn't even the same when he looked back on it. When he had met Edith, it had been a rush of groundbreaking dopamine, whilst with Alice, it felt like he entered a zone whenever she was in his sight. Like nothing besides her mattered, and as long as they were together then everything would fall in the right place. Just like a well-oiled machine of sorts. Walking down the hall, Alex continued his thoughts until he arrived at the cafeteria doors. Opening them slowly, Alex headed inside, walking directly to the last table in the room where the Cullens and Bella were seated. Just like when he had entered this hall for the first time, months ago, people were whispering as they looked at him. Alex had learned to ignore them, however, as he had gone on in his journey this summer. It was much easier to ignore people when you considered them as unimportant and people who you would forget if you didn't see them daily. That was what most of them were after all. Why should he care about people who didn't even really know him? Why should he care about their opinions? He shouldn't, and so he didn't. Arriving in front of the table, Alex grabbed a chair and sat next to Alice. "Hey, how's the first day treating you?" Alex asked as he looked at the people present around him. "It's boring as hell," Emmett said as he laid his head on his hands, which he had placed on the table. "I guess so," Alex replied before turning to face his sister. "It's pretty great. I got to see all the guys I haven't seen in months," Bella said with much more enthusiasm than Alex expected. "I guess she has changed too. She doesn't look like the Bella from the movies who's all caught up in herself and is socially awkward. I wonder what caused the change. Was it me leaving, or is it just a butterfly effect? Considering that Bella grew up with a brother this time around though, I guess changes from the original are to be expected," Alex thought to himself as he stared at Bella and gave her a light smile. "Why are you smiling like that? It's creepy," Bella said as she held her shoulders as if she was trembling as she looked at him, causing Emmett and the rest of the Cullens to laugh out loud. At least those two seemed to have remained the same, Alex thought as he stared at the stoic faces of Rosalie and Edward. "What about you, Alex? How's the day going?" Alice asked as she looked at Alex. "It was all right. I got to meet my boyfriend," Alex said as he stretched out the last word, clearly saying it sarcastically. "Oh, did you two have plenty of fun?" Edith interjected as she looked at Alex with a sly grin. Alex just shook his head as he replied. You couldn't even imagine half of it, Alex said with a serious voice, his face not even twitching the slightest. And this caused another eruption of laughter from Emmett, who just seemed unable to control himself at all today. You've improved, Alex. You went from a sarcastic kid to an emo-sarcastic kid, Emmett said as he finally stopped his guffaws of laughter. This caused Alex to give the man a slight glare before leaving it at that. But yeah, nothing much happened. In fact, it was quite boring. Thankfully, I don't have to attend for long, Alex said as he released a long sigh. His words caused both Bella and the Cullens to turn wide eyes towards him. What do you mean you don't have to attend for long? Bella asked quickly, her words almost jumbling up together in her hurry. Alex turned to face her before he opened his mouth and answered. I'm planning on applying for early graduation, so I guess I'll be here for a few weeks at the longest and a few days at the shortest, Alex said as he extended his hand and grabbed a fry from Bella's food tray. Early graduation? Why? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? When did you decide this? Did you talk about it with Charlie at least? Bella asked a flurry of questions in a second, leaving her out of breath at the end. Meanwhile, Alex munched on the fry he had gotten before answering in a laid-back voice. I didn't talk about it with Charlie. I was thinking of doing this even before I went on the 3-month journey. It's just that school feels too boring and time-consuming. I could be spending that time that I'm stuck in class doing a bunch of other more beneficial things. A bunch of other things? Like what, Alex? We're still underage. What can we even do? Bella said as she tried to find any way to dissuade Alex. However, Alex shook his head at her. I can find my ways, Bella. At the end of the day, I don't have the limitations that a human does, Alex answered. He didn't have to worry about others hearing his words considering the loud noise in the cafeteria, so he in fact liked the place quite a lot. You should think more about it, Alex. This is just too sudden, Bella said as she tried again and again to persuade Alex. However, he had already made up his mind a long time ago. And today he had just further solidified his mind on that decision. Shaking his head slowly, Alex replied to her. No, I've already thought through it, Bells. School just isn't something I want to have on my mind right now, Alex answered her with a tone that asked for no further questions about his decision. Sigh. Bella released a long sigh, finally giving up on her attempts at persuasion. The rest of the lunch and hours of school were boring, to say the least. When the final bell rang, Alex was glad that he would be out of there. Heading to the parking lot, Alex walked toward the orange truck, seeing that Bella and the Cullens were already there waiting for him. Hey, got a bit delayed talking to Jess and Angela, Alex said while he gave the group a lazy wave. It's all right, so what are you planning on doing? Want to come over? Alice asked Alex immediately as she came closer to him. Alex shook his head, however. I still haven't greeted Charlie since I came back, so I'll be spending the day hanging out with him. Alice made a pouting face, however she nodded, understanding his decision. You better come over tomorrow, she said and turned around heading to the car. For sure, Alex answered her with a small smile showing in his face. Turning toward Bella, Alex motioned to the truck asking if she was ready to head off. Bella nodded, turned toward Edward giving him a hug, and then waved everyone goodbye before heading to the orange truck with Alex. What about your car? Bella asked, causing Alex to stop as he found out he had almost forgotten his car altogether whilst talking with the group. Turning back towards the Cullens, Alex called out to Alice, who had yet to get in the silver Volvo. Alice turned around confused only to see a pair of car keys thrown her way. Take it to your house, will you? Alex asked her, and though he was quite a distance away and wasn't talking loudly, as a vampire she clearly heard his words. Nodding in his direction, Alice walked to the BMW and entered the car. Alex then turned back, heading towards the orange truck once more. Bella took the truck keys out of her pocket and threw them at Alex, who caught them midair. I'm driving, Alex asked as he changed his direction from the passenger door to the driving side. Yeah, I'm too lazy now that I have you around to drive instead, Bella said as she opened the door of the truck with a loud clang noise. It seemed the truck had only gotten in worse condition these past few months. What did you do to this poor thing? Alex said in a joking tone. This seemed to cause Bella endless frustration as she started her rant about how she had to get Jacob to help her fix it 4 times during the summer alone. And how the radio had broken even further, and at one point would just start up randomly and make loud screeching noises, so she had to have it completely broken so it would stop. How her brakes had gotten so bad she had to have them replaced as they started to barely work, and she almost crashed in front of their garage door. How the door wouldn't open sometimes, and a million other issues. Must have been tough, huh? Alex said with a chuckle before turning the key, and with a few rumbles the car's engine turned on. I miss this, Alex thought as he heard the loud engine rumble. Must be nice having that new car, Bella said in a snarking tone, though it was clearly said in a joking manner. It's all right, Alex said before slamming the pedal and driving out of the parking lot, heading toward his home. No matter how much he floored the pedal though, the truck just wouldn't increase its speed. Damn, I forgot just how slow this thing was, Alex thought to himself as he took a turn and continued his drive. So how's Charlie been? Alex asked Bella, who was looking out of the window at the tree line. Turning to face Alex, Bella shook her head slowly. He was quite sad after you went on your trip, and even now he asks about you almost every day. I think he was just afraid that something might happen to you, considering he doesn't really know what you are, Bella said, and then made a face as if she had just remembered something. Her expression contorted into a wicked smile. Oh, Renee was furious. She almost booked a flight straight to Forks, but Charlie told her that you were already gone from here. She wanted to call the police on Charlie for letting you go, but I managed to dissuade her. She was so mad, Bella said as she looked at Alex. Alex, whom Bella thought would react in some way, simply hummed. That sure does sound like our mother. What, that's all you have to say? Not even a thank you for saving your ass? Bella said as she crossed her arms in front of her chest and made a humping sound as if she was expecting praise for her actions. You sure have gotten more expressive. Did Alice corrupt you or what? Alex asked Bella as he turned to face her with a small smile. What do you mean corrupt me? Bella asked almost immediately. Nothing. But yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter what Mother thinks. We both know that she isn't really the brightest or the most loving, so at this point, I just don't really care, Bells, Alex said, answering Bella's previous question. She's still our mother, Alex, Bella said as she turned toward him once more, giving him a serious look. Right, Alex said. Your mother, Alex thought. The orange truck drove down the road as they got closer and closer to the Swan household. As it was a work day, Charlie wouldn't be there for a few hours, and so Alex didn't hurry to get home, driving the car at slow speeds so that it wouldn't break down on him randomly. He and Bella had a chat about what she had been doing the past few months, and he learned that she really hadn't done anything. Going to the Cullens, date with Edward and back home, and then repeat that over 3 months, Alex thought to himself, and then turned his head to face Bella. So does Charlie know that you and Edward are dating? Alex asked his sister. Bella shook her head. No, he doesn't know anything, Bella said as she shook her head. You mean to say that he knows, but hasn't told me he knows, Alex said as he started slowing the truck down so he could park it in front of their house. No way, I told you that he doesn't know, Alex, Bella replied almost immediately. You're telling me that you spent almost the whole summer at the Cullens, and he has seen Edward pick you up more than once, and he still doesn't know. He's not a dumbass, Bella, Alex said back as he parked the car. Bella couldn't find words to continue her argument, so she simply shut her mouth and acted as if they had never had the discussion they just did. Turning the truck keys, Alex shut the engine down and hopped out of the car, closing the door with a clang behind him. Bella similarly got out and both of them headed inside the house. Seeing the familiar living room, Alex showed a small smile as he thought. It really didn't change. 3 months isn't a long time, but it's not short either, Alex thought to himself as he walked to the couch and laid down onto it. Grabbed the remote and turned the TV on. What, you're just going to lay down and watch TV? You're not even going up to your room? Bella asked as she looked at her brother. I don't sweat, Bella, and I most certainly don't dirty myself, so I don't need a change of clothes, and that's the only use that room has. Like, there's nothing to see up there, even the computer is broken in my room. Alex responded as he switched channels until he found the news. We are here at another location where the infamous Alucard gang has been sighted once more. One of them has been caught and is currently being investigated as we are speaking right now. However, police are doubtful that they will be able to get any useful information out of them, the news reporter said from what looked to be in Port Angels. So one of them got caught? Alex thought as he kept watching the news. Oh yeah, that gang has been causing quite a lot of problems these days. Charlie says that he's thankful they haven't appeared in Forks yet, Bella said from the kitchen where she had taken some food and was currently getting it ready. He has the literal leader sleeping in his house, Alex thought to himself as the corner of his lips went upwards. However, it didn't last long before he regained that stoic look that he seemed to always have on his face these days. It doesn't matter if they get caught. I asked every gang leader to not let any of the new recruits in on any valuable information before I met them at least once in person. This way I would use daze on them, and they would be secured, and anyone who isn't in a daze is just a low-level grunt who doesn't know anything, Alex thought to himself as he saw the reporter get some new information. It seems that the police's suspicions were correct, and no matter what interrogation methods they use, the suspected gang member isn't telling any information, saying that he doesn't know anything. The reporter said. Alex nodded his head minutely at the information and turned on another channel. It looked to be a movie of some sort, and so Alex started watching it as he waited for Charlie. Bella soon joined him after a few minutes with a bag of popcorn in each of her hands, giving one to Alex and keeping the other to herself. The hours passed by and soon enough Alex heard the sound of a car parking in front of their garage, and moments later a pair of steps that started coming up towards the front door. Seems like Charlie's here, Alex said, getting up from the couch and walking to the door. Crang. With a somewhat loud noise, Charlie opened the front door. His face showed how tired the man was, and his eyes looked bad with all of the bags under them. It seemed the man had a rough couple of weeks at the station. Charlie didn't even notice Alex standing before him as he took off his shoes and placed them in the drawer, and only when he did that and was about to head into the living room did he see someone standing in front of him. Looking at the person, Charlie stood silent for a moment as he simply stared. Hey Dad, I'm back, Alex said with a soft smile on his face, wrapping his arms around the man. Only then did Charlie respond as he wrapped his own arms around his son. Welcome back, son, Charlie said. His eyes seemed to become glassy, however not a single tear dropped as he tried his hardest to look strong in front of his son. I missed you a lot, Alex said as he parted the hug. No, we both missed you too, Alex, Charlie said as he motioned to Bella, who was standing near the couch awkwardly as she stared at the two. Why are you acting so awkward? Come here, Alex said, causing Bella to come closer as Alex wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Yeah, it's been a while since we were together, eh? Alex said as he looked at the two. Bella nodded her head slowly as she mumbled softly. Yeah. Alex then moved his arms away and asked Charlie. So wanna go out for some pizza? We can go tomorrow if you're too tired though, Alex said as he looked at the man's eye bags. However, contrary to his look when he was coming inside the house, Charlie looked to be full of energy as he answered. No, I'm not tired at all. Some pizza sounds great right now, the man said as he gave Alex a smile. All right then, me and Bella will wait down here so you can get changed out of your uniform, and then we can go to that local pizza place, Alex said to Charlie, who nodded his head and started heading up the stairs. Alex turned toward Bella and asked her, Do you need to change as well? No, it's fine. I'll just go as I am, Bella replied and walked to sit back on the couch. Charlie didn't take long and after a minute or two, came back down the stairs dressed casually. All right, let's go, Charlie said to the two, who nodded and followed him. They hopped in the police car and headed to downtown Forks where the pizza place was. Parking close to it, the trio got out of the car and headed inside the restaurant. Sitting down at a table for four, the three took the menus on the table and started browsing the food selection. After a few minutes, a waitress came and gave them a wave. Hey, so did you pick what you wanted to eat? The woman said with a smile on her face. Her eyes, however, seemed to be glued to Alex, who was still looking at the menu, causing Bella to frown at the woman. Alex saw this all clearly, however, but he didn't put much thought into it. It happened all the time. It was something he had gotten used to. I even got used to men staring at me, which was the most terrifying experience of my life. This much is nothing, Alex thought to himself as he felt a shiver pass through his spine at the memory. I'd like a large pepperoni pizza, Alex said as he looked at the waitress, who nodded and turned to face Charlie and Bella, who each got a tuna and a mushroom pizza. Why the hell would you want a pizza with just mushrooms as topping? Alex thought as he stared at his sister strangely before slowly shaking his head. At least she didn't order pineapple. Alex thought to himself as he started talking with Charlie. The man asked him about all the places where he had been, and Alex answered him without missing a beat. Alex told the man, who he considered as a father, everything that he could tell him. Of course, none of the less legal or supernatural activities were made known. If Charlie ever learns of it, I fear he might get a heart attack, Alex thought as he continued chatting until the pizzas came. All the swans started eating quietly, and just as Alex ate his first slice, he saw a small letter underneath the pizza. Taking it, Alex opened the small piece of paper and saw a number written on it. Lifting his head up, Alex saw clearly who it had been as the waitress gave him a wink. And then he lowered his head with no reaction at all, going back to eating his pizza. After a while, they all ate their meals and soon enough got up from their chairs. Alex went ahead and paid for their meals, and then they all headed back to the car. That waitress looks like a witch, Bella said as she walked next to Alex. Charlie, who heard her, turned his head to look at Bella, confused. Why? Charlie asked, his voice also carrying that confusion through. She just is, Bella said as she got into the back seat of the police car. Since when did she develop a brother complex? Alex thought to himself as he looked at his angered sister. Or maybe she's annoyed with Alice, considering the waitress tried to steal her friend's man. However, no matter how much he thought, Alex couldn't come up with a definitive answer to the question. Charlie got up in the driver's seat and Alex in the front passenger one. Twisting the car key, the police car's engine fired up with a low rumble. And soon enough they were out of the parking lot, heading back towards their house. The night had already fallen and the moon was shining upon the town of Forks as the trio got back. Looking out of the window, Alex saw a wolf in the tree line. That's Jacob, isn't it? Alex thought as he stared at the large monster-like wolf. And then a small smile appeared on his face. I haven't seen those guys at the reservation for a while as well. Maybe I should drop by them this weekend, Alex thought. Charlie and Bella had already gone off to bed. Meanwhile, Alex was sitting on top of their house's roof as he looked at the moon, his phone in his hand. He had already messaged Alice, who had told him she would come over. The wait wasn't long, and soon enough another presence showed up at the tree line and with a fast jump. The presence landed right beside Alex. It was Alice, who was wearing a black sweater and black jeans with a pair of complimentary black leather boots. Hey, you came over, Alex said as he turned to face the gorgeous woman who seemed to be like a black hole that he couldn't take his eyes from. Yeah, did you want me not to? Alice said with a mischievous smile on her face as she sat down next to Alex and immediately wrapped her arm around his, gripping his hand tightly. With a low chuckle, Alex shook his head before turning his sight to the night sky where the stars shone radiantly. So what did you do while you were away? I'm sure the story you told in front of Bella wasn't all there was to it, Alice asked as she faced him. Turning his head back to her, Alex nodded and then started explaining. He kept the part of his reincarnation out, but he told her everything about his own coven, or rather organization, about him being Alucard and everything he had encountered. So you've already made a coven, huh? That was quicker than I expected, Alice said, more so to herself rather than Alex. Are you upset about what I did? Alex asked her after finishing up his rant and explaining everything. Alice put her finger to her lips as she tilted her head, making a comical thinking expression. And then a moment later she gave him a smile as she removed her finger and shook her head. No, I already told you that I will be with you through thick and thin. I'll support any decision that you make, Alex. I'll always be right there by your side, Alice said as her face drifted closer to Alex's. Her words caused Alex's heartbeat to beat faster and faster. Perfect, Alex thought as he looked deeply into the woman's eyes. Moments passed as they drew closer to each other until finally, under the moonlight, the two shared a chaste kiss, enveloped in each other's embrace. The moment was short and soon the two parted, but the smiles on their faces didn't disappear even as the moon disappeared behind the horizon and the morning came. The two sat there chatting with each other, enjoying themselves in the comfort of each other. Finally, as the time hit 6 in the morning and Alex and Alice heard Charlie wake up, the two stood up from the roof edge. "Seems like it's time that I head back," Alice said before turning around and giving Alex another hug, which he answered in kind with one of his own. "All right, I'll see you later, Alice. I'll be coming over today after school," Alex said with his own soft smile. With a nod of her head, Alice disappeared in a blur, her speed far surpassing human limits. However, her steps, even when using so much force, were silent, just like those of a cat. Alex, however, saw her back as she vanished clearly, and after a moment, he also came down from the roof and entered back into his room once more and started to change his clothes and get ready for the day to come. Changing into a pair of light caramel-colored jeans and a matching leather jacket and a white bland t-shirt, Alex went to the bathroom and styled his hair. Once he was done with his morning routine of getting dressed up, Alex put on some perfume and headed downstairs, seeing Charlie in the kitchen eating a sandwich as he listened to the morning news. "Good morning, Dad," Alex said as he came to sit in front of the man. "Good morning, Alex," Charlie said as he continued his breakfast, only stopping to ask Alex the occasional question. "You still wake up as early as ever, huh?" Charlie asked his son. "Yeah, it's become a habit that I can't shake off. I like it this way. You get to enjoy more of the day," Alex said as he listened to the morning weather forecast. It was expected to simply be a cloudy day here in Forks with no rain but no sunshine either. After a few minutes, Charlie got up and started heading out to go to work. "I'm going now, Alex. If you want any food, there's some in the fridge that you can make a sandwich out of," Charlie said as he put on his police jacket and wore his black boots. "All right, Dad. Have a nice day at work," Alex said as he waved the man goodbye and went to sit on the couch to wait for Bella. After Charlie headed off, it didn't take more than half an hour for Bella to come downstairs as well. After a few words and Bella finishing her morning breakfast, Alex and her headed outside and into the orange truck, reversed out of the house and started driving toward the high school. "So, have you seen Jacob recently?" Alex asked Bella, who was seated on the passenger seat. Turning to face her brother, Bella nodded her head. "Yeah, he seems to have changed quite a bit recently though," Bella said as she remembered her past few encounters with the boy. "Changed? How?" Alex asked, though he was pretty sure he already knew the answer better than even Bella herself. "Well, for one thing, he absolutely hates the Cullens now. Back then he just said that their myths about the Cullens were fake and old fogey stories from their elders, but that seemed to have changed," Bella answered. "He's probably already become a full-fledged shapeshifter then," Alex said as he drove. "Shapeshifter?" Bella questioned as his face twisted to show a confused and shocked expression. "Shapeshifter?" Bella questioned with shock evident on her expression. Alex, who was driving the car, nodded as he continued to look at the road in front. The Quileute tribe has been a mythological tribe for thousands of years. They possess the ability to turn into giant wolves. It is said that this uniqueness of theirs developed when the first Cold Ones or vampires arrived in these lands and threatened their well-being. And so when vampires get close to them, the hidden genes in their DNA get activated and they start transforming. Jacob's transformation is an aftereffect of the Cullens being around, Alex said as he explained patiently to his sister, his words calming Bella down as she listened to him. So Jacob was always a shapeshifter, but he just didn't have his powers activated, and the presence of the Cullens activated them? Bella asked after Alex finished his explanation. Alex nodded and mumbled a soft, "That's right." Bella nodded before being engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts in her own head. The rest of the drive was silent, and before long they arrived at the parking lot of the Forks High School. Turning the car key, the truck's engine turned off and Alex with Bella hopped off. Looking around, the two of them quickly noticed the Cullens on the other side of the parking lot and started heading toward them. It seemed Alice had taken his car to school today as she got out of the BMW. Arriving at the group, Alex and Bella first went to their lovers before greeting the rest of the group. "How do you like the car?" "It's not too shabby, though your Porsche is a bit better in my opinion," Alex said as he had his arm around Alice. "It's great," Actually, I like this better than my Porsche. The Porsche just does everything so well that it's not that fun, but with the BMW, I can have more fun when going at high speeds, Alice said with a mischievous glint. You floored the pedal as soon as you got in the car, didn't you? Alex asked Alice with a smile on his face. Alice just gave a grin in response. Well, I did the same thing when I first got it, Alex said before he and Alice started walking toward the school once they heard the bell ring. The students who were heading all sneaked looks at the duo. This was the first time that the two had shown their affection so openly while heading to school. Are they finally a thing? Damn, I wish Alice would look at me. Never mind Alice, look at Alex. Even now when he heard the last whisper that sounded strangely masculine, Alex felt the urge to shiver. Don't think about it, he thought as he didn't move his side an inch, hoping to God that he didn't see the person at all so he couldn't confirm his suspicions. Once inside the school, Alice and Alex parted ways. However, Alex didn't go straight to his classroom, instead opting to head to the school's administration office. After a minute or so of walking, Alex arrived at the door and knocked 2 times before opening it once he heard the voice inside tell him to come in. Inside was the same lady who he had used days before when he had asked for the early graduation papers. Hey, I'd like to ask for early graduation. When can the procedures start and how long would it take for me to get the test and finish it? Alex said, not wasting any time, his eyes shining for a slight moment, barely perceptible even if the lady had vampiric eyesight, which she didn't. The old lady, contrary to the other times Alex had used days, didn't look like some mind-controlled puppet. In fact, her expression didn't change besides the fact that her mouth had curved into a smile. Of course, let me gather the necessary paperwork first, the woman said before turning around and rummaging through countless files. After a brief period, she turned back and put 4 sheets of documentation on the table. You just need to fill these papers and get the autograph from your parents to complete it. After that, the process should be quick enough, and in about 3 days you will be able to get the test done and graded on the very same day. After which, if you pass, then you will be given your diploma by next week. The old lady said as she explained the whole process to Alex, who nodded his head. All right, I'll be taking the papers and will return with them completed tomorrow at about the same time, Alex said as he grabbed the papers and turned around. All right, have a nice day, the old woman said as she gave a wave to Alex. Opening the door, Alex headed outside the office and then closed it once more behind him. Starting to walk, Alex headed to his first class of the day with the graduation papers in his hand. Once inside the classroom, Alex sat at his favorite seat by the window and started filling up the graduation papers. Once the professor noticed Alex not paying attention, he tried to reprimand him. However, a single look from Alex made the man change his mind. And then the man proceeded to ignore Alex for the rest of the class. Days sure is useful, Alex thought to himself before continuing his work on the papers. After about half an hour, Alex was done with them, and all he needed was to get Charlie to sign them once he was back home, and by next week, he would have his high school diploma in his hands. I could graduate from college the same way, but that would attract way too much attention, so I'll save that off for a few years later, Alex thought, nodding to himself. With this job done, Alex could finally consider himself to be truly free. School had been a boring obligation that he had to complete, and so getting it done and out of his sight allowed Alex to breathe a sigh of relief.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.